Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Desperate for Her Wolves, a reverse harem paranormal romance by Tara West, narrated by Stephanie Rose. Chapter 1. While sirens blared, Håkon raced down the metal stairs, fanning scorching fumes as he hollered for his crew to evacuate. He found driller Kevin Mitchell, whose chest heaved while oil dripped from his face and extremities.
"Is everyone out?"
Håkon hollered above the din of gushing oil and rattling pipes. Kevin flung black sludge from his mouth.
"I didn't see Henry."
Håkon pushed Kevin toward the stairs.
"Go. I'll find him."
Covering his mouth with a rag, Håkon struggled to breathe as the overpowering fumes singed his lungs. He found Henry clinging to the shutoff valve, like a sea captain struggling to keep his ship afloat.
"It's jammed!"
Henry screamed, banging his fists against the wheel.
"I can't turn it off!"
Håkon joined him, and they grunted and cussed over the valve. Why was it so hard to turn? An explosion rocked the ground. Henry screamed, and Håkon looked up to see a fiery inferno racing down the tunnel toward them. Without a second thought, Håkon shifted into protector form, hovering over Henry while turning the stubborn wheel until it snapped and spun, closing off the pipe. He snatched the screaming human up in his arms and raced down the hall, fire snapping at his heels and singeing the hair off his backside. He jumped from one platform to the next, swinging like an ape with Henry under his arm, until they were several yards above the flames. He laid Henry on a metal grate, then wiped sweat from his furry brow. Great ancients, he'd exposed himself to a mortal. Worse, there were security cameras all over the facility. But what other choice had he had? The platform groaned and rocked beneath them. Håkon was too heavy. He looked down at the fire below, and then over at the men in the control booth, gaping at Håkon as if they were in a waking nightmare. Draping Henry across his shoulder, he swung onto the bridge and laid him by the steel door to the control room, pounding on the door for them to let him in, and accidentally making a huge dent in the center. They wouldn't open the door with him outside. He jumped onto a nearby platform, relieved when the door opened, and they dragged Henry inside. He stumbled back when another explosion rocked the rig. A wave of shrapnel flew at him, the chunks of steel embedding in his fur and knocking sight out of one eye. He let out a roar as pain lanced through him, and then he stumbled again when the metal grate beneath him gave way. He fell on the platform below with a sickening crunch, the scorching metal burning his fur and branding his flesh. The platform buckled, and he crawled toward the exit, praying to the ancients to help him escape. He choked on smoke and fumes. His skin burned and his head ached, but he had to make it out, or he would never see his mate and child again. Amara laid on the bearskin rug in front of the cold stone hearth, dangling bright plastic toy keys. "Can you reach them?" Harad was on his tummy, kicking his legs, his cheeks flushed crimson. He let out an angry wail. He had the temper of an alpha, which was cute, for now. Amara and Roan had been trying to teach Harad how to crawl the past few days. Each time he got his knees up, he'd get mad at himself and pound the carpet with chubby fists. Roan rested one hand on Amara's lower back and patted the floor with the other.
"You can do it?"
Harad's silver blue eyes lit up at Roan's encouragement, and he scooted back onto his knees, jutting forward and straining for the keys. She was tempted to give them to him when he wailed again. She hated watching him suffer. Roan's hand on her wrist stopped her. He patted the floor.
"You got it. Come on, Harad."
The baby scrunched his tanned forehead in determination and scooted up again, lurching for the keys. He snatched them out of Amara's hand and then rolled over, gnawing on the knobby ends with satisfied grunts. Roan hovered over him, his shaggy, sandy brown hair hanging in his eyes, and tickled Harad's tummy.
"What a smart boy you are. You'll be crawling in no time."
Amara's heart swelled with love. Roan was such a good father. She was lucky to have him as her gamma. She sat up and pulled Harad into her lap. brushing his dark hair out of his eyes and planting a big kiss on his smooth cheek. "How I wish your Buniques could be here to see their sweet grandson." She longed for Harad's birth father, her alpha mate, Håkon, and her brave beta, Luke, too. But Håkon was working in the oil fields, bringing home big paychecks for the family, and Luke was off in North Korea again, defending his country on a secret mission for the army. She leaned into Roan when he wrapped an arm around her shoulder.
Only a few more days,
he said, kissing her cheek and nuzzling her ear.
and then your family will be here.
Amara could hardly wait, especially since her fathers were bringing her bunica, which was Romanian for grandmother, as well as her bunic Anton. She'd wanted all her grandfathers to come, but bunic Klaus was the Romanian chieftain now, and he couldn't leave his tribe. She turned into Roan, eliciting a low growl from him when she nibbled on his lower lip. "Have I told you lately how much I appreciate you?"
How about you show me?
His cheeks flushed, and he grabbed her hand, settling it on a very stiff erection. "After Harad goes down for his nap," she promised, kissing him once more and then scooting away before they got themselves in trouble. When Harad reached for her breast, she sat on the sofa, letting him nurse. Roan crawled up to her, whimpering and puckering his lips. Laughing, she pushed him back. "I've already told you this milk isn't for you." Roan got to his knees with a snort.
We'll see about that.
Harad greedily drank from each breast, cooing and milk-drunk, lazily smiling up at her. At the sound of the downstairs door opening, Amara's small dogs jumped from their cozy bed by the fireplace, barking a few times before settling back down in their nest of blankets. Amara's heart soared when Drasko's laughter echoed from below. Her handsome second alpha spent almost every morning fishing, chopping firewood, or repairing things around the house until around noon, when he came in for lunch. After lunch, if Harad was still sleeping and they were feeling frisky, Drasko and Roan would savor Amara's breasts for dessert, and then bend her over the sofa for a round of intense fucking. Sex was even better when Håkon and Luke were home, taking turns with their brothers and leaving her thoroughly sated and spent. How she loved her life. To think, it had been a year ago when she'd tried to fight bonding with her 4 virile shifter mates. Drasko came up the stairs with a cooler.
Anybody hungry?
Amara's eyes widened when he opened it, revealing 2 large, gape-mouthed fish. "Always." Drasko handed them to Roan to fillet, and then scooped Harad from Amara's arms, throwing the baby into the air. "Careful," she admonished. "He just ate." Drasko nuzzled Harad's neck, his low growl intensifying and making the baby squeal with excitement. The baby got louder when Drasko tossed him in the air again. Tatiana came up the stairs, wiping her hands on a towel. Marching up to Drasko, she held out her arms. "Let me have my nephew before you make him throw up his lunch," she scolded. Amara turned at a knock on the front door, her nostrils flaring as she recognized the familiar scent of Skull, her second alpha father-in-law. He pushed open the front door, popping his head in.
You ready, Tatiana?
"Aw," she whined, nuzzling Harad. "We haven't had time to play." Harad let out an ear-piercing wail. Tatiana's eyes bulged as she held the baby at arm's length. "What's wrong with him?" Amara jumped up, reaching for him. "I don't know. He never cries like this." Harad squirmed from Tatiana's arms and into Amara's. She expected he was still hungry, but instead of reaching for her shirt, he grasped her hair, clutching hard and letting out a cry so pitiful, Amara's heart broke. "What is it, baby?" She knelt on the floor and tried to pull him from her head to no avail. Roan pried him off Amara and quickly undressed him, checking for signs of injury.
I don't know what's wrong.
His voice cracked, and his hands shook. Panic gripped Amara. She closed her eyes, sending a silent prayer to the ancients. "Please, help our baby." "He sees something," a familiar voice echoed in Amara's head. Her eyes flew open. She looked to Roan. "He's having a vision." Everyone crowded around her, frowning at the baby.
What kind of vision?
Skull asked. Drasko's pocket buzzed. He pulled out his phone.
It's Johnson.
Amara's heart caught in her throat. Johnson never called Drasko. Had something happened to Luke? Was that why Harad was upset? Drasko tapped the screen and turned away, his shoulders going rigid. As if on cue, Harad's screams died down, but his chest still rose and fell erratically as he sucked his thumb with a whimper. She picked him up, holding him close and kissing his wet face. She knew without a doubt Harad had been trying to tell them something. When Drasko turned back, her stomach soured at the desperate look in his eyes.
There's been a gas explosion,
he said, through a clenched jaw.
Hokan is injured. How bad?
Skull asked. Drasko grimaced.
Bad.
She shot to her feet. Take me to him. Whatever bad meant didn't matter, as long as she got to her mate in time. Amara could barely hear above the sound of her pounding heart as they ran around the house, shoving diapers and bottles into the diaper bag and packing extra jackets and clothes. She filled the dog dishes before they piled into their trucks and tore off down the road. Closing her eyes, she gripped the door handle, praying to her namesake. Please, Goddess, keep him alive for me. The tribal planes were in use, so they had to drive the entire trip. She kept checking Harad, who was silent and stoic. She hoped this was a good sign, and if Hokan was close to death, Harad would have warned them. After an agonizing 5-hour drive to the outskirts of Anchorage, Amara was surprised when Drasko pulled into a familiar parking lot. Her old vet clinic? Why had they brought Hokan here? Then she realized he must have been injured in animal form. The place was swarming in black vehicles with tinted windows and agents with dark sunglasses. 2 burly agents guarded the front door to the rundown building with the low roof and warped shingles. Her old boss, Dr. Tanner, paced the gravel parking lot, his lip hanging in a boyish pout, his cheeks bright apple red. She'd seen this angry Tanner look too many times to count. He wore that scowl as often as she donned her favorite bra. What had all the vet techs seen in him? As soon as Drasko put the truck in park, Amara was out the door. A blast of warm summer air, carrying the strong scent of her mate's blood, hit her like a brick. She had to get to Hokan. Every second wasted could be the moment he took his last breath. Ignoring Drasko when he called to her, she ran across the lot, kicking up gravel behind her.
Amara?
Tanner spun toward her, throwing up his hands.
What are you doing here?
How is he? She demanded, clenching her hands and ignoring the temptation to slap the indignant look off his face. He scratched his messy blonde hair.
The bear?
She dug her nails into her palms. Yes, the feds had obviously done a good job of covering Hokan's hairy tracks.
I have no idea.
Tanner thumbed behind him.
I doubt they'll let you in. They won't even let me in, and it's my clinic.
He shook a fist at the 2 feds guarding the door. The front door opened, and Agent Johnson waved at her.
Bring her in.
Johnson turned away, coughing into his fist.
Hang on a minute.
Tanner made a bunch of sputtering, indignant noises.
She's just a damn lab tech. I'm the doctor.
Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Tanner fly back with a squeal.
Back off.
Drasko snapped, gripping Tanner by the back of his lab coat.
You!
Tanner pointed a finger at Drasko, then cowered when Amara's second alpha balled his hands. Drasko grabbed Amara's elbow, clutching a little too hard, and led her to the front door. Loosen up, she hissed, shaking him off. She glanced behind her to see Roan, Skull, and Tatiana following with Harad's carrier.
What happened?
Drasko asked Johnson as they walked through the door.
There was an explosion in the field.
Johnson grimaced.
Hokan saved several workers before a second explosion knocked him unconscious.
Amara swallowed bitter bile, clutching her gut. It was so like Hokan to risk his life for others. Drasko dragged a hand down his face.
So he shifted in front of them?
Johnson's expression was unreadable.
Yes.
Fuck, Drasko ground out. She didn't give 2 fucks if Hokan had been seen. All she cared about was that he lived.
I've got agents cleaning up the mess.
Johnson said.
The video has already been destroyed. And the witnesses?
Drasko rumbled. Johnson's laughter sounded forced.
Too scared to talk. He was still a protector when agents found him. He has burns over most of his body and swelling on his brain.
Amara clutched her throat, her knees shaking so badly she swayed into Drasko. Her second alpha wrapped a possessive arm around her waist, but even as he steadied her, she felt tremors beneath his skin and knew he was frightened too. Harad cried out. Amara ignored the tightening in her breasts when they leaked into her padded bra. She didn't have time to feed her baby. Roan pulled him from his carrier, rocking him while feeding him a bottle. She was barely aware of Johnson leading her to the back room, where she and Dr. Tanner had prepared for surgery. Hokon's scent was stronger here, which meant he was in the adjoining operating room that was equipped for large animals, such as horses and bears. Was he in surgery already? Had they operated on him before waiting for her? She stripped out of her light summer jacket and rolled up her sleeves.
We had to bring him to a veterinary hospital,
Johnson said.
One that could accommodate his size. Dr. Tanner thinks you brought in a bear,
Drasko said. Amara slipped surgical scrubs over her clothes.
And that's what he will continue to think,
Johnson remarked.
We brought in our own surgeon.
She looked over her shoulder at Johnson, surprised by the warmth in his voice. Usually, the man was all business. Something told her Johnson shared a personal connection with the surgeon. Drasko folded his arms, scowling.
Is he any good? She is damn good.
Johnson nodded at the door when it cracked open.
She's also my niece, so I may be biased, but she graduated top of her class. This is Dr. Ilea Johnson,
Johnson said, nodding toward a young black woman whose pretty mocha eyes stood out above her mask and surgical scrubs.
She's been taking care of Hokon.
As Amara started scrubbing her hands, she inhaled that strong scent of oil that wafted into the room. Was that Hokon? The sound of his labored, ragged breaths made her knees weaken again. How is he? She asked the surgeon. Not good, I'm afraid. Ilea pulled down her face mask, revealing a youthful, full mouth. He has shrapnel in his skull. Amara nodded to Ilea. Take me to him. The surgeon looked her over with an assessing stare. Have you assisted in surgeries before? Plenty. She gave Drasko a long look before following the surgeon inside. Her heart slammed into her ribcage at the sight. Her big, burly protector looked like an old, worn rug, and the smell of his charred skin made her so sick she had to fight back the bile that burned her throat. He was strapped to the table with several thick, steel bands, probably for his own safety as well as the surgeon's. Though his fur was wet and smelled strongly of soap, and he was scrubbed raw, the overpowering stench of oil still clung to him. His chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, while monitors attached to him beeped. "Oh, Hokon," she breathed, fighting hard to restrain her emotions. She rested a hand on his wide, swollen brow. Closing her eyes, she summoned her magic, searching for the cause of the swelling. She immediately found it, a flash of metal wedged inside his skull. Her eyes flew open, and she stared across the table at the surgeon. "There is shrapnel behind his left eye." "I know." The surgeon nodded to an X-ray film hanging behind her. Sure enough, the foreign object stood out on the image. "If you can remove the shrapnel," she said, "I can heal him." The surgeon's eyes widened, then narrowed. "How?" "What do you know of the Amaraki?" Amara asked her. "Not much. I was briefed this morning." "Whoa, the doctor must have had quite a shock." "Then I'm sure you didn't believe in magic until today." She fought to keep emotion out of her voice when Hokon let out a pitiful moan, and his nostrils flared. She hoped her scent hadn't agitated him. Either way, she had to focus on the task at hand, which was healing Hokon while ignoring the terror that twisted her heart at the thought of losing him. "Honestly, I still don't believe it." The surgeon rolled her eyes. "My whole world has been science." She swallowed hard, forcing herself to steady her breathing through a constricting throat. "Get that shrapnel out, and I'll make you a believer." Surgery on Håkon took way too long. Amara had a hard time concentrating with the terrified anesthesiologist trembling behind her like a leaf in a windstorm. After kicking the anesthesiologist out of the room, she managed to heal Håkon's gash and repair the damage to his brain. Healing a large protector took a lot of energy, and she was exhausted by the time Håkon's breathing steadied. She hadn't had a chance to heal the burns all over his body, but that would have to wait until she ate and drained the milk from her sore boobs. She imagined Roan would be out of bottles soon anyway. After stripping off her scrubs and cleaning up, she trudged into the waiting room, right into Drasko's arms. Her mate's fathers, mother, and sister were there, anxiously awaiting news. Collective cheers ensued when she told them Håkon would survive. It was then that it hit her how close she'd come to losing him. Her legs weakened at the thought. Drasko helped lower her onto a chair, and she took her hungry baby in her arms, draping a blanket over him while he nursed. Smoothing a hand across his soft cheek, she rocked him while humming a lullaby, thankful he was no longer upset. The tantrum he'd thrown earlier must have been in response to Håkon's accident, which meant Harad had been watching his daddy. Her baby certainly was a blessing from the ancients, though she couldn't wait until he could talk, so he could tell them when he saw something, instead of scaring everyone with a screaming meltdown. She exhaled slowly while he relieved the pressure in her breast. One more breast to go, and then she'd pump the excess milk into bottles so she could return to Håkon and heal his burns. If she didn't pass out from exhaustion first. Chapter 2. 2 cheeseburgers and a 2-hour nap later, Amara was back inside Håkon's room. He was still in protector form. His eye sockets looked less hollow and shadowed, and his furry face less pale. She lightly ran her hands over his burns, smiling when they vanished, and soft patches of fuzz grew back over the wounds. Dr. Johnson sat beside her, quietly observing her work. After several hours, she left Håkon with a few nervous nurses. She needed fresh air after smelling blood and burned flesh all evening. She sat on the porch steps, looking up at the starry sky and breathing in the cool summer air mixed with the scents of hay and horse manure. After her mates had taken her from the place she'd once called work and home, she never thought she'd come back. The horses neighed when they saw her, swishing their tails and demanding attention. She went to them and leaned against a weathered fence post, enjoying stretching her tense muscles while rubbing their necks. She spun around at the sound of a low, frantic bark and was overcome with a mixture of joy and sadness when Max, the German shepherd, rushed to her side. She knelt beside him, alternating between laughing and crying while he plastered her face with kisses. "Hello, Max." She wrapped her arms around his neck and stroked his back. "I've missed you too, buddy." He continued to shower her with attention, tail wagging fiercely while he licked her face and gave voice to small, anxious sounds. She led him back to the porch and sat on the steps beside him, hugging him hard. But nothing she did seemed to calm him. "Hey, buddy," she said, throat tightening with emotion. "It's okay." After her whirlwind courtship, she'd done her best to put her old life out of her mind, but now she felt 10 shades of selfish, because her old life had obviously not forgotten about her. Though Max had been Dr. Tanner's dog, it was Amara who'd taken care of him and given him love, treating him like a member of her pack. Dr. Tanner was always too exhausted by the end of the day to spend time with Max. She realized it had been a mistake to assume the dog would get over her. She was his mommy, and she'd left him, taking his siblings with her. Her yellow lab, Buster, had been Max's best friend and playmate. She placed a hand on his chest, trying to soothe him with her healing magic, then gasped when she felt the chasm in his heart. Had her leaving done this? She sent her healing magic into him, whispering comforting words into his ear. Eventually, he calmed down enough to snuggle halfway on her lap. Leaning against the porch railing, she stroked him while looking at the night sky. Max crawled higher, crushing her legs with his weight, but she wouldn't complain. He needed her, and she realized she needed him too. Holding him quieted her frayed nerves after the stress of almost losing Håkon. Silent tears fell as she petted the dog, wishing Max was hers. She wondered who was taking care of him now that she was gone. When she felt the protruding ribs on his sides, she had her answer. She decided Max would be coming home with her, and she didn't give a damn what her mates or Dr. Tanner had to say about it. The back door opened with a creak, and Amara peered over her shoulder at Dr. Johnson, who was carrying 2 bottled waters. She'd changed from her scrubs into jeans and a light sweater. She was pretty, perhaps in her late 20s or early 30s, with olive skin and dark hair slicked back in a tight bun. She sat on the steps beside Amara, holding out a bottle with a smile. "Thanks," she mumbled, wiping her tear-stained face. She took the water and wordlessly drank until she'd emptied the bottle. Crushing the plastic, she set it beside her and returned to petting Max. "Is everything okay?" Dr. Johnson asked. Max's tail thumped when she scratched behind his ears. "Did you know I used to work here?" "That's what my uncle said." Max was like one of my dogs. Her chest tightened, and she had to pause to will back the tears and catch her breath. "I feel terrible, because he's missed me." "Is there any way you can take him with you?" the doctor asked. "Oh, I'm taking him." She stiffened, wrapping a possessive arm around Max. "I don't give a damn what anyone says." "Good. If you need help, I'll back you." She leaned over, petting Max's head. The dog pressed his nose into Amara's jeans. "It's clear you belong together." Amara had known she'd like Dr. Johnson the moment she met her, but now she liked her even more. "Thank you, Doctor." "Please, call me Ilea." She beamed. "No need for formalities. I'm amazed by your abilities." She shrugged. "Thanks." "How did you—" "I was blessed by the ancients." "The ancients?" Ilea had a look in her eyes, like the one Buster got whenever he was unsure of the origin of his fart. "Our gods," Amara said with a laugh. Clearly Agent Johnson hadn't told her everything. Ilea's eyes widened. "I've never been into religion, but you've made me a believer." "I was never into religion either," she said, "but I've met our gods and witnessed many miracles." "Wow." Ilea straightened, shaking her head. "My uncle tells me there's a man inside Håkon." "There is," she answered, glancing at the back door. Her mate would wake soon, and she needed to be there when it happened. "And that you and the other Amaraki can turn into wolves." The way Ilea said it, Amara knew she was still having a hard time believing it. "We can." Ilea let out a low whistle. "I'd like to see that someday." "I'm sure you will once Håkon wakes. By the way, thank you so much for everything you've done for him." Amara took a chance and rested a hand on Ilea's arm, pleased when she didn't flinch in fear. Ilea placed a hand over Amara's, squeezing and smiling affectionately. "What I did was nothing compared to what you did." She expelled a long breath. "I'm still having a hard time with this." "I know what you mean. I was raised by humans. I didn't even know I was different until I hit puberty." Amara chuckled. "Believe me, that was quite a shock." "So you weren't raised on the reservation?" Ilea pulled back, gaping at Amara. "I thought all Amaraki were." "We usually were, but I was what is called a lone wolf." Though it had only been a year, it felt like a lifetime ago that Amara was sleeping in a moldy trailer and collecting loose change to feed herself and her dogs. When Max nuzzled Amara's palm, she realized she'd stopped scratching. She began rubbing his ears again. "How did you end up here?" Ilea asked. She smiled, recalling the day she'd seen Luke in the clinic waiting room, demanding a private audience. She'd been terrified, and not just of him, but of her reaction to him. His scent had made her cream her undies. "One of my mates found me." Ilea arched a brow. "Luke?" "Yeah. Your uncle told you about him?" "My uncle talks about him the most. He says Luke can pick up scents from 400 miles away. I get the feeling he's like a son to him." Amara thought she heard a twinge of jealousy in Ilea's voice. "Luke's pretty awesome." Her heart clenched when she recalled her handsome tracker's devastating smile. He'd come and gone 3 times since Harad was born. Agent Johnson sent him on so many missions, she'd lost track of the time they were apart. Perhaps that was part of her survival instinct, to ignore the widening chasm in her heart when he was away. And he's one of your 4 mates, right? The way Ilea emphasized the word 4, she couldn't tell if the doctor was repulsed or curious. That's right. She remembered how horrified she'd been when she first learned she would be mated to 4 wolf brothers. Now, she didn't know what she'd do without her handsome shifters. I'm not sure how you handle all of them. Ilea shook her head. I don't even have time for one. You're single, then? She was a little shocked that someone as smart and pretty as Ilea would be alone. Definitely. My uncle has asked me to run the tribe hospital, so I won't have time for love anyway. You've accepted? Roan told her the old Amaraki clinic had been empty for years. You sound shocked. She frowned. It's going to be a lonely job. The elderly physician who'd retired 5 years earlier had no family. Roan said he'd lived among the Amaraki for 40 years, but being human, he wasn't accepted into the fold, always an outsider looking in, kind of like Agent Johnson. What a desolate life. The smile Ilea flashed looked forced. I doubt it. I'm sure the Amaraki will keep me busy, and you and I will get to work together again. That's not what I mean. You won't be able to marry and have a family. Ilea jerked back as if she'd been scalded. Who said I want to marry and have a family? I don't know, I just thought... She felt 10 shades of stupid for even mentioning a family to Ilea. She thought that's what human women wanted. I work best as a loner, like my uncle. Whenever Ilea mentioned her uncle, Amara thought she heard regret. I'm 33 and set in my ways, Ilea continued. Besides, I don't want to take the chance. Amara's breath hitched when Ilea hung her head. Something bad had happened to her. She reached for Ilea again, laying a hand on her arm. What chance? She asked softly, afraid she was pushing the doctor too far. Of losing another family, the doctor whispered, her eyes going hollow. She felt the doctor's pulse quicken under her as a vortex of depression and grief swirled through her like a tornado. You lost your family? Ilea shot her a sideways look through glossy eyes. I lost my parents and brother to a drunk driver when I was 10, and then my gran to a heart attack 2 years ago. I'm so sorry. Amara squeezed her arm, not knowing what else to say. She let her healing magic drip from her fingers into the doctor. With a silent nod, Ilea turned to the sky as the clouds slipped past the half-moon. Amara struggled with what to say next, though she knew exactly how Ilea felt after losing both grandparents by age 11, being shuffled around in foster care, then finally getting stuck at her uncle's house, only to be used as their unpaid nanny and housekeeper. A thunderous roar came from inside the hospital, so loud it shook the wooden planks under them. Holy shit. Håkon was waking up. Max shot up, ears pricked. 2 terrified nurses ran out the back door, shrieking as they raced around the building without a backward glance. Ilea's hands flew to her mouth. Oh my God! Amara jumped to her feet, holding a hand down to her. Don't worry. She forced a smile as an even more powerful roar shook the marrow of her bones. He's a gentle giant. At least, she sure as hell hoped so. Håkon thrashed against his restraints. Drasko and Tor had shifted into protectors and were holding him down. Amara knew better than to get between fighting protectors, a lesson she'd learned the hard way last fall after she was injured trying to break up a fight between Tor and Drasko, and inadvertently caused Drasko's banishment. Håkon, my love, she called from the doorway. Calm down. You're okay. Håkon instantly stilled.
Amara,
he said groggily.
What happened?
She tentatively stepped toward the foot of the bed, stopping when Drasko issued a warning growl. There was an explosion on the field. You were badly injured.
Fuck,
Håkon groaned, going limp and falling back against the table. Drasko and Tor eased up as Håkon's eyes opened. When Drasko waved her forward, she rushed to Håkon's side. How are you feeling?
Like my head was split open by an axe,
he grumbled. His eyes were glassy, which meant the drugs hadn't entirely worn off. It sort of was. She kissed his brow, silently thanking the ancients for Hokon's recovery. But you're looking a lot better now.
Where am I?
He asked, the pupils in his yellow eyes contracting as he looked up at the bright overhead lights. At my old animal hospital, she said. He blinked several times.
An animal hospital?
He held a furry hand in front of his face.
Hokon,
Tor said, hovering over his son.
You were injured in protector form. Shit.
Hokon groaned, dragging a hand over his face.
The cameras. Johnson is taking care of it,
Tor said.
And my men?
Hokon asked, lower lip trembling. Tor clasped his son's shoulder.
They all lived thanks to your bravery. I want to go home,
Hokon growled, sounding like the angry warrior protector who uprooted trees and flipped over cars. You need to rest, Amara said, placing a hand on his broad chest, hoping her magic would calm his frayed nerves.
Fuck that,
he grumbled, straining against the straps that bound him to the table.
I'll rest in my own bed.
There was a gasp behind her, and she turned to see Ilea, eyes wide with fright. The first thing you need to learn about the Amaraki is that the alphas are stubborn. Amara forced a laugh, turning back to Hokon. Very stubborn. Hokon lifted his chin, eyes narrowing at Ilea.
Who is she?
Ilea stepped back, clutching the counter behind her. Hokon, this is Dr. Ilea Johnson. Amara held out a hand to the frightened doctor. She's Agent Johnson's niece. She helped me save you. Ilea placed a trembling hand in Amara's, letting Amara tug her toward Hokon's table, the look on her face saying she'd seen a ghost. Scratch that. A poltergeist.
Thank you,
Hokon said, his wide mouth hitched up in a fanged smile. You're welcome, Ilea rasped. Amara squeezed the doctor's hand for reassurance. Gentle giant, Ilea, she reminded her. The doctor hesitantly smiled back, her gaze darting from Hokon to Drasko and Tor. Can you shift back into human form? Amara asked Hokon. He nodded, then grimaced.
I'll try.
He closed his eyes, and in a flash, his beastly features morphed into her beautiful man, with dark eyes, tanned skin, and high native cheekbones. Holy shit! Ilea stumbled back, falling against the counter. Drasko snickered, leading the doctor to a chair. She gaped up at him as he towered over her in all his hairiness.
Think of a giant teddy bear,
he said with a wink and a fanged smile. She visibly swallowed, silently nodding. Let me feel you, Amara said, leaning over her alpha and tracing the stitches on his brow. She jerked when a hand cupped her ass and squeezed. She frowned at her alpha, who'd slipped out of his restraints. Now's not the time, Hokon.
But I almost died,
he whispered, flashing a devious grin. She swatted him away and then huffed when he took her in his arms and kissed her passionately. She thought about fighting, but instead wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him while deepening the kiss. A vortex of emotions, ranging from relief to rage to lust, swirled through her and made her head spin. To think, she'd almost lost her mate because he had to be a hero. She didn't know if she wanted to keep kissing him or smack him upside the head. In the end, she decided to keep kissing him, melting into his arms with a sigh. Tor, loudly clearing his throat behind them, brought her to her senses. She panted into Hokon's mouth when he released her, then gasped when he set her aside and swung his legs over the side of the bed, wrapping a sheet around his waist. Hokon, what are you doing?
I told you.
He slowly stood, rubbing his head.
I'm going home.
Still dizzy from that kiss, Amara remained seated, wagging a finger at him. Stubborn alpha! He bent over her, planting a tender kiss on the top of her head.
And you love me for it,
he murmured in her ear. She clutched him, desperately searching his eyes. I almost lost you.
Nah,
he chuckled.
I'm too stubborn to die.
Drasko gave Amara a questioning look when she led Max to the back of their SUV. When she shot him a glare, he shook his head and didn't say anything. Dr. Tanner had obviously gone home for the night, leaving his dog as the night watchman. She wondered if he'd just left him for the one night, or if he had been staying at the clinic every night alone since Amara quit working there. She didn't need to know. Max was coming with her, and that was final. She hugged Ilea goodbye and then hesitated when she saw Agent Johnson standing at the front of the clinic, alternating between coughing into his fist and talking to someone on his phone. He obviously had a cold, and she felt bad that she hadn't offered to heal him, but he'd probably refuse her help anyway. He was still cleaning up the mess Håkon had made, no doubt. The man needed rest or his cold could get worse. Good thing his niece was a doctor. Amara was certain Ilea would take care of her uncle, so she could focus on Håkon. She continued to watch Johnson as Roan helped her into the truck. She'd been too harsh on the man. He was always calling Luke away, but how could she blame him? Luke was an amazing tracker. After all he'd done to save Håkon, she owed the agent a thank you at least, and probably an apology too. When Drasko pulled their SUV out of the gravel parking lot, she smiled at her sleeping infant, and then at Håkon, who slouched in the back seat across from her. She sent thanks to the ancients that her alpha was whole and safe once again. Chapter 3.
Ani, I need you to wait on table 9.
Takani set the tray of empty beer bottles on the counter and scowled at Gus, her bald and snarling boss, who was slurring his words after sampling too much of the merchandise. "It's Takani," she said through gritted teeth, "and I'm not waiting on that table." She refused to look at the drunks. Because of their obnoxious swearing and roughhousing, they were the only patrons in the bar, having scared their other customers away. Though she'd tried to block their lewd thoughts, occasionally images of them taking turns doing grotesque things to her were projected into her mind.
You will if you want to keep your job, Ani.
Gus slammed the empty shot glass he'd been polishing on the counter. The wrinkles in his triple chins hung low, making his neck look like a sweaty nutsack.
Last time those assholes were here, my ass was bruised for a week,
she hissed. Actually, it was more like a day, because Takani healed fast, but her boss didn't need to know that.
Those assholes are my best patrons and generous tippers if you'd smile a bit more.
He waved his cleaning rag at her like he was shooing a dog.
Now go.
Swearing under her breath, she turned to the table. They'd stumbled in a few minutes ago, intoxicated after slumming the other shithole bars in the area, and they were smiling wickedly, as if they were starving, and she was a choice cut of prime beef. She'd never understood why human males were always coming on to her. With her long black hair, alabaster skin, and generous curves, she knew she was attractive, but that was no reason for men to act like rutting bulls. "What can I get you?" she drawled, not bothering to disguise her disgust when one of them let out a rancid burp that practically fogged the room. She breathed in through a hiss, fanning away the stink of old, stale whiskey. The past 2 weeks had been peaceful without them in her bar. Takani wished they'd stayed beneath whatever rock they'd been hiding under. The leader of their 6-man pack was a big guy they called Skunk, who had a bushy red beard and was in his mid to late 30s. He leaned over and conferred with his friends, a mixture of natives and burly white dudes, all smelling like sweat, oil, and filth after working the oil fields, and badly in need of showers. Finally, Skunk turned to her with a look that made her flesh crawl.
6 whiskeys and you sitting on my face. I'd prefer her on her knees.
Another one of his party thought projected into her head. She snarled, repressing the inner wolf clawing at her gut, demanding to break free. They wouldn't be so disrespectful if they knew what she was capable of. 6 whiskeys coming up. She backed away, careful not to give them an opportunity to grab her ass. How she wished she wasn't the only server working tonight. But the other girls had quit after growing tired of Gus's moods. She would have quit, too, if she didn't have rent to pay and an old truck in the shop. Once it was fixed, She could give Gus the middle finger and continue her search. She knew there were others like her in Alaska. She just had to find them. She tossed an empty tray on the counter, giving Gus a warning look. 6 whiskeys. He returned her scowl.
Did you smile? And show a bit of cleavage,
he thought. Fuck you, Gus. She purposely pulled up her top and leaned against the counter, rubbing her aching temples and doing her best to control her rage. Pour the damn whiskeys. Ignoring Gus's swearing, she returned to the table with the drinks, slamming the tray down and not caring when the amber liquid sloshed over the rims. Let the pigs lick it up. Before she could stop him, Skunk had his hand on her ass, squeezing hard.
Nice. Just the sort of ass I could tongue fuck.
His thoughts slid through her like she'd swallowed rancid grease. A lump of bile projected into the back of her throat. Instinct took over, and she slapped him away, letting out a warning growl, the angry wolf shining in her eyes. His eyes bulged, and he nearly fell out of his chair. The other jackasses brayed, some falling backwards onto the floor.
Holy shit!
Skunk stumbled to his feet, pointing a shaky finger at Takani.
What the fuck was up with your eyes?
One of his native friends ripped off his woolen cap, clutching it with whitened knuckles.
She growled like a goddamn demon. She is a demon.
Several gruff thoughts projected at once. Good. They were scared. Maybe they'd stay out of her bar. Skunk pushed his chair in front of him as if it would stop her from ripping out his throat.
What the hell are you?
She balled her hands into fists, jutting a foot forward. You don't want to find out.
What the devil is going on?
Gus rushed out of the bathroom, zipping up his pants, a long trail of toilet paper stuck to the bottom of his shoe.
Nothing.
Skunk nodded to his friends and cautiously backed away from Takani.
Let's go.
Gus chased after them, hands clasped in a prayer pose.
Wait, half off the next round.
Takani downed a whiskey in a few swallows and wiped her mouth, willing her limbs to stop shaking. The reality of her situation hit her like a brick to the head. They'd seen her wolf eyes. What if they told others about her? She'd done such a good job of concealing her wolf since moving to Alaska. How had she let herself lose control? She'd only just moved here. She couldn't afford to change her identity and move again. Besides, instinct told her she belonged in Alaska, and that there were others like her nearby. The front door slammed, and Gus stomped up to her like an angry grizzly that had woken from hibernation too soon.
What the hell, Ani?
Takani should have been concerned that she and Gus were the only 2 people left in the bar. After all, the guy was a total douchewad, frequently locking himself in his office with online porn. She picked up the tray of whiskeys, using it as a barrier between them. He grabbed my ass. She backed away from him, refusing to let him intimidate her.
I don't give a damn if he forced you on your knees and shoved his dick down your throat. They were my best fucking customers.
His face turned so red, she thought he'd have a heart attack.
You're fired. Collect your shit and get out of here.
Fine with me. She slammed the tray on the table and tossed her hair over a shoulder. I'll find another shithole to work at. Placing one hand on her hip, she held the other one out, waggling her fingers. Give me my pay for the week.
You're not getting shit.
He pulled a rag out of his pocket and mopped the sweat off his bald head.
Your pay is restitution for ruining my business.
Takani threw up her hands. Are you fucking kidding me? I earned that money.
You want to earn that money?
He approached her like a wolf stalking his prey.
I've got a way you can earn it. You've been showing off that tight ass long enough.
His crude thought shot through her like he'd struck her veins with venom. She backed up, almost tripping over her own feet. Gus caught her by the elbow. Holy shit, this wasn't good. He hauled her up against him with painful, jerky movements, nearly pulling her arm out of the socket. The wolf beneath her stretched her bones and clawed at her skin. Before she could rumble out a warning, he spun her around and threw her against the table, knocking the wind out of her. When he slammed her head against a hard surface, a cyclone of dizziness spun in her skull, creating a fog in her brain and making her feel like she was detached from her body in a waking dream. She struggled to catch her breath as he panted against her ear, dripping sweat on her neck and fumbling with her belt, Her jeans fell to her ankles, and he unzipped his pants behind her. He latched onto her bare ass, digging thick fingers into her skin. She snapped out of her daze, and her wolf roared to life. She spun in his arms, first as a girl, and then as a giant she-wolf. Letting her animal instinct take over, she bared her fangs, silencing his terrified scream by latching onto his neck and giving him one solid shake. The snap of bone ricocheted through her, the violent sound like the roar of rushing water. Blood pooled in her mouth before she released him, his lifeless body falling to the floor. She shifted back into human form and, with a strangled sob, slid onto the floor while wiping the rancid taste of blood and sweat from her lips. She picked up her torn and bloodied clothes, slipping in a puddle of urine as she stumbled to the bathroom. She had to get out of the bar before anyone found her with Gus's body. Though she knew it didn't matter, her bloody fingerprints were everywhere. Dear God, what had she done? Håkon ate 4 baskets of chili cheese fries and 2 buckets of chicken wings. Not the most nourishing meal after spending the day in a coma, but all the decent restaurants were closed for the night, so they had to settle for bar food. Her mate's parents had offered to cook for them when they returned home, but Håkon couldn't wait that long, so his parents and sister went ahead to the reservation, taking Max with them. She'd wanted Max to ride with her, but she didn't want the dog distracting her when Håkon needed attention. She checked under the blanket draped over Harad's carrier for at least the 10th time. Thank the ancients the baby had slept through the sounds of the loud patrons at the other end of the bar, carrying on about some demon woman who'd refused their advances. Even from a distance, she could smell the strong odor of unwashed bodies and stale whiskey, and they wondered why a woman would turn them down. Her mates shook their heads in disgust, scowling at the pack of 6 drunks. Håkon complained that the food wasn't settling well. Amara imagined it was warring with the sedatives. She leaned into him, placing a hand on his stomach, feeling the explosive combination of bad food and strong drugs. She let her healing magic soak into him. He took her hand, kissing her palm. "Thank you," he mouthed, his eyelids half closed. She stroked his stubbled chin. "You need rest." He nodded. "Let's go." After Drasko paid the bill, he returned to the table and abruptly halted, looking as if he'd struck an invisible wall. Håkon shot up. "What is it?" Drasko's nostrils flared. "I smell something unfamiliar," Drasko projected into their heads. "Food?" Amara asked. Drasko shook his head. "A wolf." Roan scented the air. "I smell something too. It's a female." Håkon's deep bellow rumbled in her skull. "She's scared." Though Amara's senses weren't as good as theirs, she too smelled something odd and yet strangely familiar. Her hand flew to her throat. "A lone wolf?" They nodded. Her heart clenched. She remembered being a terrified lone wolf. They had to find this girl and take her to the safety of the reservation. "I wish Luke were here," Roan said. "He'd find her." Drasko fished his phone out of a pocket. "I'll alert our fathers. They can send Van after her." He snarled when a young man approached, his gaze centered on Amara. She looked into a familiar pair of hazel eyes. Amara swallowed hard. Did she know this guy? "Amara?" He looked apprehensively at Drasko, clutching a woolen cap in his hands. "Is that you?" She eyed the stranger as recognition slowly set in. How could she forget that messy mop of auburn hair and dimpled chin? Holy shit. "Roy?" He nodded, then pointed a shaky finger at her. "It is you." She clutched the table, relieved she was sitting as her bones went limp from a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Her baby cousin. The child she'd never thought she'd see again after running away from her uncle's house had grown up into a young man. But how? He'd been so young when she left. She did a mental count on her fingers, realizing he would be around 19. When Roy advanced toward her, Drasko jumped in front of him. "That's close enough." Sliding out of the booth, Amara said, "Drasko, this is my cousin, Roy." She squeezed her second alpha's arm. "What are you doing in Alaska?" she asked Roy. He was awfully young to take off to a faraway state. He cast a cautious glance at Drasko.
I could ask the same of you.
She shared wary glances with her mates.
Don't tell him too much,
Håkon projected. She turned back to her cousin with an apologetic shrug. "I came here for work," which wasn't a lie. Instinct had led her to Alaska, and soon after, she'd started working for Dr. Tanner.
I'm working here too.
His smile faded.
You took off without saying goodbye.
A wave of guilt washed over her. She'd taken care of her cousins as if they were her own children. Her aunt had all but forgotten about the kids after her husband's accident, focusing mostly on him and then on her various side boyfriends. "I had no choice," she said on a sigh, not wanting to say more. She was going to have to leave Roy again. There was no room for him in her new life. How would she explain her 4 husbands? And Amaraki law forbade wolves from exposing themselves to humans unless in extreme situations, such as Håkon's pipeline blowing up. Amara couldn't tell her cousin she was a she-wolf, living on a reservation with hundreds of other shifters.
My mom said you stole her jewelry and snuck off.
Anger flushed her cheeks. Why was she not surprised her cruel aunt would make up lies about her? "That was grandmother's jewelry. It was left to me in her will. Your mom stole it from me, and I stole it back."
I figured she was lying.
He shrugged, giving her a slanted smile. She remembered how that smile used to melt her heart. Roy looked apprehensively at her 3 mates, who'd flanked her like dogs guarding a bone.
Is there somewhere we could talk? No,
Håkon commanded. "Chill," she answered back, her spine stiffening as a wave of regret washed through her. "I know what has to be done." "No, we have to get Håkon home." She did her best to keep it together as she plastered an impassive look on her face. His face fell. He had the same look of disappointment she'd grown accustomed to after her aunt continually rejected him. Now she was about to do the same.
Where's home?
He asked.
Far from here.
Håkon cut in, grabbing her elbow.
Come on, Amara.
Her heart swelled and then burst with pain when her mates led her away. She tried to look at Roy one last time, but Drasko and Roan had created a wall behind her. Roan quickly snapped Harad into his child seat, while Drasko shoved her into the back of the truck. "Easy," she hissed when he jarred her elbow.
Sorry, we need to get you out of here.
Tension radiated off her mates. She'd never thought any of her human family would find her. The thought of leaving Roy behind was more than she could bear, but though she felt bad for her cousin, bringing that wolf back to the reservation was more important. "What about the lone wolf we scented? Are we just going to leave her behind?"
Our father will send trackers to search for her,
Drasko said, jumping in the front seat.
Right now, my main concern is getting you far away from your cousin. Håkon Thunderfoot?
Her mates stiffened and swore when they heard Roy behind them. He stood beside Håkon's side of the truck, hands in his pockets, rocking on his heels, and looking like the sad and lonely little boy she remembered. She watched with horror as he shoved a hand through the open door, forcing Håkon to take it.
You're the foreman at the oil field who saved all those men. I just started working there. It didn't happen on my shift, but I heard about it. It's an honor to meet you.
With little enthusiasm, Håkon took his hand. Håkon was injured, and we need to get him home. Amara leaned over Harad's carrier, clutching the handle like a lifeline. "It was nice seeing you again, Roy."
So that's it? You're just going to disappear again?
Drasko clutched the headrest with whitened knuckles.
Amara, you have to break it off. Too much is at stake.
"I know," she answered with a heavy heart. "Roy, I'm sorry." She considered what to say without giving too much away. "My life has gotten very complicated."
So has mine.
He kicked at a rock.
After you left, my mom abandoned the family. My dad had to be put in a nursing home, and Annie and I were stuck in foster care.
Holy shit. She'd had no idea. Now she felt like a 10-gallon bucket of dog shit for leaving them. Their mother had made Amara's life unbearable. She should have known the woman's cruelty would extend to her children. "I'm so sorry. I know what it's like to grow up in foster care. It sucks." He pouted.
My mom was never a mother to me. You were the only mother I ever knew.
His words were like searing arrows of venom racing straight to her heart. As if on cue, Harad woke and let out a wail, reminding her that her number one responsibility was to her child. Inviting humans into her world not only put the tribe and her mates at risk, but her baby, too. She couldn't let that happen. Drasko turned on the engine and revved it.
We need to go.
I'm sorry, Roy, Amara said. I need to get my son home. Roy looked at the car seat and then at Håkon.
Are you her husband?
You've asked enough questions,
Håkon said, and slammed the door on him. Amara couldn't bear to see the hurt in Roy's eyes as they pulled away. She covered her face with her hands, choking on a sob as they tore off down the road. Roan leaned over the front seat to rub her back, which only made her cry harder. She had a loving family, and what did Roy have? How had she gone from feeling complete and happy to totally empty after just one look from her cousin? He'd never forgive her for turning her back on him twice. If only there was a way to explain why she had to keep her distance. But the risk was too great. Roy would just have to think she didn't care for him. The thought was like a knife cleaving her chest, but it was her only option. Roy skulked back to his booth in the bar with a heavy heart. Though he wasn't old enough to drink, one of the waitresses had slipped him a beer in a to-go cup. The locals here had been nice so far. All except his cousin and those growly friends of hers. After losing his sweet cousin 6 years ago, he never thought he'd see her again. He hadn't even gotten to see her baby, or learn if his new cousin was a boy or girl. Hell, after talking with Amara for all of 5 minutes, he felt even more disconnected from her than before. She'd changed, and not for the better, and Roy knew it had something to do with those possessive men with her. He had no idea which one of them was the father of her baby, as they'd seemed to guard her as if she belonged to all of them. He shuddered. What kind of shit had his cousin gotten herself into?
Hey, Roy, right? You one of the new guys?
Roy looked up at a familiar drunk with a bushy red beard, staring at him from across the tobacco-stained pool table. Roy shrugged.
Yeah.
Redbeard held up a pitcher of beer and waved Roy over. Against his better judgment, he joined the man and his 5 inebriated friends. He held out his hand.
I'm Skunk.
He nodded to the others.
This is my crew.
Roy wanted to ask Skunk where he'd gotten his nickname as he shook the man's clammy hand, but when he practically gagged on the stench of old whiskey and greasy sweat, he had his answer. Skunk pushed a full mug of beer toward Roy and nodded at the bar entrance.
How do you know the Thunderfoots? I don't.
Roy frowned into his drink.
I guess my cousin married one of them. They didn't seem to want to talk to you,
Skunk remarked. Roy looked at the man's hooded eyes.
No, they didn't.
Something wasn't right. Amara's friends had been on edge from the moment he'd first walked up to their table. Why wouldn't they allow her to reconnect with him?
How well do you know the Thunderfoots? I worked under Håkon once.
Skunk scowled.
He's a hard ass. His brother Drasko is an even bigger asshole. Don't say shit about the Thunderfoots,
a skinny native dude at the other end of the table muttered. Skunk turned to him with a snarl.
Why not?
The guy looked at the bottom of his beer mug.
Because?
Skunk gazed at the man derisively.
You've been acting strange ever since the explosion, Henry.
A fat white dude with ruddy cheeks nudged Henry in the ribs.
What's going on with you?
Henry slouched in his seat.
I can't talk about it.
Skunk arched a bushy brow.
Why?
Lifting the beer mug to his lips with a trembling hand, Henry looked first to Roy, and then at Skunk.
Because I'm scared.
He took several long swallows before setting down the empty mug and sagging so low, Roy feared the man would slip under the table.
Of what?
Skunk demanded.
Nothing,
Henry snarled. Slamming a 20 on the table, he stumbled to his feet. Skunk threw up his hands.
Where are you going? Home?
Henry mumbled.
I'm tired of talking.
The ruddy-faced white dude started to go after Henry, but Skunk whistled him back.
Let him sleep it off,
he said to his friend.
We'll get him to talk later.
Roy clutched his beer mug like a lifeline.
I want to be there when you make him talk.
Skunk's forehead wrinkled, and he gave Roy a long look.
Why do you care?
Roy swallowed a knot of apprehension as determination solidified his insides.
Because I have a bad feeling about them. They've done something to my cousin, and I'm going to find out what.
Chapter 4. Realizing the authorities would probably be looking for the human Takani, she'd snuck out of her apartment in wolf form with Mako, her loyal husky and best friend. She didn't know how long she'd have to remain a wolf, but after spying unmarked cars pulling into the drive, she knew she couldn't return to her home. She'd probably have to change her identity again. Damn. All that money for a fake ID and social security card. For nothing. Thankful for their warm coats, she and Mako wandered all night, while the temperature dropped. Instinct led Takani to the other side of Anchorage, where she found a cabin at the edge of the woods. She didn't know why she had to be there, but it was important. Maybe the familiar scent reminded her of her childhood, the feeling of home. She watched the cabin for at least an hour, and when she was certain nobody was inside, she shifted, broke a window with a rock, and climbed inside. She landed on a sink full of dirty dishes, alarmed when the familiar scent, stronger now, hit her again. Whoever lived here had been here recently, and she was almost positive she knew him. She sure as hell hoped he wasn't a patron at her bar, or that he wouldn't be back for a while. She let Mako inside and then scrounged for clothes, slipping into a pair of sweatpants and a flannel shirt. She found leftover fish in the fridge and fed it to Mako. Then she fixed herself 2 boxes of mac and cheese, devouring it as if it were her last meal. She washed the dishes and laid on the narrow cot, Mako curling up on the bearskin rug beside the bed. She thought about lighting a fire as a chill crept into the house, but she dared not alert anyone that she was inside. She stared up at the warped logs crisscrossing the ceiling, listening to Mako's gentle snores and cursing herself for getting into this mess and wondering how the hell she would get out of it. Amara's dogs ran circles around her legs when they returned home. She felt bad for leaving them, but Roan had arranged for a tribe member to feed them and let them out while they were gone. Exhausted and depressed over her cousin, she went to bed with her mates, laying her hands on Håkon once more to heal any lingering cuts and bruises. Except one. The shrapnel scar that dissected his eyebrow didn't want to go away. Though he'd taken another shower, the strong oil smell still lingered on his skin. She knew that odor. A grim reminder that she'd almost lost Håkon would haunt her memories for years to come. She slept like the dead, waking only to nurse and falling right back to sleep. She was finally roused by the aroma of bacon and maple syrup. She and her mates wordlessly ate breakfast. Amara greedily finished off 3 waffles, a platter of eggs, and several strips of bacon, washing her food down with 2 cups of coffee. After feeding Harad once more, she handed the sleeping baby to Roan, who took him upstairs to his crib. She fell into Håkon's arms on the sofa, tracing the eyebrow scar. "I don't know what to do about this," she said. "Leave it," Drasko said on the other side of her, and handed her a fresh cup of coffee. "It's a symbol of his bravery. Or stupidity," Håkon snickered. "Don't say that." She set down her cup and clutched his arm. "You saved your men." She searched his weary eyes. "You should be proud." "Several humans saw my protector form," he groaned. "I'm not sure I can go back to work now." She wasn't worried about the money, even though the pay was very good, and she couldn't deny she enjoyed the perks that came with it, such as her beautiful clothes, her camera, and their boat and hot tub. If he lost his job, they'd manage. She could charge more for healing. She was far cheaper than a doctor, and more effective to boot. She deserved to get paid what she was worth. But as much as Håkon complained about having to leave the family, he was proud of his job, and he'd be devastated if he couldn't work. Her desire for him to be happy warred with worry over his safety. "Johnson will take care of it." Drasko pulled back his shoulders, looking far more confident than she felt. "You'll be back in the field in no time." The thought of Håkon going back to work so soon didn't sit well with her, not after he was almost killed. She still didn't know what had happened, but she hoped there'd be an investigation, and Håkon's company would take more safety precautions as a result. She rubbed his thick arms, admiring the tribal tat on his bicep. "You should stay home a while to recover." She batted her lashes, hoping a little bit of seduction would sway him. He took her hand in his.
I'm already recovered, thanks to you.
A trill raced up her arm at his touch. "They don't know that." He stiffened, which was an odd reaction.
I'm not afraid to go back.
"I never said you were, but I am." She climbed into his lap, stroking his stubbled jaw. "Stay with me."
I will.
He cupped her face, kissing the tip of her nose.
Johnson will probably need some time to clean up.
"Good," she giggled, rubbing her ass across his growing erection. "I'm sure we'll find a way to pass the time while you're home." He answered with a low growl, possessively wrapping his arms around her and taking her bottom lip between his teeth. She let out a satisfied sigh when he trailed kisses down her neck and slipped a hand under her shirt to massage her tender breast, squeezing until milk pooled around his fingers. When she felt Drasko's hands on her back, she raised her arms over her head, allowing him to remove her shirt. He unsnapped her bra and held her other breast in a strong grip. Håkon unzipped his pants, scooting to the corner of the sofa, and freed his large erection. She knew what he wanted when he cupped the back of her head, a plea in his big, dark eyes. She let out a hiss of pleasure when Drasko slid her pajama pants off and pushed her onto her knees. She bent over Håkon when Drasko hoisted her ass in the air. Drasko rubbed her clit with undulating circles, applying just enough pressure to draw out moisture. She groaned and took Håkon in her mouth, sliding all the way down until the cockhead scraped her tonsils. Drasko finger-fucked her, gliding a thick digit halfway inside and drawing out more moisture to circle around her clit. She gasped and shuddered as Drasko's rhythm increased. She nearly forgot Håkon was inside her mouth, but he reminded her with a few upward thrusts. Drasko's fingers matched the tempo set by her mouth, making her gush like a busted water pipe. She winced when Drasko dug his fingers into the globes of her ass, anchoring her to his big cock as he slid inside with one thrust. When Håkon let out a warning growl, she found her rhythm again, sucking while getting fucked. The pressure inside her built higher and higher. Drasko slammed into her weeping pussy, their wet junctures smacking loudly as she moaned around Håkon's erection.
Come with us, Amara.
Drasko projected with a cry between pleasure and pain. Håkon's head spurted deep into her throat, and Drasko shot off, thrumming against her swollen cunt. She drank Håkon's juices, sucking his buzzing flesh while he roared his delight, arching her back like a cat and banging against Drasko's pulsing cockhead. A potent climax consumed her. Her brain detached from all other thought and feeling, except for the throbbing that was the center of her universe. She released Håkon, burying her face against his hard stomach and letting him stroke her hair while Drasko fucked her through one climax and into another equally powerful orgasm. Her tight sheath clenched Drasko like a vice. She sucked in a sharp gasp when a borderline painful contraction gripped her. Drasko carefully probed her pussy with gentle thrusts until that gripping orgasm slowly passed, replaced by little shock waves of pleasure. She looked behind her when Roan cleared his throat. She hadn't even heard him come downstairs. Drasko slid out, mopping up their fluids with a t-shirt before making way for Roan. She let out a groan when he filled her, banging into her with short, choppy thrusts. Over the past year, he'd gotten better at self-control. He lasted long enough to give her one more orgasm. It washed over her like a wall of water, knocking her on her elbows before he grunted and stilled inside her. After Roan cleaned her up, she climbed into Håkon's lap, snuggling with him and drinking steaming coffee sweetened with vanilla creamer. Roan rubbed her feet. At some point during their snuggles, she straddled Håkon, their lips melding in a heat-searing kiss when he entered her. She clung to him, matching his deep thrusts and moaning into his mouth, locked in that kiss as if they had been glued together. The orgasm held her in its clutches, and she cried Håkon's name. After they were both spent, she slumped against him, and he stroked her back. She tenderly kissed the eyebrow scar, thanking the ancients once more for sparing his life. "I almost lost you," she breathed against his skin. She'd said it before, but she was still in shock over his accident.
Never,
he whispered, placing his palm across her heart.
I'm yours forever.
Amara rested in Håkon's arms while Drasko and Roan went fishing. At some point, while he tenderly stroked and petted her, she fell asleep, waking up in a warm puddle of drool. She sat up with a yawn, rubbing sleep from her eyes. The thick blanket that wrapped them like a cocoon fell to her waist. Håkon wiped moisture from her chin, flashing a teasing smile.
Have a good nap?
The best, she stretched, letting Håkon get his fill of her bare breasts. What about you?
You knocked me out.
He chuckled. She vaguely remembered the sound of his gentle snores while they slept, and she was glad to have been the reason for his deep sleep. He'd needed it. She grabbed a napkin off the coffee table and wiped her drool off his chest. Her nipples perked, then leaked, at the sound of Harad's cry. She looked at the baby monitor on the coffee table. An angry little fist shot into the air before he rolled onto his tummy and let out an enraged wail. She scooted off Håkon's lap, instantly missing his warmth. Our baby is hungry.
I don't blame him.
Håkon cupped her breasts in large hands, kissing one nipple, then the other, looking at her with a devastating grin that made her pussy clench and weep in response.
I could suck on your breasts all day, too. Stay here.
He kissed her cheek.
I'll go get him.
She crossed her legs, wishing he could have finished what he'd started, but the baby came first. Her stomach let out a rumble, and she looked over at the platter of sandwiches and pickled vegetables Roan had left her. Needing energy to keep up with her hungry child, she ate. She managed to eat her lunch and get into pajama pants and a sweatshirt while watching Håkon on the monitor, trying her hardest not to laugh when he gagged and groaned, changing a dirty diaper. Håkon brought a smiling, giggling baby downstairs. Harad must have thought Daddy's diaper disaster was funny, too. When Håkon handed Harad to her, she laughed at him, pretending she was laughing with him, but really she was laughing at his diaper, which had been put on backward.
He made a stinker.
Håkon puffed up, looking proud for handling the toxic doo-doo by himself.
All cleaned up and ready for Mama.
Thank you, sweetheart. She kissed his cheek, then peeked under Harad's diaper. His chubby butt cheeks were smothered in diaper cream. She stood at a honk sounding outside. Håkon's nostrils flared.
My parents are here with your stolen dog.
The small pups followed him to the front door, tails wildly wagging. Too bad Buster, her lab, had gone fishing with Roan and Drasko. He'd miss welcoming Max into the pack. She followed Håkon out onto the porch, whistling to Max, who jumped out of the back of Tor's truck. As Max and the little dogs shared excited greetings, she handed Harad to Håkon and knelt on the porch. Come here, Max. He turned to her, but then a deep, loud bark resounded from the side of the house. Buster barreled into Max with surprising alacrity for an old dog. Max yelped, and the two big dogs tumbled into each other with such cries of delight, Amara couldn't help tearing up. As they rolled around in the gravel, tails slapping each other, she noticed Buster was soaking wet. He must have jumped from the pontoon boat when he heard Max's bark. Talk about devotion. A pang of guilt sliced through her. A year apart, and they were still loyal best friends. Why hadn't she gone for Max sooner? The two big dogs chased each other back behind the house, the smaller dogs trailing in their wake with happy squeals. What a perfect pack they made. For some reason, she thought of Roy and how excited he'd been to find her. Unlike Max, she hadn't returned his affection when he reached out to her. How she wished things had been different. Roy had been 12 when she'd first come to live with her uncle's family. Her uncle had been paralyzed 3 years earlier, and Roy and 11-year-old Annie had been all but forgotten by their parents. Though Amara wasn't much older than them, living in foster care had forced her to grow up fast, making it easy for her to assume the role of their mother. They thrived under her care, but then she'd left them, sneaking out in the dead of night after one of the many fights with their mother. Amara hadn't wanted to leave that way, but she'd had no choice. Her aunt had said she was putting Amara back in foster care.
What's the matter?
Håkon gave her a worried look. Nothing.
Don't say nothing. You're still upset over Roy?
She looked away, refusing to answer. She focused on Håkon's mother, Mihaela, and his alpha father, Tor, as they walked up the porch steps.
Who's Roy?
Tor asked, looking accusingly from Håkon to Amara.
Amara's human cousin.
Håkon handed the baby to his mother.
We ran into him at a bar when we stopped to eat.
Tor gaped at Amara as if he'd seen a ghost.
Did he recognize you?
Amara stood, swallowing the lump in her throat. Yes. Tor shared a knowing look with Håkon and cursed under his breath.
That's not good. What did you say to him?
I told him I didn't have time for him and we drove off. Amara felt like a rabbit caught in a snare under the heavy weight of Tor's assessing gaze.
How did he react?
Tor asked, the words clipped and harsh. She tensed, remembering how her poor cousin had followed them out of the bar, and how she'd so cruelly turned her back on him. He followed us to our truck. She blinked back tears. He wasn't happy.
Did he see your tags?
Tor snapped, seemingly unaffected by her warring emotions.
We don't want him tracing you.
It doesn't matter. He recognized Håkon. He works at the refinery.
Curse the ancients!
Tor bellowed, throwing his hands into the air.
We don't want another 1911.
Mihaela gasped, and Harad started to cry. Bouncing him on her hip, she took him into the house, looking over her shoulder at Tor as if she was staring at a ghost. Amara swallowed hard as an icy chill swept up her spine. What's 1911? Though she feared their response, if her family was in danger, she had to know. Håkon laid a hand on her shoulder, his brow creased with lines of worry.
It was a bad year for our kind. The first time we were discovered.
My cousin lives in Anchorage. She wrapped her arms around herself, doing her best to quell her trembling. I'm sure he won't find me here. At least she sure as hell hoped not.
He can never know about us, Amara,
Tor said sternly, as if he was scolding a wayward child. She tensed. I know that. He wagged a finger as if she was Buster and had just crapped on the carpet.
Which means you are not to interact with him.
She backed away, pressing against Håkon. I know. She was slightly relieved when Håkon wrapped a possessive arm around her shoulders.
Don't worry, Amara,
he projected.
He's not mad at you. I feared this would happen when the ancients decided to introduce mixed breeds to our race.
There was no mistaking the venom in Tor's words. Amara hadn't realized her father-in-law thought of her birth with such derision. She bit her tongue, refusing to let Tor see how much his words hurt her. Håkon must have sensed she was upset, because he kissed her knuckles and gave her a tender smile.
Don't let his words upset you. You're perfect, and I know my brothers feel the same way.
Thank you, she answered back, squeezing his hand. I needed that.
What about the lone wolf we scented in Anchorage?
Håkon asked his father, changing the subject.
I sent Van and 2 other trackers to find her. I'm expecting a report back at any time.
Tor fished a phone out of his shirt pocket when it started to buzz. He looked at the screen with a scowl.
That's him. Hang on.
He turned and walked down the steps, mumbling into the phone. Amara wanted to go inside with Mihaela and Harad and put Tor's hurtful words out of her mind, but instead she clung to Håkon, waiting to hear the news. She felt a little sick when Tor paced beside his truck, alternating between swearing and kicking the tires. After he hung up, he turned to them with a look so severe, her heart felt as if it was pounding in her throat.
What is it, father?
Håkon asked. Tor stalked up to them, eyes glowing a blinding yellow. His protector was angry. This was so not good.
They didn't find the wolf.
Tor's voice was gruff, as if his throat was lined with sandpaper.
But they found her boss, the owner of some hole-in-the-wall bar where the lone wolf worked as a waitress. And Agent Johnson is on the scene.
Tor dragged a hand down his face.
The human's throat was ripped out. There were wolf tracks in the blood. Fuck.
Håkon went as rigid as a bloodless corpse.
And the girl? She's gone.
Tor scowled.
Johnson said the girl's name is Takani Lonepaw.
Amara felt uneasy. Why did she get the feeling she'd known her? Takani? She asked, hoping if she said the name aloud, it would strike a chord of recognition in her memory.
It means wolf in Inuit,
Tor said.
It's a fake identity. Do they know why she killed him?
Håkon asked.
They found him with his pants down.
He was probably trying to rape her, Amara blurted. In fact, she'd bet her life on it.
We don't know that, but it is a possibility.
Tor glowered at her.
Until we know for sure, we must take precautions. This lone wolf could be a killer.
I refuse to believe it. Amara's pulse jumped when Tor's scowl deepened. She wouldn't let him intimidate her. She turned to Håkon. We have to find her. The lines framing Tor's mouth deepened.
Johnson is recalling Luke.
She practically jumped out of her skin. Luke's coming home? About damn time. His latest mission had gone on too long, and she missed him terribly. Tor crossed his arms, giving her a stern look.
He will be heading up the hunt.
The hunt? She gaped at her father-in-law. We hunt our own kind?
We do when they threaten to expose us all.
Tor answered.
Believe me, she'd rather Luke found her than the snipers tracking her.
She stumbled back, grateful when Håkon steadied her with an arm around her waist. She looked from Håkon to Tor. There are snipers tracking her?
Johnson says they were instructed to injure and will only kill as a last resort.
Tor let out a low growl.
This means we're on lockdown. All tribe members must remain on the reservation, and no shifting outside your home. All Ameraki must stay within 20 yards of their homes until she's caught.
I can't leave the house? Indignation flushed Amara's chest and face. Why were all Ameraki being treated like criminals because of one lone wolf? Isn't that extreme?
Do you want the snipers mistaking you for her?
Tor snapped. She shuddered. No? Snipers would come to the reservation? The thought was too terrifying to process. But what of my father's? She asked. They will be here in a few days.
I will send Renko to get them from the airport,
Tor said.
He and I are the only ones allowed off the reservation.
How will my fathers return home if we're on lockdown? She asked, worried that they may not be allowed to visit, and she'd missed them so much.
It should be over by the time they're ready to leave,
Tor answered.
Luke will find her before then. And if Luke doesn't find her in time?
Håkon asked. Tor gave his son a long look before turning to the woods beyond their house.
We must pray to the ancients. He does.
Ilea Johnson waited outside the bar, sipping a bottled green tea. She sat on the tailgate of Uncle Joe's truck. He stood beside her, alternating between murmuring into his phone and barking commands to his agents. When the paramedics finally carried out the guy with the nearly severed head, she turned away after a bloody hand fell off the litter. She'd worked on corpses before, but this one was different. This guy reeked of every body odor imaginable, plus stale whiskey. His mauled neck reminded her of the frightening power of wolf shifters. Even though Uncle Joe had reminded her several times that a lone wolf had done this, and the rest of the Ameraki were peaceful, she was still anxious about working with them. She didn't think she'd ever get the sight of that man's neck out of her head. She took several steadying breaths, remembering working with Amara Thunderfoot. Amara had been kind and had shown no signs of aggression. Then there was Amara's mate, who'd been badly injured saving humans. Not all shifters were dangerous. It was just this lone wolf. Besides, Uncle Joe had told her the dead man had probably tried to rape the shifter. If Ilea had the power to shift, she'd probably maul her attacker under those circumstances, too. Uncle Joe broke into another fit of coughing, muffling the sound with a white rag he'd pulled from his pocket. She'd grown tired of listening to him hack, and even more tired of him refusing to let her examine him. She suspected it had something to do with him finally quitting smoking a few months ago. His body was most likely detoxing, but she still wanted to examine him to be sure. He finally stopped coughing long enough to take a drink of his bottled soda, then paused, looking at a nondescript car that pulled into the parking lot. A white, bald man of medium build and a little on the short side, with beady, black snake eyes, got out.
"Agent Johnson?"
the man said as he crossed to Ilea's uncle.
"Yeah."
Uncle Joe turned to the man with a frown.
"Who are you?"
He held out a hand.
"Agent Richter."
Uncle Joe stared at Richter's hand for a long while before pocketing his rag and taking it.
"You O'Brien's replacement?" "I am."
Richter gave Ilea a long head-to-toe look that made her skin crawl.
"And who are you?"
he asked in a sleazy drawl. She clutched the bottle to her chest, angling away from him. "Dr. Ilea Johnson." She emphasized the doctor part, hoping he'd treat her with more respect, rather than acting like a dog drooling over a choice cut of beef.
"Dr. Johnson is my niece."
Ilea was grateful for the warning look her uncle gave Richter.
"She's setting up a clinic on the Ameraki Reservation,"
Uncle Joe added, with a smile that nearly stretched ear to ear. Wow, was that pride in his expression? Ilea didn't want to admit it, but she'd craved his approval. For too many of her childhood years, she'd longed for her deceased father's twin to take his place, but he'd never showed her much interest. He barely had time to visit her grandmother's house, claiming work kept him away. Richter gave her another long, creepy look.
"By yourself?"
"Yes." She turned up her chin, surreptitiously clutching the tailgate, refusing to let this beady-eyed creep intimidate her. "You look surprised." Richter turned away, speaking to Uncle Joe as if she didn't exist.
"Do you think a den full of wolves is the safest place for a woman by herself?"
Uncle Joe laughed and shook his head.
"With that kind of attitude, I don't think you'll last long here."
Wow, so the new guy was a chauvinist. Ilea sure as hell hoped Uncle Joe would send him back to whatever hole he'd slithered out of, because this douche wouldn't work well with the Ameraki. Ilea could imagine him giving a she-wolf the same looks he'd been giving her, and that she-wolf's mates ripping off his limbs. Richter splayed a hand across his chest, looking offended.
"I was only showing concern for your niece's safety. I suppose you know best, since you are used to working with that species."
The way he emphasized the two words made it sound like they left a bitter taste in his mouth. Yeah, he wouldn't last long here. "I've met members of that species." Anger and offense for the Ameraki punctured her words. "The chieftain's son risked his life and suffered third-degree burns to save oil workers from an inferno."
"Huh."
Richter gave her a look that told her he wasn't impressed.
"Looks like I got here in time."
Again, he spoke only to her uncle. He gestured at the trail of blood that had dripped from the bar to the ambulance.
"What a clusterfuck."
Despite the relatively cool summer air, a bead of sweat trickled down Uncle Joe's forehead.
"You think I haven't dealt with clusterfucks before?"
Richter shrugged.
"I didn't say that."
Grumbling, he pulled the rag back out of his pocket and mopped the sweat off his brow.
"I take it you've been briefed on the Ameraki." "I have."
Richter ran a hand over the top of his smooth head.
"But I still can't believe it." "Well, believe it."
Uncle Joe snapped, then coughed into his fist. Seemingly oblivious to his souring mood, Richter waved toward the ambulance.
"Why'd they kill this man?" "A lone wolf killed him,"
Uncle Joe answered tersely.
"My guess is he tried to rape her."
More sweat gleamed on his forehead. The coughing was starting to alarm Ilea. As soon as they wrapped up this investigation, she'd insist he sit for an exam.
"Or she tried to make it look like a rape."
"What the actual fuck?" she blurted. Heat flamed her cheeks when Uncle Joe shot her a sideways glance.
"Why would she do that?"
Uncle Joe asked the agent. Richter rubbed his hands together, a crazed gleam in his eyes.
To quench her thirst for blood.
Oh, hell no. Was this guy for real? Had he actually listened to his read-in? Because Ilea remembered how much they'd stressed that the Ameraki were an honorable race. The lone wolf attack had put Ilea on edge, but she refused to judge an entire race over that one incident. She thought Richter would change his mind if he met a few Ameraki, but maybe not. She considered herself a fairly good judge of character, and this man was a racist, sexist pig.
Now, you listen here. The Ameraki are a peaceful race.
Uncle Joe advanced on Richter, jabbing his chest and coughing all over him.
This lone wolf isn't part of their tribe, but my guess is she was acting in self-defense.
Richter backed up, but not before Uncle Joe hacked a spray of blood all over him.
Gross!
The agent scowled at the splatter, not even bothering to ask if her uncle was okay. Ilea jumped down from the tailgate and was beside him in an instant. She latched onto his elbow.
Come on, Uncle. You're going with me to the hospital. There's no time for that.
He jerked away.
The Ameraki need me.
Sweat ran into his eyes, and he swayed on his feet. Don't just stand there, she snapped at Richter. Help me get him to the truck. Richter didn't move when Uncle Joe slumped against her, his eyes rolling back. Uncle! She screamed. She struggled to hold his weight up by herself. Help! The paramedics raced over and helped lower Uncle Joe to the ground. She grabbed a kit from one of them and began taking vitals. She'd had no idea he was in such bad health. His blood pressure barely registered. She didn't have time to focus on Richter, who hung around in the background, complaining about his ruined suit. When the paramedics finally loaded her uncle on the stretcher, she wiped her forehead with a shaky hand. She'd gotten Uncle Joe's keys from his pocket and told the paramedics she'd follow them to the hospital. Passing Richter, she noticed someone had given him a bottle of club soda, and he was furiously cleaning his tie, acting as if Ilea's world hadn't just fallen apart. She leaned on the horn when she saw him standing behind Uncle Joe's truck, totally oblivious to the chaos around him. He looked up, smiled, and moved out of the way. Ilea's heart caught in her throat, for there was no mistaking the triumphant gleam in the agent's smile, a gleam that reached all the way to his cold, snake eyes. And then it hit her. With her uncle out of the way, Richter was now the leading liaison to the Ameraki, and the fate of their race was in his hands. Chapter 5. Roy woke up with a throbbing head and tried to piece together scenes from the night before. A few groans and then a loud fart cut the stagnant air. Wrinkling his nose, he turned away from the grumbling, red-bearded giant they called Skunk. The man had lived up to his name. He sat up, throwing his legs over the bed, and shrugged off the giggling stripper named Lacey as she reached for him. He vaguely remembered that he and Skunk's friends had taken turns with the girl. None of them had worn condoms either. Fuck. What the hell had he been thinking? He staggered to the bathroom, stepping over pizza boxes, empty beer bottles, and a pile of rotten clothes. As he pissed in a rusty toilet, he noted that the shower was full of fishing rods and shotguns, and the moldy bathroom had neither towels nor soap. Roy had had dogs with better hygiene than Skunk, yet he'd slept in his apartment and shared a girl with him. At this point, Roy didn't wonder if he'd gotten any venereal diseases. It was a matter of which ones, and how many. He made his way to the kitchen. Unwashed pots and pans overflowed from the sink and were scattered across every countertop. He looked through the stained and worn cabinets and found the coffee pot, which was filled with moldy gray water and something that looked like a science experiment gone wrong. He let out a curse. He had a hard time functioning in the morning without coffee, but he'd have to pick up a cup at a convenience store. The problem was, he didn't remember how he'd gotten to Skunk's apartment, or how to get back to his rental. When he heard laughter coming from beyond the kitchen, he stumbled into the other room, darkened with heavy curtains and smelling like mold and stale smoke. A familiar-looking native man was sitting on a ripped sofa, eating cereal out of a Frisbee and watching cartoons. It took Roy a moment to connect the dots. It was Henry, who'd left the bar early after Skunk pressured him to talk about Hokon Thunderfoot. The guy had a few long scars on his shaved head, plus one across his neck, as if someone had slit his throat. He was so skinny, Roy could make out his ribs under a tight t-shirt.
"Hey,"
Roy said to him.
"Hey."
Henry answered, then slurped milk out of his frisbee. Roy scratched the back of his head, looking at the collection of bongs lining the back wall.
"So, is this like a community house?" "Something like that,"
Henry said, dropping the frisbee and picking up a bong. Henry lit it and took a deep drag before setting it down and slumping against the sofa. He breathed out a stream of smoke, looking satisfied.
"Did you party with Skunk last night?"
Roy fanned the smoke.
"Something like that."
Didn't Henry know they were drug-tested at work? Or didn't he care?
"Did you get laid?"
Henry asked. Roy scratched his itchy balls, hoping he hadn't caught crabs.
"I think so."
He vaguely remembered Lacey moaning when he grabbed her large, fake tits. They were hard and bumpy, like they were filled with marbles. After taking another hit from his bong, Henry held out a hand.
"Name's Henry."
Roy shook, hoping the sticky crud was from the sugary cereal.
"I remember your name,"
he said.
"I'm Roy."
Henry took yet another hit.
"Isn't it a little early to be smoking?" "Depends."
Henry blew out a plume of smoke through his mouth and nose, like he was a dragon.
"On what?"
Henry stared at the TV, face blank.
"On if you're trying to kill enough brain cells to chase away the memories."
Roy swallowed hard. He got the feeling Hokon Thunderfoot was involved.
"What memories?"
Henry looked at Roy briefly, confused, features scrunched as if he was trying to remember the conversation. Then he looked back at the TV.
"I swore secrecy."
Roy kicked a blow-up doll out of the way and sat beside Henry, trying to stay calm and collected.
"You can tell me."
Henry looked him over.
"This is a small town. You tell one person, you tell everyone."
Roy clenched his hands and inwardly swore.
"I don't think Anchorage is small."
Henry picked up the frisbee and tossed it, splattering the remaining milk all over the room.
"They still think like small-town people."
Roy refused to back down. He leaned into Henry, snatched the bong from his hands, and held it behind him, as if taking Henry's pot hostage.
"What memories, Henry?"
Henry reached around him, trying to swat the bong from his hands.
"Why do you care?" "Because Hokon Thunderfoot has my cousin."
Roy stood, holding the bong out of Henry's reach.
"I believe he and his brothers are keeping her against her will."
Henry snorted.
"Even if I told you what Hokon is, there's no way you're going up against him."
Roy paused to process his words.
"What he is?"
Was it his imagination, or was Henry trying to make Hokon out to be some sort of alien or monster?
"Never mind."
Henry waved Roy away, pretending to feign disinterest in the bong.
"I've said too much."
He wasn't a fool. He knew Henry wanted his bong back. Since his current line of reasoning wasn't working, he decided to try something new. He sat back down beside Henry, handing him the bong.
"Is he part of a cult?"
Henry gave him a look that could melt lead.
"Hokon Thunderfoot got third-degree burns saving my life. Whatever he is, he's a good man."
Whatever he is. Third-degree burns. Hokon Thunderfoot was at a bar late last night, eating and drinking with his brothers and Amara.
"I saw him yesterday, and I didn't notice any burns."
Henry shrugged, his eyes darting suspiciously back and forth.
"They say his kind heals fast."
Roy blinked hard. Again, Henry was making Hokon out to be something inhuman.
"His kind? You've got to stop asking me questions."
Grousing, Henry pushed off the sofa.
"I've said too much."
He put on a jacket and walked out the door, slamming it behind him without so much as a goodbye.
"You haven't said enough,"
Roy mumbled. Then again, maybe all Roy had to do was piece together the puzzle. He had to start by finding out where Hokon lived. Though he didn't believe Hokon was some weird supernatural being, he was different, possibly dangerous. Maybe he was into devil worship or hard drugs. That would explain why Amara didn't want Roy around. In any case, she wasn't safe, and he refused to sit by while his cousin's life was in danger. Amara followed Håkon and Tor into the house on numb legs, falling on the sofa and staring out the window in shocked silence. That poor lone wolf. What if Luke didn't find her in time? What if she was killed for defending herself? The thought made her sick to her stomach. If Luke hadn't found her a year ago, she could have been in the same position. Tor called Drasko and Roan in from fishing and broke the news of the lone wolf, commanding them to stay inside. Amara expected protests, but they obediently agreed with their father, promising to keep a watchful eye for any unusual activity around the house. After Tor took Mihaela home, Amara sat with her mates in the living room, while Håkon called tribe members on the roster, giving them their chieftain's orders. She cringed each time he spoke to a new alpha, issuing a code 1911. That was all he said, and apparently that was all that was needed. Everyone understood a code 1911 meant the tribe's safety had been compromised, and that humans might possibly learn their secret. They ate dinner in silence. Though the summer sun was out in full force, a dark gloom settled in their hearts. Everyone was thinking of that lone wolf. If she was killed, the repercussions would be felt through all the Ameraki, and there would be a pack somewhere who'd never know their mate. The thought made the gloom shrouding her heart as thick as tar. The night was chilly for midsummer, so Håkon lit a fire, and Amara, cuddling with Drasko and Roan, gazed into the glowing embers. The dogs played on a bearskin rug beside the fire. They'd been at it all day, tails wagging non-stop as they welcomed Max into the fold, oblivious to the tension in the room. She didn't begrudge them their bliss, since their antics made Harad happy. The baby sat up in his saucer and giggled uncontrollably, watching the dogs play. Several times he reached out to them with a frustrated squeal. He wanted to play too, but she didn't want him getting hurt. Too bad Harad didn't have a brother or sister to play with. She winced at an ache in her womb, and then she swore, feeling a blooming deep inside. Of all the inopportune times. "Oh my God!" Drasko jerked upright, taking her hand. "What is it?" She thought about not telling him. Getting pregnant when snipers could be circling their reservation and a lone wolf was on the loose would be crazy. But she wasn't sure they'd have another opportunity. Her Bunika had not explained that part when she'd told Amara about breeding. She placed a hand on her womb as the bloom inside her expanded. She could almost imagine a dripping flower stretching toward Drasko, begging for his seed to fill it. A frisson swept up her spine, and her limbs turned to jelly, her sweet spot throbbing with need. "Are you blooming, Amara?" Drasko asked, his eyes alight with a hopeful gleam. She slowly nodded. He howled with joy and scooped her into his arms, carrying her up the stairs as her other mates hooted and hollered. And here Amara had been wondering how she'd pass the time, forced to stay inside the house all day. If this mating went like the last time, Drasko would fuck her raw for 2 days, and she'd enjoy every minute of it. And then she'd be too exhausted for the next few weeks to go anywhere. She prayed this pregnancy wouldn't threaten her safety. Pregnant Ameraki women couldn't shift, which meant if angry civilians did come after them with pitchforks and shotguns, she'd have no way to defend herself. Pissed off, tired, and hungry, Roy banged on the apartment door. "Skunk! Open up!" Laughter and music came from inside. No doubt they were partying on his dime. How could he have been so fucking stupid? Skunk threw open the door, his red beard peppered with crumbs, and there was a big pizza sauce bullseye in the center of his t-shirt. He held out his arms like they were lost brothers. "Roy, bro! Where you been?" Before Roy could stop him, Skunk pulled him inside, mussing his hair with a beefy hand while holding Roy in a headlock. Roy nearly passed out from the noxious stench coming from Skunk's armpit. He was convinced the guy never showered. He jerked free, brushing crumbs off his clothes.
I tried to buy groceries, but my credit card is maxed out.
Skunk tossed back his head with a hearty laugh and thumbed at the bleached blonde stripper clad in skimpy G-string bikini bottoms, doing lines on the coffee table behind him.
Lacey probably took it. She does that. Christ.
Why had he gotten mixed up with these people? Skunk slapped him on the back so hard, he lurched forward.
Pussy ain't cheap, bro.
You need to get your bank to up your limit, Lacey said, jumping to her feet. Her huge, fake tits bounced as she rubbed powder into her nose. She held her phone out, showing him a photo of a diamond ring priced at over $2,000. I had to settle for smaller stones. She flicked his card at his feet. Anger made Roy see red.
I'm filing a police report.
Lacey looked at him as if he'd grown a second head. Why would you do that?
Because you took my card without permission.
She jutted fists on her hips, oblivious to the white powder stuck to her nostril. That was payment for my services.
$2,000
Roy hollered.
Ease up, bro.
Skunk came between them and pushed Roy toward a reclining chair with stains on the fabric.
You're tense. You need a hit.
He shoved a bong into Roy's hands. He looked at the bong and then back at Skunk. He shouldn't have considered it. He should have just walked out the door and gone straight to the police. Fuck. He'd so like a hit after what he'd been through these past few days. Scratch that. These past few years. His life hasn't been easy. Would it kill him to take the edge off?
What about drug testing at work?
He asked. Skunk took the bong back and lit it, sucking in a huge breath.
I've been there 3 years,
he said on an exhale of smoke.
They ain't never tested me. They don't care now that it's legal.
Fuck it. Roy took the bong from Skunk and sucked in 3 deep breaths. Skunk flashed a shit-eating grin.
Better?
He slouched in the chair, the barbed noose that had tightened around his spine, slowly unwinding.
A little. You can't report Lacey.
Skunk took the bong and handed him a beer.
She'll quit partying with us.
That's right. Lacey jiggled her tits in Skunk's face. There's plenty of dick in the sea. He watched with disgust as Skunk drooled over Lacey's implants.
I can't afford to pay off that credit card. Well, think of something.
Skunk sat on a bench beside him and rubbed his dirty beard.
Your cousin is with the Thunderfoots, right? Why not ask Hokon for the money? I wouldn't bug Hokon if I were you.
Henry squeaked. He glared at Henry, who was sitting on the edge of the sofa with a chubby, topless native girl with a dragon tattoo across her left breast. Henry whispered to the girl, casting furtive looks at Roy. Roy turned back to Skunk.
It doesn't matter. I don't know where they live.
They live on a reservation about an hour out of Fairbanks, Dragon Tattoo answered. Roy regarded the girl suspiciously.
How do you know this?
I work in payroll. She tossed back a lock of black hair tipped with hot pink. I have access to everyone's address.
Can you get it for us, Moose?
Skunk asked. Moose. That was her name? He preferred Dragon Tattoo to Moose. What kind of a name was that for a girl? Moose picked grime from under her fingernails. It's unlisted. I could lose my job. Roy let out a slow breath. He knew where this was going.
How much?
She gave him a pointed stare. $1,000.
Christ!
That barbed noose around his spine tightened again.
Lacey, he's still too tense.
Skunk waved the bong at Roy's crotch.
Why don't you relax him a bit? No, I can't afford to pay her again.
He scooted back in his chair, his groin muscles tightening.
Come on, Lacey,
Skunk begged. Fine. She dropped to her knees in front of Roy, prying the beer from his stiff fingers. She chugged the drink before tossing the empty bottle to the floor and letting out an impressive belch. She jabbed a finger in his stomach. You'd better make it quick. My favorite soap opera comes on in 10. When she unzipped his pants, his instincts told him to run, but he was in too deep with these people. He thought of the emergency stash he had back home, which was enough to pay off Dragon Tattoo. He needed to find his cousin and save her from the strange Thunderfoots. He only prayed his new friends wouldn't get him in more trouble. Chapter 6. Why in Ancient's name had her body chosen now to get pregnant? Sure, she'd been wanting Harad to have a friend to play with, and she knew Drasko longed for a son of his own. But it wasn't a good time. Her fathers were coming in a few days. She'd so been looking forward to shifting and running with them in the forest. If this pregnancy went like the last one, she'd be stuck in bed or clinging to the toilet during their visit.
Amara, where are you?
She looked at Drasko, suddenly aware they were naked in her private bedroom. He'd even stripped off his clothes and crawled in bed beside her. How could she have been so pulled out of the moment that she hadn't noticed this beautiful, virile man beside her? I'm sorry. She traced the dark line of a tribal tattoo on his chest. I'm just worried because of everything going on. I don't think it's a good time for me to have a baby. He feathered a kiss across her lips.
Can't be any worse than going into labor with werewolves chasing us,
he murmured against her mouth. She ran her fingers through his long, thick hair. You have a point.
I'll admit, I sometimes do question the wisdom of the ancients,
he said, pressing into her, his thick manhood leaving a glistening trail across her hips.
But they are giving us this chance now, and I'm not sure if there will be another.
She sank into him, her libido springing to life when he pinched her taut nipple. Then we must take it.
I was hoping you'd say that.
He caressed her jaw, and her eyelids fluttered.
I'm going to take your mind off everything but me.
You think so? She bit her lip, then let out a gasp when he reached between them and rubbed her clit.
I know so.
He chuckled. She spread her legs for him, and he worked his magic with deft fingers. What do you have in mind?
For starters,
he said, trailing heat-searing kisses down her neck.
Your favorite position.
Oh. She knew the exact position he was talking about. They didn't get to do it often, since they rarely had sex alone anymore. She fell back against the pillow when he kissed down her collarbone to her breasts, sucking one and then the other, until the nipples were impossibly hard. Then he kissed farther down, planting his face between her thighs and swirling his tongue around her clit. She bucked against him, wanting so badly for him to fill her, but not wanting him to stop either. He worked her into a frenzy, bringing her to the precipice of an orgasm before pulling away and chuckling when she swore. The air whooshed from her lungs when he flipped her onto her knees. She arched back, giving him easy access and letting out a groan of satisfaction when he entered her. He lifted her, holding onto her breasts while she straddled his thighs. She laid her head back against his shoulder, and he pumped into her with short, hard thrusts. One hand pinched her nipple, stretching her tender flesh until she hissed. Then he repeated the action on the other breast. His other hand worked its way down her stomach and found her sweet spot, circling her swollen flesh while he continued moving inside her weeping channel. She wrapped around him like a tight glove while he fucked her. The building climax was unlike anything she'd ever experienced, and she knew without a doubt she was about to have the most intense pleasure of her life. Just when she thought she was about to reach her peak, he took her higher. She finally fell off the cliff with a silent scream, the intensity having robbed her of her voice. She stilled while the orgasm held her in its clutches, driving through her like a jolt of electricity, splitting her open, lighting every nerve ending in her body, and setting her on fire. When she could speak again, she cried her lover's name over and over while he banged her, setting off another wave of euphoria each time his thick head pounded into her womb. Just when she thought she'd expire from joy, he came, spilling his seed into her. They collapsed on the mattress, panting like animals. After they cuddled and teased each other with pets and kisses, he pulled out and spun her around, lifting her leg over his hip and burying himself deep inside her once more. They kissed deeply, passionately, moaning into each other's mouths, desire stirring again.
I never feel more complete than when I'm inside you,"
he said in her mind. "I wish we never had to part," she answered, feeling guilty for favoring Drasko over her other mates. She knew it was an effect of her blossoming womb, but for the moment, she only wanted him.
"We have 2 days together, my love."
He deepened the kiss, wrapping his arms around her, flattening her breasts against his hard chest, and probing her dripping channel with his thick erection.
2 days for me to show you just how much I love you.
She wanted more than 2 days, but as Drasko stroked the embers of her desire once again, she focused on achieving that next climax. Hot damn, it felt good to be loved by her second alpha. Though she was famished and she desperately needed to drain her swollen breasts, she was too tired to drag herself from bed. Drasko looked just as exhausted, heavy bags framing his eyes and his hollow cheeks reminding her of Luke after a mission, but he carried her downstairs without complaint. She sat on an ice pack, Harad feeding from her breasts, while Roan spoon-fed her warm moose chili. It took forever for Harad to drain her. Poor babe. The goat milk Roan had been feeding him in her absence obviously wasn't filling enough.
"Can you shift, Amara?"
Roan asked, wiping her chin with a napkin.
"Of course not,"
Drasko drawled, draping a leg over her knees.
"Do you think I'd let her out of the room if she could?"
"Stop being a beast," she lazily swatted Drasko. Roan pulled Harad from her breast and set him in his playpen before going back to work in the kitchen. She wanted to help her sweet Gamma, but she was too tired and sore to get up off the sofa. To think, 2 days ago she never wanted Drasko to stop making love to her. Now all she wanted was to be left alone for the next week, so she could sleep off her sex hangover and give her sore twat time to heal. It suddenly dawned on her that she was a healer. How had she forgotten that? Oh yeah, her brain was mush from all that sex. She pushed the ice pack aside and slipped her fingers under herself, sighing as her healing magic soaked in.
"Have you heard anything from Luke or the Lone Wolf?"
Drasko asked Håkon, who handed Drasko coffee and then sat in the recliner across from them.
"He had to finish up his mission,"
Håkon said.
"He left Afghanistan this morning, and he still has to debrief. He won't be in Alaska until tomorrow or the next day. Nothing from the Lone Wolf."
Amara jerked upright. She'd figured Luke had found her by now. She knew his missions were important, but were they higher in priority than saving a lone wolf and preventing more deaths? "Do you think the snipers got her?"
"No."
Håkon took a long drink of coffee.
"We have other trackers looking for her. They would have called Father if they had."
She looked from Håkon to Drasko. "So now what?"
"Now we wait for Luke and his team to find her,"
Håkon said.
"The feds had a team of hunters after her, but the trail went cold."
"Hunters? Great ancients." Drasko wrapped a comforting arm around her shoulders.
"Luke will find her first."
"I hope you're right," she mumbled. She remembered how scared she'd been as a lone wolf, and she hadn't had to resort to killing anyone. She couldn't imagine what this poor girl was going through.
"No more worrying, Amara."
He touched the tip of her nose with a playful smile.
"It's not good for the baby." "Lunch is ready,"
Roan called. He set the last platter on the table.
"Come on, Amara. You need to eat."
She struggled to sit up, grateful when Drasko lifted her off the sofa and set her at the dining table. Her stomach growled and then lurched, as if it was trying to claw its way to the bountiful spread Roan had prepared. That little bowl of chili he had fed her had hardly made a dent in her protector-sized hunger. Her mouth watered when she inhaled garlic, onions, buttery crust, and fragrant meat. "Everything smells delicious."
"I made your favorites,"
Roan said with a wink, scooping a large cheeseburger and onion rings onto her plate. He poured a pitcher of what looked like strawberry milkshake into a tall glass and handed it to her. She beamed at him, planting an affectionate kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, Roan." She was so hungry, she barely remembered the taste of her meal. She ate 3, possibly 4 cheeseburgers, too many onion rings to count, and at Drasko's insistence, a bowl of green peas, followed by 2 strawberry milkshakes. After they finished lunch, Harad was hungry again. She gladly obliged him, missing the warmth of her little cuddle-bug and wondering how she'd survived 2 days without him. Roan arranged pillows around them so she could relax without worrying about rolling over with the baby in her arms. She stroked his chubby cheeks and kissed his forehead as he fell asleep on her breast. Before she fell asleep, she thanked the ancients for her family and sent a prayer that they'd keep the lone wolf safe, so that she, too, could experience the acceptance and love of her mates. Amara glided through the cabin as if she was pulled on a stream of air. She recognized this weightless feeling. She was dreaming. Though Harad hadn't teleported her spirit since pregnancy, she knew that he had understood her prayer to keep the lone wolf safe. He had taken his mommy to see the girl. A young woman was curled in a ball on a rug beside a fire, a blanket pulled up to her eyes. She quietly sobbed into the fur of an Alaskan husky. The dog dipped his snout under the blanket, licking his master. Amara's heart clenched at the sight. Though she couldn't make out the woman's features, her agonizing cries pierced Amara's soul. She remembered all too well the desolation and mind-numbing fear of being a lone wolf. "Where will we go when the food runs out, Mako?" the woman asked, scratching behind the dog's ears. "What if the person who lives here finds us? Will he call the cops or shoot us?" The dog nuzzled her brow. "I'm so sorry I killed that man," she continued. "I couldn't let him rape me. I didn't have a choice." The dog responded with more licks and cuddles. "Thank you for being my best friend," she said with a sob. "I don't know what I'd do without you." Amara wanted to reach out and comfort her, but she knew from experience the woman couldn't see her. She strained to see her face, but all she could make out was a tangled mop of dark hair. Then, just as quickly as she'd invaded the lone wolf's private space, she was sucked back through her dream. Arms flailing, she screamed as she fell through a dark, spinning vortex. She woke with a gasp, landing on the floor, clutching a strong pair of legs. Chapter 7.
"Amara, are you okay?"
She looked up at Roan, who was holding a sleepy Harad. "Why did you wake him?" Roan looked puzzled.
"He had a smelly diaper."
She breathed in deeply. The pungent odor from Harad's diaper made her nose crinkle and nearly brought tears to her eyes. She fanned her face.
What have you been feeding him?"
Drasko helped her get up and onto the sofa.
"Just goat milk,"
Roan said. The baby squirmed. Roan took him upstairs, but not before Amara and Harad shared a look of understanding. It was then she realized her little boy was wise beyond his years. No ordinary child would have known to take her to the lone wolf. He was trying to help Amara save the girl. Drasko sat beside her, clutching her hands.
"What happened?"
"I saw her. I saw the lone wolf." Håkon froze, apprehension gripping him. He crossed to the sofa in a few long strides and knelt in front of Amara.
"What do you mean you saw the lone wolf?"
"Harad showed her to me." She rubbed the sleep from her eyes. Her face was gaunt, and her eyes had heavy bags after her 2-day mating marathon with Drasko. She covered her mouth to hide a yawn. "She's in a cabin in the woods." Håkon and Drasko shared dark looks. Håkon leaned forward, clutching her shoulder.
"Any clues where this cabin might be?"
"No, but the cabin's not hers. She's afraid the owner will find her." Håkon cursed under his breath.
"Do you think there will be more bloodshed?"
Though he felt badly for this lone wolf, he was also worried about his tribe. One body reflected badly on them. More deaths could undo the years of trust developed between the Ameraki and the government. There was only so much cleaning up Johnson could do before the feds came down on them. Amara said, "She's peaceful. The man she killed tried to rape her. She did it in self-defense." Håkon breathed a sigh of relief, though he still feared for this lone wolf's safety.
"Anything else?"
He hoped he could glean anything that would help Luke find the girl. "She has a dog with her," she said. "A husky."
"I'll relay that to Luke. I'm sure it will be useful.
Håkon stood.
Thank you.
Though they were no closer to finding her, and they had more questions than answers, Amara had given him hope. The girl was scared and alone, which hopefully meant she'd be willing to go with Luke when he found her. "Don't thank me," she grinned. "Thank our baby."
Maybe he can show you more after we go to bed.
She twisted the frayed end of the blanket. "I hope so." His nostrils flared, and he tensed when he heard the sound of an unfamiliar truck engine pull into their gravel drive. Roan paused on the stairs, clutching the banister.
Who the hell is that?
She struggled to stand, thanking Drasko when he helped her. "Are my fathers here already?" She smoothed back her hair, anticipation lighting her silver-blue eyes. Håkon strode to the front door.
They aren't due until tomorrow.
He swore when he looked out the window and saw a familiar scrawny boy and a big red-bearded man get out of a truck.
How the fuck did he find us?
"Who?" she asked, walking up behind him. He said with a snarl,
"Your stupid damn cousin."
When she took a step back, he regretted his tone. Drasko wrapped an arm around her waist, swearing under his breath. Håkon briefly wondered how the humans had made it this far onto the reservation without being stopped and sent home by the tribal guards who patrolled the roads. Then he remembered all shifters were on lockdown, and no one was watching the roads. Still, Johnson had agents on duty outside the reservation at all times. What had happened to them? Håkon flung open the door, while Drasko grabbed the shotgun from the closet. "What are you doing?" Amara asked. Håkon turned to her, his deep protector voice taking over.
Stay inside.
Håkon nodded to Roan.
Watch her.
Ignoring her expletives and foot-stomping, he cracked open the door and went out on the porch. Drasko followed, slamming the door behind him. Håkon did his best to restrain the protector who clawed at his insides.
What the fuck are you doing on our land?
Roy paused, sharing wary glances with the red-bearded man Håkon recognized as the hot-tempered asshole named Skunk. Håkon had had the misfortune of working with Skunk in the field. Their time together lasted all of 3 days before Håkon had him transferred, threatening to rip out the guy's windpipe if he had to spend another day in his presence. When Skunk wasn't clocking in late to work, he could be found at the bar or strip club, blowing his earnings on alcohol and lap dances. It seemed he had found a new pastime, helping Amara's cousin get into trouble. Skunk was smart enough to stay by the truck, but Roy strode up the steps like a blind chick walking into a den of wolves. The boy said bravely,
I came to check on my cousin. Go home.
Drasko growled, leveling the barrel of the shotgun at Roy's chest.
You're trespassing.
The boy stumbled back, shielding his face as if he could block buckshot.
Are you fucking crazy?
He yelled. Drasko cocked the chamber.
Try me.
The door rattled behind them. Håkon cursed when Amara joined them, shrugging off Roan's grip. Please don't shoot him! Håkon pointed at the door, letting her see the angry protector in his eyes. His voice dropped to a low baritone.
Get back inside.
He hated having to refuse his mate, but what choice did he have? Contact with this human could expose his tribe and bring a mob down on their heads.
What kind of hold do you have on her?
The boy demanded. Håkon's chest felt like it would implode when he saw tears in her eyes.
Lower the weapon.
He projected to Drasko.
Fine,
his brother said, taking a step back and pointing the barrel at the wooden floorboards.
But if he so much as blinks wrong, I'm filling him full of lead.
Håkon held a hand out to Amara, smiling when she took it.
It's not my intention to hurt you or your cousin, but the risk is too great.
She sniffled, her smile watery. I know. She sucked in a breath, then faced her cousin. They care about me, Roy. His face screwed up tight, making him look like a child on the verge of a tantrum.
If they cared, they'd let you see me.
Tension radiated off her skin in waves. It's not them. It's me. Turning up her chin, she held tightly to Håkon's hand. I'm sorry. I'm trying to put my past behind me. His lower lip trembled, a sad, rejected child shining through in his luminous eyes.
I never did anything to you.
Håkon wished things could have been different between Amara and her cousin. It was clear he cared for her. "I know you didn't. It's complicated. I've moved on." Words tumbled out of her mouth like they were tripping over her tongue. "I have a new family now. My past is so painful, I'd rather not relive it."
You think I don't have a painful past?
He threw up his hands, tears wetting his pale eyelashes.
I've lost everyone. Even Annie.
"Annie? What happened to her?" He looked away, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand.
She turned to drugs and then disappeared.
Her shoulders caved inward. "I'm so sorry."
She was all I had left.
Roy sniffled again.
There's Dad, but he can hardly function now. That's why I got a job up here, to earn enough money to pay for his private nurses.
Her eyes widened. "You're paying for his nurses?"
They were neglecting him in the state-run home. You'd know all about it if they'd let me talk to you.
Fuck. How did Håkon know the boy would play on her sympathies?
Your uncle chose his fate when he abandoned you,
Håkon said.
He is not your problem.
I know, she answered solemnly. When she pulled back her shoulders and leveled the boy with a stony glare, Håkon knew it was a ruse, and his mate was dying on the inside. She cleared her throat. I can't begin to explain how complicated my life is.
I don't care,
Roy said.
You're my cousin, and I love you.
Damn, this is so hard. Her cry was a plea for help, ricocheting through Håkon's brain.
Look, she said she doesn't want to relive her past.
Håkon pushed her behind him, widening his stance when Roy tried to look over his shoulder.
Take a hint and back off.
He pushed the boy, who went down the steps and nearly landed on his ass. Håkon didn't know his own strength, especially when it came to dealing with humans. Håkon, don't hurt him! He gave her a hard stare.
Let me handle this.
Amara gave him a look that made him feel lower than dirt. Roy clutched the railing.
Are these men holding you against your will?
What? She shrank back. No!
Are they abusing you?
Of course not, she said indignantly. Roy gestured at Drasko and Håkon.
They're like a pack of wolves guarding roadkill. Wolves don't eat roadkill,
Drasko drawled with an edge of fury. Skunk laughed, startling him into remembering the asshole was there. He was standing in the truck bed, recording the entire exchange on his phone. Håkon projected to Drasko.
Get the phone. With pleasure.
Drasko hopped over the porch rail. Roan followed his brother, and they both rushed Skunk. Amara screamed for Drasko to stop as a scuffle broke out. It lasted all of 5 seconds before Skunk was flat on his back, with blood gushing from his nose. Roy paled, then reddened as his friend rolled around clutching his nose. Drasko pocketed the phone and high-fived Roan. Then they stomped up the steps, giving Roy warning looks that would make any human with sense cower. Håkon tensed when he saw Drasko's golden protector eyes. Your eyes, brother, he warned. Drasko gritted his teeth, his eyes shifting back to dark brown, but not before Roy saw. The boy's eyes widened with fear as he stumbled back and raced to the truck. He jumped in the driver's seat, started the engine, and peeled out with Skunk bouncing around in the bed. The bearded man hollered while clutching the side of the truck, but Roy didn't slow down. Well, fuck. Did you have to treat him like that? Amara asked, falling on the sofa and wiping her eyes. The weight of her sorrow pressed on Håkon's heart. He wished things could have been different for her and her cousin.
I'm sorry. I didn't have a choice.
Her eyes dripped like a runny faucet. He thought of me as his mother.
He's human.
Drasko sat beside her, taking her hands in his.
How would he react if he discovered you have 4 mates?
She looked at the thick carpet. I'm not sure.
And that we're all shifters?
Roan asked, sitting on her other side. Håkon folded his arms and leaned against the kitchen bar, glowering at Drasko.
He might already suspect something after you revealed your eyes.
Drasko let out a low moan.
I let that smelly human get the best of me. It won't happen again. Even more reason for Roy and his friends to stay away.
Håkon grumbled.
He'll bug Håkon when he goes back to work,
Roan said. Drasko and Håkon shared knowing looks.
He needs to be fired,
Drasko projected.
I know,
Håkon answered. What are you two talking about? Don't leave me out. Amara shook a finger at Håkon and then jabbed Drasko's chest. Drasko said,
He needs to be fired.
Amara narrowed her eyes at her second alpha. You heard him, Drasko. He's paying for my uncle's nurses. Drasko snorted.
The uncle who abandoned you until he needed you to watch his kids.
She folded her arms, her chest and face turning deep crimson. It's not Roy's fault his dad was a jerk. He's just being a good son. She shot Håkon an accusatory look. You guys have treated the poor kid badly enough. You would really take away his job, too? Again, Håkon felt lower than dirt, but his family's safety came first.
Amaraki are not allowed to make friends with humans.
Håkon paced.
It puts our tribe at risk.
But we're friends with Agent Johnson and Ilea, Amara pointed out.
That's different, and you know it.
A fresh wave of tears cascaded down her face. I just feel so bad. Håkon ached for her. She had given up so much for them. Now he was asking her to give up even more. Still, there was nothing to be done. The tribe's safety came first. As the future chieftain of their tribe, it was Håkon's duty to put the tribe's interests before his own, no matter how much it hurt his mate.
You'll feel even worse if he exposes us. What would society do if they knew the truth about the Amaraki?
The hopeless look in her eyes was almost enough to crush his soul. I don't know.
Well, I do,
he answered tersely.
1911.
I keep hearing that. Will someone tell me what happened? Håkon heaved a sigh. He didn't relish retelling the tragic tale, but he hoped it would make her understand the danger they faced.
A group of miners discovered our ancestors' secret. They formed a mob and went after them with guns.
He swallowed.
Several protectors were killed defending their families.
Her jaw dropped. And the miners? Håkon averted his eyes.
They disappeared.
He hoped she wouldn't ask him to get into the gory details. Suffice it to say, they would never be found. Oh, her shoulders fell, understanding dawning.
You don't want Roy to end up like them,
Håkon warned.
If he comes onto the reservation again, I can't guarantee his safety.
Chapter 8. Roy clutched the steering wheel and stared hard at the road. Once they'd reached a safe distance, he pulled over and let Skunk into the cab, and then he took off again, the pedal pressed to the floor, taking sharp turns on 2 tires. He had to get the fuck out of there. What he'd seen hadn't been natural. He racked his brain trying to remember the monster's name. Amara had called to him after he'd punched Skunk in the face.
Drasko, that's it.
Not only had Drasko Thunderfoot's eyes changed color from dark brown to shimmering gold, but they'd changed shape, too. His nose and brow had widened, and his eyebrows had grown thicker, making him look like a nightmarish beast. What the fuck was he? And what the fuck had the Thunderfoots done to his cousin? Skunk implored him to slow down, clutching a bloody t-shirt to his nose.
Something ain't white with them.
Skunk's nose had to be broken. Roy wanted to get him to a hospital, but Skunk insisted they drive straight to Anchorage. Roy worked to unclench his jaw.
I know.
Skunk hadn't seen Drasko's face change, or he would have mentioned it. Roy wasn't about to bring it up. He doubted Skunk would believe him. Roy hardly believed himself. Maybe he should just forget about his cousin and move on with his life. She'd said she was happy. He should just take her at her word. He had a sinking feeling that if he continued trying to reach her, it was the equivalent of smashing open a hornet's nest.
Did you see the way they both looked at her, like she was their breeding bitch?
Roy tensed, wanting to slap the stink off Skunk for calling his cousin a bitch.
Yeah. Do you think she's fucking all them brothers? I don't know.
Roy grimaced.
I get the feeling she is.
Skunk let out a blubbery breath.
That ain't white.
Roy bit his tongue, though he was sorely tempted to remind Skunk that his cousin's situation was no different than the one Skunk had with Lacey and his friends.
So what you gonna do?
Skunk prodded, wincing when blood soaked his makeshift bandage.
I need to go to the police, but I can't until I get more dirt on Hokon.
As unbelievable as it seemed, the Thunderfoots were clearly not human.
Henry knows something about Hokon.
He'd thought Henry was exaggerating when he referred to Hokon as his kind. Maybe not.
Something bad.
If only Henry would tell him what he knew. Then again, maybe Roy didn't want to know.
Oh, don't worry.
Skunk licked blood off his lips.
We'll make Henry talk.
Roy swallowed bile. He'd been afraid Skunk would say that. Apprehension twisted Roy's gut as they pulled into the apartment parking lot. Skunk was determined to badger Henry, but Roy had had a while to think about the situation on the drive home. He was ready to drop it. He'd never been the religious sort, but he was convinced the Thunderfoots were demons. He'd already crossed them twice, and his gut told him he wouldn't survive a third encounter. Skunk startled awake, drool dripping down his blood-encrusted lip, his half-lidded eyes foggy, most likely from the six-pack he'd drunk before passing out after they left Fairbanks. Roy tried to play it cool when he saw the big man's nose was nearly 3 times normal size and bent to the left. Drasko Thunderfoot had really done a number on him. He helped Skunk up the stairs and banged on the apartment door, not surprised to hear music and laughter inside. Did those people ever sleep? When Henry opened the door, his eyes bulged.
What happened to you? Drasko Thunderfoot,
Skunk slurred.
That's what. Jesus.
Henry helped Roy get Skunk to the lopsided recliner. Wearing nothing but a short kimono robe that was open in front, Lacey ran into the kitchen at the sight of Skunk. She came back with a plastic grocery bag filled with ice. She climbed on Skunk's lap, not seeming to care that her robe had fallen open, and pressed the ice to his nose. He leaned back, groaning.
I need a beer. We're out,
Henry said.
I was gonna make a run, but I'm out of money.
Skunk glowered at Henry.
You said Hokon had bad burns. We saw him. Not a single burn.
Henry froze, looking like a rabbit caught in a snare.
But maybe he heals fast.
Roy didn't want to press him. Honestly, he just wanted to go back to his cabin and pretend the past 3 days hadn't happened. When Skunk shot him an expectant look, he felt pressured to question Henry. He had no idea why he cared what Skunk thought, but he didn't like the idea of the other man thinking of him as a coward.
The other day you said his kind heals fast.
He shot Henry an accusatory look.
What did you mean?
Henry sank to the sofa with a curse. Grabbing his bong off the coffee table, he clutched it like a lifeline. His gaze darted from Skunk to Roy and back again.
They told me I'll lose my job and everything if I tell.
Skunk pushed Lacey off his lap, waving her away when she stomped a foot in protest.
Who's they?
Henry threw up his hands, accidentally knocking the bong on the floor.
The goddamn feds!
Skunk arched a bushy brow.
What do they have to do with this?
Slamming the bong back on the coffee table, Henry jumped to his feet and paced the floor.
They know about Hokon.
He chewed a fingernail, his gaze nervously shooting to the window as if he was looking for spies lurking outside their second-story apartment.
He's their secret.
Skunk's brows drew together.
Their secret what?
Henry stopped as if he'd hit an invisible wall. Balling his hands into fists, he looked at Skunk as if he was going to charge him.
I ain't telling you no more, damn you! Can't you tell I'm scared? I still see his eyes in my nightmares. Golden eyes?
Roy blurted, instantly regretting his words when Skunk narrowed his eyes at him. Henry clutched his throat, falling on the sofa with a thud.
How did you know?
Roy gritted his teeth, tension tightening his spine. Why'd he bring up Drasko's eyes? Now Skunk would demand answers. With a shudder, he slumped against the door.
I saw Drasko Thunderfoot's face change,
he whispered.
First it was human, then it melted like hot wax, and it was a demon's face.
He shuddered again. Skunk stood, jabbing a finger in his chest.
You didn't tell me that. The same thing happened with that bar slut. Where are these demons coming from?
He bore down on Roy like a hungry bear.
Hokon Thunderfoot saved my life,
Henry squeaked. Skunk turned on him.
How?
he demanded.
Demons don't save people.
Roy breathed. Henry clutched his knees with whitened knuckles.
They're not demons. Then what the fuck are they?
Skunk bellowed.
None of your damned business, that's what.
Henry jumped to his feet and tried pushing past Skunk. Skunk refused to let him pass. Not wanting any more confrontations, Roy cleared his throat and tried to infuse a note of calm into the situation.
Look, maybe we should just drop it.
Henry dragged a trembling hand across his shaved scalp.
Good fucking idea. But they got your cousin and look at my nose!
Skunk yelled, pulling the bloody shirt from his face. Christ! Lacey's hand flew to her mouth. It looks broken. You should go to a hospital before it sets. Skunk swayed and then blinked hard.
That son of a bitch is paying for my medical bill, and he owes me a new phone.
Fine, fine, Lacey said, throwing on a t-shirt and jeans. Just let me take you to the hospital. Before following Lacey out the door, Skunk flashed Henry a menacing snarl.
You think I'm dwopping this? I ain't dwopping it. You're talking when I get back.
Takani woke to the sound of Mako's low growl. She shielded her eyes against the glare of high beams that raked the cabin. Holy shit! The owner of the cabin was here. She flew out of bed in a panic. When the truck door slammed, she breathed in the human smell. Male for sure, and strangely familiar. She thought she recognized the scent, but no, it couldn't be. Should she shift and run? Since the cabin had only one door, he'd see her leave. If she fled as a woman, he'd be less likely to shoot her, she hoped. If she escaped as a wolf, he'd no doubt fill her full of lead. After living in Anchorage only a few months, she'd learned two things about Alaskan men. First, they all had guns. Second, they were usually horny. Not a good combination for a loner like Takani. Her safest option would be to greet the stranger as a woman, make up some story about her car breaking down, and thank him for the use of his cabin. Then she and Mako could escape into the forest and find a new place to hide. If he tried anything with her, she could defend herself as a wolf, though she didn't want to kill another human. She tightened the drawstring on her borrowed sweats and pulled the stranger's blanket tightly around her shoulders. Pressing her back against the wall, her breath hitched when she heard the doorknob rattle, followed by a series of low curse words. He'd likely seen the broken window. She crouched on the floor, clinging to Mako's collar when the door banged open. Light from the truck's high beams flooded the cramped room.
What the ever-loving fuck are you doing in my house?
The stranger boomed. She froze, her heart seizing, and then taking off at a sprint. She remembered that voice. What was he doing in Alaska? She slowly stood, recognizing his silhouette as he stalked her like a shadow emerging from a dream. Roy? He stopped.
Annie?
Chapter 9. Amara shot into an upright position, clutching Harad. They'd fallen asleep on the sofa, with him on her breast. Hokon's plan, for he'd hoped Harad would show Amara the lone wolf again. The baby blinked up at her, his eyes sleepy. She wiped a drop of milk from his chin and kissed his furrowed brow with trembling lips. Was Annie truly the lone wolf?
Did you see her?
She blinked in the dim light. Hokon was sitting in the chair across from her, giving her an expectant look. Roan and Drasko sandwiched her on the sofa. Had they all been waiting for her to wake? Handing Harad to Roan, she covered her exposed breast and pulled a woolen blanket over her shoulders. She swallowed hard, then ran her tongue over the dry roof of her mouth. "It's my cousin, Annie." Hokon leaned forward, eyeing her intently.
Your cousin Annie?
Amara nodded. "She's the lone wolf." Hokon scratched his head, sharing startled looks with his brothers.
How can that be?
"I'm not sure." Learning Annie was the lone wolf left Amara with more questions than answers. How had she not known her cousin was like her? Surely she would have seen signs. Then again, Amara had left her uncle's house before Annie reached puberty. Amara hadn't even known she could shift until her stepfather tried to rape her when she was 13.
Where is she?
Håkon asked. Amara grimaced. She's in a cabin with Roy.
He said she left him.
Håkon's statement sounded more like a question. She did, Amara answered. They were reunited tonight.
Does he know what she is?
Drasko asked. Amara recalled how startled they'd both been when Roy had shown up at the cabin. I don't think so. Håkon let out a low rumble.
Things just got a lot more complicated. But Johnson can get Roy's address,
Roan said, cautiously optimistic.
And he can send Luke in to retrieve Annie.
What about Roy? She asked, worrying a bunch of shifter trackers could possibly expose themselves to Roy, or worse, hurt him if he thought they meant harm and tried to put up a fight. Håkon scowled.
What about him?
What will happen to him? She asked, unnerved when she was met by a long moment of tense silence. Finally, Drasko stood, flexing his knuckles.
Roy's not our concern.
Anger shot through her skull like a steaming kettle. He's my concern?
Calm down, Amara.
Drasko turned to her with a look of apathetic indifference.
Johnson knows what he's doing.
She looked out the tinted windows at the dusky summer night. I sure as hell hope so. Takani could hardly believe her luck as she stumbled into her brother's arms. No wonder she'd been guided here. That explained why the cabin smelled familiar. She wondered why she'd not recognized Roy's scent, but as she breathed in the stale stench of old smoke in his hair, she understood. He'd changed, and as she looked into his bloodshot eyes, she realized it hadn't been for the better. Roy, are you okay? She lightly touched the heavy, dark bags under his eyes, which made him look at least a decade older than 19. You look horrible.
I'm in shock, Annie.
He gripped her shoulders hard.
What are you doing here?
She hesitated, trying to think up a good lie. What are you doing here?
I moved to Alaska for work.
Mako's loud bark made them jump apart. She bent down beside her husky, scratching him behind the ears. Roy, this is Mako, my best friend. She thought she saw a flash of hurt in Roy's eyes. Was he jealous over a dog? She and Roy had been best friends growing up. They had had no choice but to rely on each other when their parents were always fighting, and especially when they had to go into foster care. But that had been ages ago. After Roy had accused her of doing drugs, she'd been so hurt and angry, she'd considered their bond severed. She'd assumed Roy felt the same way. He bent down, petting Mako's back.
He's a pretty boy.
Takani smiled. He knows it. When Mako barked again, Takani heard urgency. She opened the door and let him out. Do not go far, she warned, as they shared a look of understanding. Roy grabbed 2 sodas from the fridge and sat down at a 2-person table, kicking a chair out for her.
I see you've been eating my food.
Sorry, she grimaced. I'll replace it. Though how she'd do that, having no money, she had no idea. She sat across from him, thanking him for the soda. She popped the top and took several sips, trying to avoid eye contact with him, aware he was watching her like a hawk tracking a mouse. Where are you working? She asked, hoping to keep the topic about him while she thought up a decent story. She couldn't mention her fake ID, making her appear 4 years older, or the bar where she'd worked. She was sure word was out about her boss's death, and she couldn't risk Roy turning her in.
In the oil fields?
His mouth was draped in lines she hadn't seen before.
It's the only job that pays enough for Dad's nurses.
She blinked. What happened? Last she'd seen of her father, he was living in a state-run home. Not a great one, but it beat being out in the streets.
Long story.
He heaved a sigh.
One of Dad's old high school buddies is a boss at the company. He got me the job. How did you know I was here?
I saw a post about you coming to Alaska. She lied. She never went on social media, but she suspected Roy still updated his friends. His mouth fell open.
So you followed me? Please tell me she's given up drugs.
His thought projected into her head. Yeah, she bit her tongue, refraining from telling him off. No matter how many times she told him she wasn't a druggie, he refused to believe her. But enough about me. She glanced at his wrinkled clothes and overgrowth of peach fuzz on his face. Why do you look like you've been dragged through the mud?
The same could be said for you.
He crossed his arms, looking at her with that patronizing brother-knows-best expression.
Are you clean?
I'm not a druggie. I will not say it again. She matched his scowl with one of her own. He threw up his hands, his eyes rolling.
I'm sorry, Annie, but you were always running off, always hiding. What did you expect me to think?
He looked her over.
Where are your clothes?
They were dirty. She self-consciously tugged at the sleeves of her borrowed flannel jacket. I burned them. That part wasn't a lie. She'd burned them because they were covered in blood. He arched a brow.
You been living on the streets?
Something like that. She shrugged, avoiding his eyes. I'm trying to get back on my feet.
Not a druggie, my ass.
His angry thought seared her brain like a flaming poker, making her feel like shit. But what had she expected? How could she live around people when their thoughts were always invading her brain, and her wolf was always demanding to be set free?
Look.
He heaved a groan, dragging a hand through his unkempt hair.
I'm broke, and even if I had money to spare, I wouldn't give it to someone who'd waste it on drugs.
I didn't ask for money, she snapped, furious he still thought she used drugs, despite all evidence to the contrary. Coming here was a bad idea. She abruptly stood. I'm sorry I intruded.
Annie, wait!
He jumped up, grabbing her wrist and tugging her back to the chair.
You're not intruding. It's been a hellish few days. I'm sorry. Please don't go. I can't lose you again.
His plea was like a blade carving out her heart. Childhood memories rushed back. How many times had he stood up for her when their mother had lashed out at her for no reason? How many times had he held her and let her cry on his shoulder when they listened to their parents' shrill voices during their many arguments, their cursing and insults penetrating the thin walls of their run-down house? Roy had always been there for her. She hadn't meant to pull away, but puberty brought on too many unexpected changes. She'd been afraid to confide in anyone, especially her brother, the only person who'd ever truly loved her. She feared telling him about the wolf inside her, and her ability to read minds would drive a wedge between them. When she left, she'd thought Roy would have been better off without her. Now she wasn't so sure. She leaned close, clasping his cold, clammy hands. What happened?
I don't think I can explain.
His voice was as rough as sandpaper. She squeezed his hand tight. Try me. He looked up at her with glossy eyes.
I found Amara.
Her breath hitched. Cousin Amara? He nodded, then looked away. Takani's heart hammered. Where?
She lives on a reservation west of Fairbanks with a bunch of native dudes.
He made a face when he said it, as if they'd left a bitter taste on his tongue. Oh. Takani drummed her fingers on the table, doing her best not to show her eagerness, though inside, her wolf was howling. This was why she'd come to Alaska, to find Amara. She had a feeling Amara was like her. Is she doing okay?
I don't know.
His brows drew together, and he pouted.
They wouldn't let me talk to her. Demons.
The word jumped out of his head, hitting her like a slap to her senses. She tensed. There's something you're not telling me.
The men she's with?
He grumbled.
They guard her like dogs hiding a bone. She has a baby, and I can't tell which one of them is the father.
Wow, Amara had a baby. She got the feeling these men were like Amara, and they were guarding her because she was part of their pack. She dug her nails into the wood tabletop. What else?
I don't know, Annie.
He let out an exasperated huff.
I hardly believe it myself.
Tell me, Roy, she snapped, not meaning to sound so harsh, but her wolf was agitating her, demanding to break free.
One of the men she was with?
He paused, his gaze darting around the room, as if he expected the boogeyman to jump out and scare him. He then leaned forward, hissing.
His face changed.
She struggled to keep her composure. What do you mean? He swallowed, a visible knot working its way down his throat.
His eyes went from brown to yellow,
and his face sprouted hair.
Oh my God. Takani was right. They were shifters. She had to find them, to be with others like her. His face colored, reminding her of the shy middle school older brother who was too afraid to talk to her friends.
You probably think I'm crazy.
No, Roy. She patted his hand again, infusing a calmness into her voice she didn't feel. Do you think he could be a shapeshifter?
You mean like a werewolf? I don't know.
He squinted at her as if she'd grown a second head.
Until a few hours ago, I didn't think shapeshifters existed. I think he's a demon.
Takani wasn't about to argue with him. She had the feeling this demon was merely a wolf protecting his mate. She straightened, more eager than a kid in a candy store. Take me to her.
What?
He gave her that familiar scowl he used whenever he was about to accuse her of doing drugs.
No fucking way am I taking you there.
Roy, she pleaded, hating the note of desperation in her voice. I need to see her. He shook his head.
She doesn't want to see us.
Maybe she does. Maybe she's just scared you'll give away their secret.
That they're all demons?
He asked. No, she said, groaning. Shapeshifters.
You're really hung up on that idea, aren't you?
Takani bit her lip before she said something she'd regret. She jumped from her seat when Mako scratched on the door. After letting him in, she took him to the thick rug by the fireplace and knelt beside him, burying her face in his fur.
What are you doing, Annie?
He asked. Just giving my dog love, she murmured. But in reality, she was hiding her smile. Her instinct had led her to Alaska and then to Roy's cabin for a reason. Soon, she'd finally be with her kind. After a Spartan meal of canned tuna and boxed macaroni and cheese, Takani kissed her brother goodnight, thanking him once more for letting her take his bed while he slept on the narrow sofa. She gazed up at the wooden beams, her senses attuned to the sounds of wildlife outside. Roy sat up, grabbing his shotgun when they heard clomping outside the door. Relax, she said. It's just a moose.
How do you know?
She yawned. I know their sounds. She didn't want to mention her supernatural hearing was far superior to his, or that her animal instincts detected threats. She fluffed her pillow and rolled over before he asked more questions. Her mind wandered again to Amara. She had to find her cousin. She held the key to understanding the beast inside her. Takani hadn't always had the ability to read minds. Thoughts had started popping into her head just before Amara ran off. At first, she thought she was going crazy. Amara's thoughts had been strange, usually about keeping her inner wolf from unleashing its claws. Takani hadn't understood what it meant until a few months after Amara's disappearance. Roy had to stay after school for a baseball game, so Takani rode the bus home alone. 3 older boys followed her down the rural road toward her house, taunting her and throwing rocks while their vile thoughts projected into her head. When they cornered her behind an abandoned shed and tried to smother her with their beefy hands, her wolf sprang to life. The scars she left on those boys were no worse than those they left on her soul. After she put on her tattered clothes and found her way home, she crawled into her bed and cried herself to sleep. Her parents never checked on her, and Roy didn't come home until later that night. The boys showed up at school the next day with cuts and bruises, refusing to tell their friends what had happened. They gave Takani a wide berth and never bothered her after that. In fact, most kids stayed away from her. After she'd unleashed her wolf, she acted different, feral, and they were terrified. Not that she cared for their company anyway. After that, she spent more time alone in the woods behind their house, learning how to shift and exploring the forest. It was freeing to have a means of escape. Each day she wandered farther into the forest, hoping to drown out the sounds of her parents screaming at each other. By the time baseball season was over, Roy thought he and Takani could be together more, but she didn't want to go back to her old life. She made excuses each night so they couldn't be together. Roy became mistrustful, thinking she'd turned to drugs. This only added tension to their already strained relationship. When their mother abandoned the family and she and Roy were sent to foster care. She withdrew even further from the world, and Roy's suspicions grew. As much as she loved her brother, she couldn't take his negative and mistrustful thoughts about her. He got a decent job right out of foster care and tried to get her to live with him, but she refused. She hated hurting him, but she took off as soon as she turned 18 and went to Alaska. She'd been in Anchorage 6 months, working in shitty bars, hoping to save enough to fix her truck so she could continue her search. Instinct told her Amara was near Fairbanks, and Roy had confirmed it. Though she didn't want to hurt him again, she couldn't stay. If Roy didn't take her to Amara tomorrow, she'd go on her own. It was probably better that he didn't come along. The police were looking for the girl on her fake ID, Takani Lonepaw, but they wouldn't be looking for a lone wolf and her husky, traveling north through the Alaskan wilderness. Tomorrow, she'd find her cousin, and maybe others who were like her. Amara floated above the clouds, her feet obscured in swirling mist. A familiar dark forest loomed at the edge of her vision. She was in the spiritual realm, the home of the ancients. A hooded figure came into view, appearing out of thin air and moving toward her as if being pulled by a breeze. She was not surprised when her namesake, the goddess Amara, pulled down her cloak, revealing dazzling silver eyes and a radiant smile. "Hello, Amara." Her time with the goddess was always limited, which meant she didn't have time for small talk. "Why did you make my cousin Annie a lone wolf?" she demanded. The goddess's smile faded. "It wasn't our intention for her to be alone. We'd hoped you two would be raised together. We had no idea your uncle would abandon you, and your aunt would treat you so badly." "Who is Annie's father?" Amara asked, knowing her human uncle couldn't have fathered a wolf. "We could not find a gamma wolf to impregnate your aunt," she answered. "So my gamma mate Fenrir did it." The goddess had let her gamma impregnate another. Amara couldn't imagine Roan in bed with another woman. The thought made her chest tighten with jealousy. "You let him?" the goddess said. "He did not touch her. He used magic to pollinate her womb." "He pollinated her womb?" Amara asked. "I've never heard of such a thing." She slanted a smile. "Most Amaraki are unaware of ancient magic." "Then she is your stepdaughter." It was more an accusation than a statement. After Amara's stepmother treated her so badly, she feared the goddess would resent Annie, too. "Yes," the goddess answered, her placid expression unreadable. "She is a direct descendant of the gods." Amara swallowed. "And you're okay with that?" "Dearest, you are all my children." The goddess splayed her hands, her eyes shining with kindness. "But Annie is alone and lost," she pointed out, her throat tight with emotion. "Won't you help her?" The goddess shook her head. "She will not be alone long." Before Amara could ask her to explain, she was sucked back through the vortex. She woke in a sweat, head pounding, heart racing. She stared at the bedroom ceiling, listening to the gentle snores of her mates. When Harad stirred and whimpered, she got out of bed and carried him downstairs, letting him nurse while she recalled her conversation with the goddess. Why did visits with her always leave Amara with more questions than answers? Chapter 10. Amara was awakened by a kiss from Roan. She smiled at him as he took Harad from her.
"What are you doing down here?"
he asked. She rubbed sleep from her eyes. "I couldn't sleep after my dream."
"Did you see Annie again?"
he asked, sitting beside her. "No," she frowned, recalling her dream. "I saw our goddess."
"What did she say?"
She was having a hard time wrapping her mind around their conversation. "That my cousin's true father is the goddess's gamma." Roan bounced the baby on his knee.
"Fenrir?"
"Yes." A chill swept through her. "And that she will be found soon." She sure hoped the goddess was right. Knowing her cousin was terrified, with nobody to console her but her human brother, left Amara with an uneasy feeling. Roan patted her knee, kissing her cheek.
I hope so. Luke should be arriving later today. You need to get dressed. Your fathers will be here any minute.
My fathers? How could she have forgotten?
Too late.
Drasko had come down the stairs and was nodding at the front door. She heard voices outside, one of them sounding like her Bunika. She jumped to her feet and raced to the door. Drasko grabbed her elbow, a low growl rising from his throat.
I smell your stepmother.
Katerina? She couldn't be here. My fathers know better than to bring her. They wouldn't dare subject Amara to more verbal abuse by that bitch. His nostrils flared, his eyes going from dark brown to gold.
She's here.
Well, fuck. Drasko and Roan flanking her, Amara walked onto the porch and straight into her Bunika's arms. She held her grandmother tightly, her heart expanding as her Bunika's love flowed through her. I'm sorry, Puy de Loup. She pulled back and clutched Amara's shoulders, searching her eyes. I had no idea she was coming. I hope we're still welcome. Amara's heart constricted. You're always welcome. Bunika was like the mother she'd never had. Amara was so relieved she'd come, especially since her fathers had brought that hateful bitch with them. Bunika's eyes lit up when Roan handed Harad to her. She deftly balanced the baby on her hip, laughing when he reached for her silver braid. Amara watched with trepidation as Drasko and Roan confronted her fathers. She looked around for Håkon, but he was missing. He was probably upstairs getting dressed, which was a good thing. Maybe Drasko and Roan wouldn't start a fight without Håkon to back them. Katerina's eyes were wide with fear while she clung to Amara's birth father's arm. When Marius pushed Katerina behind him in a protective gesture, an overwhelming feeling of betrayal stabbed Amara's gut. Tor and Amara's Bunik Nikolai stood between the rival wolves, urging everyone to remain civil. Her heart fell. This wasn't how she'd expected her reunion with her fathers to go. Bunika tugged on Amara's arm. Come inside, Puy de Loup, she whispered. Nikolai and Tor will not let them fight. She followed her Bunika on numb legs, feeling as if the breath had been sucked from her lungs. Why had they brought her? Once they were alone in the front hall, Bunika kissed the top of Harad's head while he sucked on his fist, then leveled Amara with a cross between a scowl and a look of pity. I almost didn't come when I found out your fathers were bringing that Katya, but I didn't want you to face her without me. Bunika's face pinched as if she'd sucked on a sour lemon. She will cause problems, and I'll not leave you alone to break up the fights between your mates and fathers. After that confrontation between her fathers and mates, after one of the many times Katerina had insulted Amara, it was sure to happen again. Her fathers might be fooled by the bitch, but Amara wasn't. She'd start trouble soon enough. It was in the woman's nature to be jealous and spiteful. Why did they bring her? She was unable to keep the hurt from her voice. Bunika rolled her eyes. She's manipulated them again. What do you mean? Though she wanted her fathers to be happy, she feared that spoiled bitch would cause them more heartache. Bunika's features screwed up even tighter. She claims to be with child. Amara flinched. Oh? I thought they were done having children. Do not fear, Puy de Loup. She squeezed Amara's arm, flashing a grandmotherly smile. Nobody will replace you. I'm not worried about that. She placed a hand on her constricting chest. I'm just a little shocked. And disgusted, she wanted to add. After everything Katerina had done to her mates, to her, and they still shared her bed. She manipulated poor Marius into sleeping with her, Bunika answered, as if reading Amara's mind. She clucked her tongue. Ancients curse his stupid, soft heart. This is the third time she's pretended to carry his girl child. Wow, her fathers were looking more stupid by the moment. And you think she's faking again? Bunika bared her teeth, her eyes turning from blue to blinding white. Da, the lying kurva. Harad giggled and gaped at Bunika's wolf eyes. She pretended to devour his chubby fist, causing a new wave of laughter. The door creaked open, and Amara's alpha father, Boris, stuck his head inside.
Fika.
The look of pity he shot her was almost more than she could bear. She straightened her shoulders and did her best to plaster on an impassive expression. She would not let him see how badly she was hurting. "Father," she said, through a constricted throat, unable to say more.
Mama,
Boris said to Bunika.
I wish to speak with our daughter alone.
Bunika heaved a dramatic sigh. "Very well. I will be in the kitchen if you need me." She walked away, bouncing Harad on her hip. She wanted to tell her Bunika to help herself to the refreshments Roan had laid on the kitchen bar, but her throat suddenly felt drier than a dust bowl. Boris cleared his throat.
Amara, I'm sorry we didn't tell you about Katarina.
He cupped her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes.
It wasn't our intention to hurt you. She waited until the last minute to tell us she was carrying a child.
She swallowed what felt like a lump of granite, at a loss for what to say. "I see." He squeezed her shoulders, his voice dropping to a low whisper.
If you want us to leave, I understand.
Hot tears flooded her eyes. Angry and upset by her father, she shrugged off his grip. "So is that the choice I get? My father's and Katarina or nothing?"
It's not how I wanted things, believe me. But if she truly is with child, it would be careless to leave her alone. I know you must think us nebun.
Amara thought she remembered nebun meant crazy in Romanian. At the moment, she thought a lot of things about her dad's, but crazy was lower on the list, somewhere after stupid and inconsiderate. She forced a smile, even though she was far from happy. "It doesn't matter what I think. I want you to be happy."
If she bears us a daughter, please know we won't love you any less.
Any less than what? She thought, because the standard was obviously not set very high. She wondered if they'd considered her feelings at all before bringing Katarina to her home. She stepped back. "You don't have to worry about that." He shot her a grin that reminded Amara of a kid pleading to be freed from timeout.
Perhaps this child will help heal the rift between us.
She hugged herself, stepping back from her father. "For your sakes? I hope so." He caressed her cheek with calloused knuckles.
What did we do to deserve such a sweet daughter?
He was trying to pacify her with praise. She didn't know if she should be grateful or insulted. "I just hope Katarina deserves you," she answered tersely.
She's been much nicer lately.
His enthusiasm sounded forced. Was he lying to her or himself? "That's good," she said half-heartedly. She wasn't fooled. A woman didn't just stop being a raging, maniacal bitch without an ulterior motive. Katarina's parents didn't want her, and she had nowhere else to go. So of course she'd play nice for her mates. Maybe even fake a pregnancy. Boris splayed his hands in a gesture of surrender.
She wants to apologize for the way she's treated you. It's too late for apologies.
Håkon boomed. He was on the stairway, clutching the banister. His hair and skin glistened with moisture, the raised scar across his brow standing out against his tanned skin. She beamed at her alpha. He'd showed up just in time, because there was no way she wanted Katarina anywhere near her. Håkon approached Boris like a lion about to launch at his prey.
Have you forgotten that woman tried to attack your pregnant daughter?
Boris's face fell.
No, I haven't.
Håkon put his arm around Amara.
That woman is not welcome in our home or anywhere near Amara.
Boris's face turned as red as an overripe apple.
She has seen the error of her ways, and she wants to make amends. And you were fool enough to believe her?
Håkon snickered.
For the last time, she is not welcome in our home.
Boris gave Amara an apologetic frown.
Then we must return to Romania.
She turned away, not wanting him to see her eyes water. How could they do this to her? The door cracked open, and Tor poked his head inside.
Katarina can stay with us. Father,
Håkon sighed.
I don't wish to impose on you.
Tor came in, shutting the door behind him. Amara cringed when Drasko's angry cursing carried inside the house. Tor seemed to be oblivious to the argument outside.
She will be our daughter's mother-in-law one day. We should get to know her.
His grin looked painful, as if it had been plastered to his face.
Thank you for your generous offer,
Boris said with a bow.
I will have Joven accompany her, if you don't mind making accommodations for one more.
A long string of Romanian curse words echoed from the kitchen, followed by Bunica's distinctive growl. Send the vrăjitoare home!
Of course not.
Tor acted as if he hadn't heard Bunica.
Besides, the reservation is on lockdown for a few more days. It will be difficult leaving now. Damn, I forgot about that.
Boris shook his head, looking like a cornered animal. Wow, would it be so awful to spend time with Amara and her mates? As quickly as he'd come in, Tor rushed right back out, acting as if hell's fire was lapping at his heels.
I hope you allow Katarina the opportunity to apologize to our daughter while she's here.
Boris gave Håkon a long look. Håkon's expression was harder than iron. Then he relented, answering with an undecipherable grumble. She had so been looking forward to seeing her fathers. Now, she would be counting the days until they left. Dinner was awkward, to say the least. Amara, Bunik Nikolai, and Bunica were the only ones who conversed. Her mates said not a word as they scowled at her three fathers, Boris, Jerry, and Marius, at the other end of the table. Harad finally broke the tension with an explosion in his diaper. When Bunica insisted on taking him upstairs to change him, the void they left behind made dinner conversation even more uncomfortable.
Tor told us about the lone wolf on the drive over,
Nikolai said to Håkon.
How long do you think this lockdown will last? Luke should be flying in tonight,
Håkon said, ripping a dinner roll in half.
He'll find her within a day.
He popped the roll in his mouth and winked at Amara.
After that, he gets to spend a few weeks with us. I know Amara misses him.
I do, she said, aching with longing for him.
They will need to spend time alone together,
Håkon continued.
He's been gone for over a month.
She tensed. She knew where Håkon was going with this. She scowled at her alpha. Please don't start. He fixed her with a steely glare.
I didn't start anything, Amara. I'm finishing. I want that bitch off my reservation.
She couldn't argue with that. She wanted Katerina gone, too. Her fathers shared dark looks, and then Boris cleared his throat.
In other words, you want us to go when he gets here. Do as you will,
Drasko answered with a sneer.
So long as your mate doesn't come near Amara.
Amara looked at her plate, fighting back tears.
Amara, are you okay?
Roan whispered, rubbing her back. No, she answered, hanging her head. That one simple touch was enough to send her over the edge. She sucked in a sob and dabbed her eyes with a napkin. Bunik Nikolai pounded the table.
See what your bickering has done?
It's okay, she reassured everyone, wiping away her tears and silently cursing her pregnancy hormones. I'll be okay. Drasko reached for her across the table.
Amara, I'm sorry.
It's fine, she retorted, not meaning to sound so harsh. She looked over at her fathers, who gaped at her but said nothing. If anyone should have been sorry, it was them. Something inside her snapped, and she grabbed the side of the table, digging her nails into the wood. Håkon is right. I will want some alone time with Luke. You should leave when he gets here. She stood and smiled at Bunik Nikolai. But I hope you and Bunica stay. She pretended not to notice the hurt in their eyes. Their decision to bring Katerina gave her more pain than she could ever give them. She kicked the chair out from behind her. I'm going to go see if Bunica needs help with Harad. Drasko jumped to his feet, too, sniffing the air.
Someone's here.
Nikolai stood, too.
She smells human.
Amara turned to the front door, breathing in a familiar scent with a smile. It's Ilea. When the men blinked at her, she added, Dr. Johnson. Håkon stood and held a hand out to Amara.
I never got to thank her properly. Let's invite her in.
When Håkon threw open the door, The doctor was getting out of her uncle's truck. "Welcome, Ilea." She held out her arms. She was shocked when the doctor raced up the stairs, nearly tripping as she launched toward Amara. "You have to save him. He's the only family I have left." She latched onto Amara with wild, frightened eyes, tugging her toward the truck. "Hold on." She dug her heels in, shaking off Ilea's grip. "Agent Johnson?" Ilea nodded. "His lungs collapsed, and he's in a coma with stage 4 lung cancer." "Great ancients." She looked at Håkon with pleading eyes. "I have to help him." He fished his phone out.
"I'll call my father and see if he can get us off the reservation."
They jumped at the sound of 3 low-pitched howls from inside. Her father's wild gazes were locked on Ilea.
"What in ancient's name is the meaning of this?"
Håkon demanded. Boris's eyes lost focus, as if he was in a trance.
"It's her scent,"
Amara said. "Father, you're not making any sense." When they all howled again, Ilea clutched Amara's wrist tightly. "What the fuck is wrong with them?" Jerry's nostrils flared. Raising a shaky hand, he pointed at Ilea.
"She's our mate."
Chapter 11. Luke was relieved when they finally landed at Fairbanks. After he and his team got off the plane, he anxiously searched the tarmac for Johnson. The agent hadn't met with him after their debriefing, which was unusual, but Luke didn't make too much of it. There was a lone wolf on the loose. Johnson was probably needed for damage control. Focused on the activity inside the hangar, Luke drowned out the chatter behind him. His fellow trackers were speculating about the lone wolf's origins and her fated mates. A group of agents and armed soldiers were eyeing him from the other end of the hangar. None of them looked familiar, but judging by their wary expressions, they certainly knew him. Luke singled out the oldest of the group, a bald man probably in his 50s, and the one who had the look of a dominant. He wasn't going to wait around for Johnson when he had work to do. The sooner he completed his mission, the sooner he could return to Amara. The bald agent stepped forward, holding up a hand as if he had superhuman strength and was trying to stop a bus.
"Do not come closer, Sergeant Thunderfoot."
Luke stopped. Something wasn't right.
"Who the hell are you?" "Agent James Richter." "Where's Johnson?"
Luke demanded. The agent had a slight tick in his jaw.
"He can't be here. I'm running this operation."
The wheels grinding in Luke's brain came to a violent halt.
"What happened to Johnson?" "He has been medically retired,"
Richter answered dispassionately. This couldn't be happening. Johnson had been with his tribe for over 30 years. He would have alerted Luke before retiring and leaving him with this douchebag. Luke gritted his teeth.
"Where is he?"
Richter's eyes were that of a venomous snake preparing to strike.
"That's not pertinent to this mission. Tell me where the fuck he is."
His voice rose, along with his ire. Richter nodded to the armed military guards beside him.
"Stand down, Thunderfoot, or I promise you'll regret it."
His wolf clawing to break free, Luke growled at the guards when they fingered stun guns. They drew their weapons, and Luke was suddenly on the ground, a crippling jolt of electricity surging through him. He bit down so hard on his tongue that blood pooled in his mouth. Panting heavily after the guards withdrew, he was vaguely aware of Richter snapping a leather bracelet with metal clasps on his wrist. In an instant, Luke's wolf was silenced. The bracelet contained amethyst. Luke's team howled, and that was followed by several deafening yelps when guards armed with stun guns rushed past Luke's supine body. Someone dragged him to the edge of the hangar and propped him up against a piece of equipment. His wildly pounding heart sounded as if a torrent of rushing water was filling his brain. He gaped at Richter and then at his team, who were curled up on the floor with bracelets on their wrists. This couldn't be happening. For 80 years his tribe had coexisted peacefully with the feds. Why would they turn on them now? Had that one lone wolf caused this rift between their species? Luke scowled at Richter, who hovered over him.
"You ready to shut your muzzle and listen?"
the agent demanded, as if he was speaking to an errant child and not the head of an elite army squadron. Spitting a wad of blood on the ground, Luke slowly nodded. Fighting back at this point would be useless.
Good boy.
Richter addressed Luke the way Amara talked to her little dogs.
I was briefed only yesterday on this werewolf clan of yours. I'm still adjusting, so I'd appreciate your patience.
Luke spit up more blood and then lifted his head.
Shifters, not werewolves,
he rasped.
I don't have time to get hung up on nuances, boy,
the agent bellowed.
We have a mission to complete.
Anger infused his skull as Luke spoke from between clenched teeth.
I'm not a goddamn boy.
Richter stepped back again, nodding to his guards. Luke braced himself before being hit with an even stronger current of electricity. His mind couldn't think to reason as the agonizing current swept through him. Richter waved a hand, and the guards released him from his electrified prison. He groaned, curling into a ball while blood and drool pooled on the floor around his mouth. Richter rolled Luke over with his foot, then firmly placed a polished black shoe on Luke's chest.
Now maybe you'll listen.
Malice gleamed in his beady eyes.
From here on out, you answer to me. You will do what I say when I say it, and you will not give me any lip. Understood?
Luke struggled to speak around a swollen tongue.
Yes, sir.
He despised himself for submitting to this madman, but what choice did he have? He didn't want Richter to punish his squadron and the rest of his tribe. He wouldn't put it past the snake to let his ego destroy the past 80 years of goodwill between them and the Amaraki.
Good. That bracelet stays on unless I authorize you to remove it, and you will make sure every one of your damn werewolf buddies behaves too.
A wicked grin split the agent's face in two, revealing 2 rows of blindingly white teeth.
Now let's go catch this killer.
Luke swore when he was hauled to his feet and dragged to a black van with tinted windows. He feared this lone wolf would not fare well under Agent Richter's command.
How'd you find us, Ilea?
Amara said warmly, hoping to get the doctor's mind off the 3 horny shifters who had suddenly tried to claim a human as their mate.
The GPS in my uncle's truck.
Ilea's voice shook.
I don't understand. I'm human. Can humans even mate with Amaraki?
Amara looked at Roan, who shrugged. She would have asked her other mates, but everyone else was outside. After Amara's fathers had gone nuts, Bunique Nikolai and her alpha mates had driven them out the back door. Bunika was upstairs with Harad, leaving Amara and Roan alone with the doctor in the living room. My birth mom was human. Amara wasn't confident in her answer. Her birth mom had given birth to her because she and her birth father were tricked by the goddess.
Oh,
Ilea leaned back against the couch.
I don't mean to offend, but I'm not hooking up with a pack of wolf men.
It's not common for Amaraki men to mate with humans. Amara tried to sound reassuring. They have to be mistaken.
Or else they have been bewitched by the ancients,
Roan said, setting 2 steaming cups of herbal tea on the coffee table. He sat across from them. Ilea cupped a mug with shaking hands.
Why would they do that?
I'm not sure. Amara frowned. I'll pray to our goddess and ask why. Ilea sipped the tea and made a face.
Do you have anything stronger?
She asked Roan.
After the week I've had, I don't think tea will cut it.
Roan stood.
I make a mean mojito.
Sounds perfect.
Ilea wrapped her arms around herself.
Make it a double, please.
She felt sorry for Ilea. It had been scary enough when Luke first told Amara that he and his brothers were her mates. But at least she was a shifter, like them. She couldn't imagine what it must feel like for a human to learn that a pack of supernatural creatures lusted for her. When Roan went downstairs to the bar, Ilea's nervous gaze followed him, and then darted toward the back windows overlooking the lake. Don't worry, she leaned into Ilea. They're not allowed inside. Ilea rocked back and forth, her normally olive complexion paling.
I really don't understand what's happening.
I'm trying to understand too. Did you have any strong feelings when you saw them? Ilea looked away, her face coloring.
I'm not sure what you mean.
She struggled to find the right words to say, and gave up when she realized there was no polite way to put it.
Do they make you horny? This is embarrassing.
Ilea buried her face in her hands.
I don't think I can talk about this.
It's okay. Amara patted her back. You don't have to. Ilea jerked upright, eyes wide. Will they try? She paused, swallowing hard and wiping a bead of sweat off her brow. Will they try to? She stopped talking when Roan came back upstairs.
They won't rape you.
Roan handed her a tall drink.
We Amaraki cherish our women.
She nodded and swallowed several gulps of mojito. Amara thought to warn her Roan's drinks were strong, but she figured Ilea needed it. Ilea said pointedly, Even if your women are human? My fathers are good men, Amara tried to reassure her. They won't hurt you. And they're not already mated to another wolf? She asked. Oh, fuck. Roan's thought projected into Amara's head. Stifling a few swear words of her own, she bit her lip. How was she supposed to say this? Well, they actually do have a mate, but she's an unfaithful, hateful bitch who claims to be pregnant, Amara wanted to add. But she figured Ilea had had enough drama for one day. Amara jumped when the front door was flung open. For a moment, she thought her fathers were storming the house, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was Tor. That was short-lived when she noticed the thunderous look on his face. Gold flecks sparkled in his eyes as he pointed at Ilea.
Dr. Johnson, you need to go.
When Ilea trembled, Amara took the drink from her and set it on the table. Why? She asked her father-in-law.
Agent Richter called.
He approached Ilea, his eyes turning from mahogany to gold and back again.
He says humans are no longer allowed on the reservation. He's sending in a team after you if you don't leave immediately.
Amara gaped at Tor and then at Ilea. Who is Agent Richter? He took Uncle Joe's place. There was no mistaking the venom in Ilea's tone. Amara shot a pleading look at Tor. I need to go with her to heal Agent Johnson.
No shifters are allowed off the reservation.
Tor grimaced.
Richter's orders.
Amara threw up her hands. Seriously? Jumping to her feet, Ilea punched numbers on her phone. Richter knows Amara can save my uncle. I'm calling him. She turned from them, holding the receiver to her ear. A litany of swear words poured from her mouth. Richter, this is Dr. Johnson. Answer your damn phone, you goddamn asshole. You know Amara Thunderfoot can save Uncle Joe. Let her off the fucking reservation. Wow, the doctor sure didn't mince words. Good. She'd need to have that attitude if Katerina ever found out about her. Amara heard a familiar racket in the distance. Tor opened the door and peered at the sky. He turned to Ilea.
You need to go, Doctor.
Stomping toward the door, Ilea threw up her hands. But my uncle! Amara followed Ilea, repressing a shudder when she saw the large chopper hovering above the forest by their house. Why is that here? Ilea looked at Tor with watery eyes. Chieftain, my uncle has days to live, weeks at best.
We will come up with a plan.
Tor nodded at Amara.
Get her phone number.
He scowled at the helicopter, twin firestorms brewing in his eyes.
I will find a way to get Amara to him.
Amara only hoped Tor came up with something soon, before it was too late. The short reprieve offered by darkness vanished when the sun peeked over the horizon. Luke rubbed the leather bracelet digging into his wrist while glowering at the back of Richter's bald head. As if sensing Luke's eyes boring into his skull, Richter turned around, fixing Luke with his serpentine stare.
Once you find the bitch, you and your squadron will back off and let us handle her.
Luke shared dark looks with his team.
She will respond better to her own kind. That was not a request,
Richter snarled.
Do I need to remind you again who's in charge?
He glanced at the guard standing ready with a stun gun. Luke feigned submission.
No, sir.
Richter harumphed.
That's what I thought.
Sharing one more stealthy look with the other members of his team, Luke decided his tracking abilities wouldn't work well today. He'd blame it on the jolts he'd received, telling Richter it had adversely affected his senses. Maybe Richter would think twice before shocking them again. More importantly, Luke's delay would give the she-wolf time to flee. Even though he desperately wanted to find her and bring her to the safety of the reservation, he had a feeling Richter had a more sinister plan in mind. Balling his hands into fists, he strengthened his resolve. Screw the consequences. He would not let Richter get the girl. Chapter 12. Takani sat across the table from her brother, alternating between sipping coffee as thick as sludge and eating runny eggs drenched in hot sauce. It was a far cry from the breakfasts she remembered at her Nana's house. Those had been wonderful summers, waking up with Cousin Amara and skipping down the stairs to a platter piled high with bacon, pancakes, and fluffy eggs. How she'd missed those days, back before her father's accident, back when her family was normal, when she was normal. Roy licked his plate clean and dumped the dishes in the sink. He hadn't noticed that she'd washed all the dishes and cleaned his entire cabin while he'd been gone. Not that she expected recognition. She'd eaten most of his food. It bothered her that Roy never took notice of the things she did for him, just the things she didn't do. It had always been that way between them. Even though she loved her brother, she wished he would occasionally see the good in her instead of constantly mistrusting her.
"I owe a girl some money,"
he said as he warmed his hands by the small pellet stove.
"I need to go into town. Want to come with me?"
"No, Roy." She set her plate of half-eaten eggs on the floor, letting Mako finish them off. "I need to get going."
"You're leaving? You just got here."
Takani made the mistake of looking into his eyes, hating herself for the hurt there. "I know. I'm sorry." His eyes narrowed, and his mouth set in a firm line.
"Where are you going? Fucking druggie?"
His shrill thought pierced her soul. Her shoulders slumped at the realization that it would always be this way with him. He'd never trust her, which meant she could never trust him. "I'm going to find Cousin Amara."
"I already told you she doesn't want to see us."
There was no mistaking the derision in his tone. The other reason why she had withdrawn from her brother suddenly occurred to her. He was a condescending ass. "No, Roy," Takani said sharply. "You told me she doesn't want to see you." He folded his arms, looking smug.
"And what makes you think she will be any nicer to you?"
"I'm not sure, but I have to try." She leaned over and petted her dog, whose nervous gaze flicked from Amara to Roy and back again.
"So I'm not good enough?"
Roy stomped a foot like a wayward toddler.
"Do you think Amara will have drugs?"
She threw up her hands with a curse. "For the last time, Roy, I do not do drugs."
"Then why did you pull away from me?"
he cried.
"From the world?"
Her inner wolf growled as she approached him, standing so close they were nearly toe to toe. He wasn't much taller than her, so it took little effort for her to look him in the eyes. "You really want to know?"
"Yes."
She wished she could reveal her wolf to him, but how would he react? After the way Roy had referred to Amara's mates as demons, she didn't think he would show her understanding, especially if he discovered she'd killed her boss. No, he'd probably just be terrified of her, and then she could never speak to him again. "I'm different, and I didn't think you'd understand me."
"I'm comfortable with different."
His eyes softened.
"If you like other girls, I'm fine with that."
She refrained from rolling her eyes. "That's not it at all. If only it were that simple." He grasped her shoulders, searching her eyes.
"Then tell me."
She looked at her feet, eyes welling with tears. She couldn't tell Roy. She just couldn't. "You wouldn't understand. You'll judge me. Maybe even hate me." She wiped her eyes. If Roy only knew how much she wished she could confide in him. In someone.
"I could never hate my own flesh and blood. Please, tell me."
The desperation in his voice made her knees go weak. She swayed toward him, tempted to tell him the truth. She even opened her mouth to speak, but was stunned into silence when a howl sounded in the distance, followed by another. She broke away from him. "Do you hear that?" she asked, throwing open the door. Mako whined and scented the air. He'd heard their calls, too. Roy stood behind her.
"What is it?"
"Wolves." She held up a silencing hand while her magic-touched senses struggled to make out what they were saying. It was a warning of some kind, a dire, desperate warning. When the howls intensified, he grabbed her, pulling her inside.
"Annie, get inside."
Her wolf clawed at her insides, her instinct telling her to run. When Roy refused to release her, she shrugged him off with a growl, then froze when he stumbled back, pointing at her eyes.
"What the fuck, Annie?"
Damn, He'd seen her wolf. Mako raised his head and howled. She looked from her dog to Roy, and her pounding heart came to a grinding halt when he grabbed a shotgun.
"You'd shoot your own sister?" she screamed. "I knew you wouldn't understand."
A helicopter was heard in the distance. Takani was out of time. She broke from her mortal skin and soared out the door as a wolf. A shot rang out, and she yelped when she hit the dirt, a blinding pain shooting up her hind leg. Mako yipped too, dodging a spray of bullets. She and Mako took off at a gallop as the blades from the chopper beat on their backs. They disappeared into the thick brush, her heart racing as she dodged shrubs and branches. She ran and ran until the sound of the helicopter was a distant echo in her ears. They reached a stream and swam to the other side, and then ran until Takani's heart nearly gave out. When Takani slowed to catch her breath and lick her back leg, which thankfully appeared to have only a flesh wound, she didn't think the strain on her heart was from her injury or the exertion. Roy had done more than wound her body when he'd shot her. He'd crushed her soul. She knew he wouldn't understand when she revealed her wolf to him, but she'd never expected he'd try to kill her. Roy raised his weapon and fired, narrowly missing a bald man in dress pants and a camo vest who'd shot at his sister. He pumped the shotgun and aimed again. As he was about to fire, about a dozen armed soldiers emerged from the woods, aiming their weapons at him.
"Federal agents!"
the bald man hollered.
"Drop your weapon!" "Not until you drop yours."
Roy's hands shook and his heart pounded a gong in his ears as he held tightly to his gun. The longer he distracted these men, the better chance Annie had at getting away. Dear God in heaven, his sister had changed into a goddamn wolf in the blink of an eye. Why hadn't he known about this before? The bald man surged ahead of the soldiers, holding out his hands in surrender.
"I'm Special Agent James Richter. These are my men. Lower your weapons, son."
He trained a serpentine stare on Roy.
"Do you know the penalty for shooting a federal agent?"
Roy glared at Richter, imagining his eyes were loaded guns firing holes through his chest.
"You shot my fucking sister."
Agent Richter shook his head.
"I shot a wolf." "Quit with the bullshit,"
Roy ground out, waving his barrel at the soldiers.
"You knew goddamn well what she was."
Richter took a few more steps forward.
"We know she's wanted for a brutal murder."
Roy arched back, looking at the agent through hooded eyes.
"You lie. Lower the gun, son, so we can talk."
Richter continued his advance.
"We're not going to hurt you."
Half a dozen naked native men sprang from the forest. What the fuck had happened to their clothes?
"Why would you shoot her?"
One of the men stomped up to Richter.
"She was unarmed. This is above your pay grade."
Richter gave the naked man a look of pure malice.
"Stand down, Thunderfoot."
"Thunderfoot?" Roy murmured. Was he related to the brothers who were holding Amara? And why the hell was he naked? A few pieces of the puzzle fell into place, like why Annie had withdrawn from him and why Amara was keeping her distance. The women in his family were wolf girls, and they'd somehow connected with wolf boys. But how?
"If you would have let me handle it,"
Thunderfoot continued, his eyes shifting from brown to yellow and back again, while he pounded his chest like an ape.
"I could have de-escalated the situation."
Richter let out a shrill whistle, and in the next moment, several armed soldiers flanked Thunderfoot, aiming their weapons at him.
"Stand down!"
Richter boomed again.
"You'd shoot me? For what? I'm the Army's best goddamn tracker." "Not anymore. You are hereby relieved of your duty,"
Richter said, and turned away dismissively. The soldiers cocked their guns, visibly shaking as they centered them on Thunderfoot. Thunderfoot shook his fist at Richter.
"You don't have the authority."
A shot rang out, the force of the blast ripping Roy's gun from his hands. He swore, falling to the ground when a blinding, burning pain raced across his hand and extremities. Rolling over on his back, he clutched his chest, blood soaking his favorite jersey. Roy gaped up at Richter, whose triumphant smile belied the malice in his beady eyes.
"Send the mutts back to their reservation."
Richter pointed at the naked natives before thumbing in Roy's direction.
"Bring the boy in for questioning."
Luke cried out, curling into himself when Richter hit him with another jolt. He reached for the bracelet. If he could just rip it off, he'd shift and run. Or maybe he'd shift and bite the shit out of Richter. Richter hovered over Luke, holding the stun gun close to Luke's throat.
What were those howls about?
Luke struggled to speak around a swollen tongue and a mouth that felt as dry as the Sahara.
I told you already. I was communicating with my team.
Richter stood, resting his boot on Luke's neck.
Why did she flee?
Luke glared at Richter. Bracelet or no bracelet, Luke could have taken on Richter as a human, if only his hands weren't bound, and there weren't a dozen snipers pointing their barrels at him.
Because she was scared. Lies.
His inky eyes narrowed.
You warned her, didn't you?
Luke didn't fight when Richter pressed harder on his windpipe. Fighting would only make Richter angrier. He hoped to appeal to whatever morsel of reason Richter had left in his twisted mind.
She belongs on the reservation, where her own kind can look after her. She's a murderer.
Richter put more pressure on his neck.
She needs to be locked up.
Luke arched a brow.
How do you know she didn't kill in self-defense?
Richter's smile morphed into a wicked snarl.
Doesn't matter. Of course it matters.
Luke's cheeks burned with anger at Richter's willful ignorance.
We Amaraki are a peaceful race. We've coexisted with humans for thousands of years, and we have a strict code for our shifters that they are only to shift in front of humans in self-defense. Once we find this lone wolf, we will make sure she follows it.
Richter let out a sardonic laugh.
Once we find the lone wolf, we will make sure she's tried for murder.
Whose idea had it been to put this moron in charge?
Johnson wouldn't have been so quick to condemn her. Johnson was a goddamn softy.
Richter spit a wad of chewing tobacco next to Luke's head.
There's a new sheriff in town, and you mutts will behave or suffer the consequences.
He lifted his boot.
It's obvious you're not going to be any help to me. You can return to the reservation. We'll capture the girl ourselves.
Luke sat up, clutching his sore throat.
You're making a mistake,
he rasped, before coughing into his hand.
No.
Richter fixed Luke with an expression so cold, it made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end.
I'm fixing 80 years of mistakes. Our government should have filled you freaks full of lead when they first learned of you.
Chapter 13. Amara was awakened by Roan's gentle shake.
Wake up,
he breathed in her ear.
We're out of milk and Harad's hungry.
Ignoring her dizzy head and growling stomach, she sat up, inhaling the strong scents of coffee and bacon. Her stomach instantly churned, bile shooting into her throat. Hello, morning sickness, my old friend. Though she was just a few days pregnant, Amaraki babies only needed to develop in the womb for 5 months. Amara wondered if she'd traded a shorter pregnancy for a more intense morning sickness. She rubbed sleep from her eyes and listened to her family's boisterous voices downstairs, accompanied by Bunika's laughter and Harad's angry squeal. "Go get him," she drawled. "I'm too tired to get out of bed." Honestly, she could have slept a few more hours. She recalled how tired she'd been during the first month of her last pregnancy. She was hoping this time would be different.
I will,
he said.
But you need to wake up first.
He handed her a steaming cup of tea. She leaned over and kissed his cheek. "Thank you, sweetheart." Roan was always so thoughtful. She had no idea what she'd do without him. She grimaced when she took a sip of the pungent brew, recognizing the herbs Raz had given her for morning sickness. Despite the malodorous flavor, she took several sips and then laid back down, her nausea slowly fading. Roan brushed a wayward lock of hair behind her ear.
I figured the morning sickness would be coming on soon, so I wanted to start you off with something light.
He handed her a warm blueberry muffin. It smelled like butter and cinnamon, and tasted like sugary heaven. She devoured it, not just because she was hungry, but because she was in a hurry. Harad's fussy cries were getting louder, making her nipples ache.
You feeling any better?
Roan asked. Yeah, she said with a smile. Bring me my baby. She returned with Harad, who gave her the most pitiful whimper. Why was he being so fussy? Instead of diving for her breast, he kicked and squirmed, letting out an agonizing wail. She shared terrified looks with Roan. "It's happening again?" Roan grimaced, taking him from her. Roan tried rocking Harad, but he just fussed harder. Håkon and Drasko burst into the bedroom.
What's wrong?
Håkon asked. Fear threatened to cut off Amara's words. "Harad is seeing something bad." Håkon slipped his phone out and punched a few buttons.
"Father,"
he said,
"I need you to check on Luke."
Harad finally calmed down after a few minutes, but there was no way Amara was going to relax until she heard Luke was safe. Though she was famished, her stomach was in too many knots for her to digest her food. She sat between Bunika and Bunik Nikolai, letting Harad lazily suckle from her and watching the clock. What was taking so long? After an interminable 2 hours that felt like a lifetime, Håkon's phone buzzed. She swore when he took the call outside, but her fathers were noisily arguing about what to do with Katerina. Ever since they'd caught Ilea's scent, they'd been on edge, snapping at each other like a trio of turtles. She feared how her second alpha father, Jovan, would take the news that they had a human mate. He'd been with her in-laws and his wicked witch wife when Ilea had come over. Amara's heart quickened when Håkon returned from outside.
"Luke's coming home."
He grimaced.
"They've relieved him of duty."
She clutched her baby tightly. Relieved him of duty? She knew she should have been happy Luke was returning to her, but why would they do that? And what exactly did it mean?
"He's their best damn tracker."
Drasko's face turned bright red, the veins in his neck popping out. Håkon frowned.
"They're sending all the trackers home. Richter doesn't trust them."
Her heart sank. So they didn't want him anymore? Luke had planned to retire after 20 years, like all trackers did. He loved serving his country. To kick him out now would crush him. Nikolai shot up, his nose widening as he let out a deep rumble.
"This doesn't bode well for our kind." "No, it doesn't."
Håkon's shoulders slumped.
"There's more."
He cast a weary glance in Amara's direction.
"Father has ordered all families to combine homes as a precautionary measure." "What does he think will happen?"
Roan blurted.
"Another 1911?
Håkon mutely pressed his lips together. Amara was still stuck on Tor's orders. "What do you mean, combine homes?" She handed Harad to Roan. Håkon explained.
"My father's mother and sister will be staying here, because we have the bigger house."
She held her breath, then released it. "And Katerina?"
"Her too,"
Håkon said somberly. Drasko threw up his hands.
"Fuck me."
Håkon rested a hand on Drasko's shoulder.
"Just until the lockdown is over."
"How long do you think the lockdown will last?" she asked. Holy fuck. Stuck in the same house with Katerina. Nightmare déjà vu.
"Until we can get you to Johnson to cure him,"
Håkon answered solemnly. Yes, if she healed Johnson, he could relieve this new agent of his duties and help restore peace between the Amaraki and the government. But how could Amara get to the hospital if the Amaraki were on lockdown? "Will I be allowed to see him?"
"No."
He folded his arms and looked out the windows, scanning the forest as if he was looking for threats.
"There's military patrolling the perimeter of the reservation."
Frustrated, she said, "Then how can I cure him?" Håkon's features hardened to stone.
"I'll get you to Johnson, even if I die trying."
"Your government has turned on you. We Romanians are fortunate our ancestors were never foolish enough to reveal ourselves to humans." Katerina turned up her nose. The others at the table fell silent. Amara refrained from swearing. She couldn't believe her misfortune, stuck in a house with the world's biggest bitch. Tor leaned back in his chair at the head of the table, gazing at Katerina with derision.
"We've had good relations with them since World War II."
"Things change." Katerina dismissed Tor with a flick of the wrist. "Your ancestors were fools to trust the government."
"Lamenting something that happened 80 years ago doesn't help them now, Katarina."
Boris said. Amara cringed at the way her alpha father barked at his mate. He'd been treating her with contempt all morning, and she suspected it had something to do with Ilea.
"Why are you so cross with me?"
Katerina asked, pouting.
"You can't be serious."
Boris let out a sardonic laugh.
"Our daughter's tribe is being threatened."
His voice rose as his cheeks reddened.
"Do I not have reason to be upset?"
"You don't need to take it out on me. I didn't do it."
Katerina's lower lip quivered. Amara badly wanted to smack that fake hurt off Katerina's face. It was an act, and not a very convincing one. Boris pushed away from the table, leaving a half-eaten bowl of oatmeal.
"Must you make everything about yourself, Katerina? You said you've changed, but you're still a spoiled bitch."
When Katerina looked to Jovan for support, her second alpha glowered back. Amara's fathers had undoubtedly filled him in on Ilea, or he'd picked up on the human's scent. He'd been restless since he'd arrived, acting like he'd drunk 3 pots of coffee. Her father's sudden attraction to an unwilling mortal had to be the work of the ancients. She couldn't help but resent her gods for the cruel trick they'd played on them. They'd meddled with her father's love lives before, tricking Amara's birth father, Marius, into mating with Amara's human birth mother. There was no telling why they'd chosen a human for them when they still had a mate, but Amara feared this wouldn't end well for anyone.
"Aren't you going to say anything, Jovan?"
Katerina said accusingly to her second alpha.
"Or are you going to pretend you didn't make love to me last night?"
"Made love?"
he snarled.
"Is that what you call it? I pushed you off me 3 times until I finally let you have your way. We should have severed the bond when we had the chance."
Amara's breath hitched at the look of hatred in Katerina's eyes. Jumping from her chair, Katerina slapped Jovan so hard, the sound ricocheted off the walls. A cacophony of growls rose from the table. Håkon latched onto Amara's arm.
"I don't want you getting caught up in this."
She hadn't finished her bacon and eggs, and she was famished. But Håkon was right. It was best she stayed out of the drama. "Please get my food." Håkon grabbed her plate and led her to the far end of the kitchen bar. Roan and Bunika appeared after putting Harad down for his mid-morning nap. They both stood on the stairwell, gaping at Amara's fathers and their mate as they engaged in an eye-dagger showdown.
"If I miscarry this baby, it will be your fault,"
Katerina spat, clutching her belly. She gave them a smile so fake, her face looked ready to crack from the effort. When she pushed in her chair and casually strode from the dining room into the kitchen, Amara's heart pounded.
"Are you happy now that you've turned your fathers against me?"
Katerina said with a sneer. Amara barely held on to her temper. "I didn't turn them against you." Ilea's scent had turned her fathers away from Katerina. Luckily, nobody had told Katerina about Ilea, and Amara hoped she'd never find out. Ilea couldn't defend herself against a crazed she-wolf.
"If not you, then who?"
"You did," Bunika said at her back.
"By being a hateful, selfish Katya."
Katerina stiffened, but did not turn around. Amara thought she saw Katerina's eyes glow a bright silver before she closed them. But wolves were dormant in pregnant Amaraki. That meant Amara was imagining things. Or Katerina was faking this pregnancy. When Katerina's eyes flew open, the gleam was gone. She strolled over to the other end of the counter, opposite Amara, and right next to a block of butcher knives. Håkon pulled Amara off her stool and stepped in front of Katerina, holding out a staying hand.
"Back away from the knives,"
he said in a deep, protector voice. Katerina stepped back when Håkon's face shifted, and Drasko and Roan both converged on her.
"I wasn't going to touch them."
She feigned innocence, batting her lashes. Amara wasn't fooled. Bunika pushed past Roan and jabbed a finger in Katerina's chest.
"If you harm my granddaughter, I'll tear you limb from limb." "I already said I wasn't going to touch the knives."
Katerina paled as she backed away from Bunika. Then her cheeks flushed.
"You would dare harm me while I carry your future grandchild?"
Bunika gritted her teeth.
"You're lying about this baby."
Katerina gasped, dramatically clutching her throat.
How dare you?
I can tell if she's pregnant. Amara felt smug satisfaction when Katerina's eyes bulged, then narrowed. If I lay my hands on her, I can sense the child in her womb. Katerina pressed against the refrigerator, issuing a shrill scream.
Keep your damn hands off me!
I knew it. Drasko threw his head back with a laugh.
She's lying.
The bitch ignored Drasko and turned her sharp gaze on Amara.
Who's to say you won't lie to spite me? We will know soon enough.
Jovan clutched her elbow in a white-knuckled grip, his left cheek flaming from Katerina's handprint.
She won't be able to fake it for long.
He pulled her out of the kitchen, ignoring her protests as he dragged her down the stairs to their makeshift bedroom in the den. Amara apprehensively shared looks with her mates. "Did you see the wolf in her eyes?" she asked them.
I saw it,
Håkon answered.
The bitch isn't pregnant.
She didn't know if she should be pleased or worried about that. Katerina didn't need knives to attack Amara when she could unleash her wolf. Chapter 14. Takani, still in wolf form, knew she needed to hide when she heard the swish of rotating helicopter blades. The sun was centered directly overhead, illuminating even the darkest recesses of the forest. She found a cave at the bottom of a dried-up ravine. Dragging a branch between her teeth, she worked hard to clean up her tracks as she and Mako backed into the cave. It was much bigger than she expected. An overturned cart and dirt-crusted shovels and picks told her this was an abandoned mine. At least, she hoped it was abandoned. The cave branched into 3 smaller tunnels. Her heart plummeted when she scented each one. They all smelled like other animals, from smaller nocturnal creatures to wolves and even a bear. But the smells were weak, so hopefully the animals had left long ago. She picked the center tunnel, the one with the lightest animal scent. As her wolf eyes adjusted to the darkness and Mako followed her, she prayed they would find a sanctuary and wouldn't be discovered by the men chasing her. Amara, Tatiana, and her Bunika played with Harad for the rest of the morning, trying to ignore the sounds of her fathers and their mate arguing downstairs. Though she didn't enjoy spying on her parents, she couldn't help feeling vindicated when she heard Boris holler at Katerina for being a bad stepmother to Amara. Amara's mates and their fathers and mother were scattered across the living room and back deck, giving each other eye rolls every time Katerina's voice turned shrill. Amara considered herself blessed that she had her sweet little Harad to keep her occupied. She needed the distraction to get her mind off worrying over Luke and the future of her tribe, and Harad was a far more pleasant diversion than the blowout downstairs. Harad had finally started crawling, and he was on a mission to hunt down dogs and pull their tails. The dogs collectively ran from him like a herd of elk fleeing a pack of wolves. They alternated between their cozy bed by the fire and the rug under the dining table, keeping a wary eye on the baby when he headed their direction. Harad's infectious laughter cut through the tension in the house, easing everyone's worries. He finally wore himself out, passing out in the dog bed. The pups weren't too happy to find him there, circling and whining and casting forlorn looks at Amara. All was forgiven after she rewarded them with jerky strips, and Roan carried the sleeping infant upstairs to his crib. She took time to lavish attention on Max, who'd been such a good boy through all the turmoil, adapting to his new surroundings without complaint. She scratched behind his ears and that magic spot between his hips, earning several sloppy kisses in response.
"Hey, don't give him all our kisses,"
Roan pleaded as he came back down the stairs. She shot him a sideways grin. "There's always plenty to go around." Everyone jumped at the sound of a roaring engine. Drasko's nostrils flared.
"Luke's home."
Without a second thought, she raced for the front door, but was halted by Håkon. His eyes glowed yellow as his protector voice took over.
"He's not alone."
She stayed with Roan, nervous tension twisting her insides, while Drasko, Håkon, and their alpha fathers went outside. She wanted to look out the window and see what was happening, but Grandfather Nikolai forced her to wait in the downstairs den with the other women, while he kept guard at the top of the stairs. Roan joined them with Harad strapped to his back. What the hell was going on? Were they preparing to flee? Her fathers took up positions along the back porch, looking like sentinels, as they watched the trees, clutching rifles in white-knuckled grips. Ancients saved them all. Her family was preparing for war. Håkon took Luke from the soldier with the same care he used to carry Harad. He handed his bruised and battered brother to Drasko, his inner protector screaming to get out and demanding revenge for what they'd done to Luke.
"What happened to him?"
Tor bellowed to a beady-eyed man who'd disembarked from the van.
"He disobeyed orders,"
the man said coolly, looking far too confident for a human with 4 heavily armed soldiers at his back. Tor's eyes shone with rage.
"You abused our son?" "Just a few shocks."
The man shrugged.
"He will recover." "You Tor?"
he asked cockily, and it took all of Håkon's willpower not to shift and pop his bald head from his shoulders. Tor's face hardened.
"I am. Special Agent Richter."
The man held out a hand.
"I am the new liaison to the wolf people."
Tor scowled at the agent's hand, defiantly crossing his arms.
"We are called Amaraki."
The agent dropped his act and matched Tor's expression.
"I know what you're called. What happened to the lone wolf?" "She got away, thanks to Luke's warning."
Richter glanced at Luke.
"That wristband stays on him. I will know if you take it off."
Skull stepped forward, his chest rapidly rising and falling, his eyes shifting from brown to gold.
"Luke has served his country honorably, and yet you treat him like a criminal?"
Agent Richter took one look at Skull's eyes and nearly tripped over the soldier behind him as he lurched back. He quickly righted his posture, shaking out his arms.
"He abetted a brutal killer."
Tor arched a brow.
"You speak of the lone wolf." "I do."
Richter raised his chin, giving Tor a challenging look. Håkon wasn't fooled. He saw the tremors in the human's hands, and he could smell his fear.
"I want to rip him to shreds, brother."
Drasko's angry words seared Håkon's mind.
"Me too,"
Håkon answered.
"But once we cross that line, we bring war to our tribe."
Håkon cleared his throat.
"She killed that man in self-defense."
Richter narrowed his eyes.
"How do you know this?"
Håkon shouldn't have been offended that this human doubted his honor, but it was just one more reason why he wanted to smash his skull in.
"It came to me in a vision,"
Håkon answered, refusing to divulge that Amara had seen it through their son. He would leave his mate and child out of this, for if Richter went after them, there would certainly be a war.
"A vision, huh?"
Richter chuckled.
"You should lay off the peyote, wolf boy." "Perhaps you didn't hear my father say we are called Amaraki,"
Håkon said through clenched teeth. This human had a death wish, and Håkon wished he could honor it. He bared his teeth at the agent. It wasn't until Richter held up a hand and his soldiers raised their weapons that Håkon realized how loud he'd been growling. Tor placed a restraining hand on Håkon's shoulder.
"Easy, son. You need to do a better job of keeping your wolves in check,"
Richter hissed before hurrying toward the van. Håkon could tell by the man's jerky movements as he dove into the front seat that he was scared shitless. And scared humans were the most dangerous kind. After an interminable wait, Amara heard the front door open.
"Amara, we need you,"
Håkon called to her. Not needing to be told twice, she hurried up the stairs. She would have taken them 2 at a time if she hadn't suddenly become dizzy and breathless. Damn pregnancy. Her heart slammed against her ribcage when she saw Drasko at the foot of the stairs, holding a bruised and battered Luke. "Oh, Luke!" she cried, running a hand over his black and blue forehead. "Put him on our bed," she said. She followed her mates upstairs, cursing her 3-story house when she reached the landing tired and out of breath. Tears streamed down her face as she sat beside Luke, taking his cold and clammy hand in hers. She scowled at the leather bracelet with metal clasps encircling his wrist, reminding her of a dog collar. At the tip of one spike were tiny amethysts, which prevented his wolf from escaping. Closing her eyes, she sensed a great chasm in his soul that engulfed his physical pain. She smoothed her hands up and down his arms for what felt like hours, healing every cut and bruise until there was nothing left but that aching in his heart. She sensed exactly what had caused it. He'd tried and failed to keep the lone wolf safe. Håkon helped Luke sit up, and they wordlessly fed him soup and hot tea. She ate too, famished and exhausted after using so much magic. Though her mates tried to get Luke to talk, he refused to speak, turning from them and burying his face under the blankets. She crawled in beside her tracker and rested her head on the pillow beside him, holding him while he shook and sniffled.
"Luke, brother, what can we do?"
Håkon asked. When Luke refused to answer, she turned to Håkon, sensing what Luke needed. "Could you leave us alone for a while?"
"Of course."
Håkon ushered his brothers out of the room. Luke's mother and sister were by the door, wringing their hands and peering into the room. "How is he?" Mihaela asked. She didn't hear Håkon's muffled answer because he shut the door behind him. After the sound of retreating footsteps faded, she lay beside him once more, stroking his back. He turned to her, eyes glassy.
"I'm not a soldier anymore."
She felt sorrow at the hopelessness in his eyes. "This is only temporary, Luke. Once I heal Johnson, Richter won't be in charge."
"How will you heal him? The reservation is on lockdown."
Håkon said he'd find a way to get me off. And Amara believed him. He had to get her to Johnson. Their whole tribe was depending on it.
"I can't help."
He looked at the amethyst bracelet chaining him to his mortal body.
"I have to wear this damn thing."
She forced a smile, refusing to accept defeat. "We'll figure something out. At least, she sure as hell hoped so." The farther Takani descended into the cavern, the stronger the musty, moldy smell became. Mako followed her, sniffing and making small noises. He wanted to turn around, but she couldn't risk being spotted by the men hunting her. She froze at a soft mewling sound. There was a litter up ahead. Why hadn't she smelled them? She pointed her snout in the air, picking up on a subtle but unrecognizable scent. The mother of the cubs had gone to great lengths to mask the smell of her young. That musty odor was probably from grass and moss she'd used to make her nest. She turned, indicating for Mako to turn back, when an eerie howl filled the cramped chamber. A flash of fangs was Takani's only warning before the creature flew at them like a bolt of lightning and latched onto Mako's leg. The dog let out a howl of pain and spun in a circle, trying to shake off the beast. Debris and rocks pelted her when she lunged for the creature, ripping it off Mako and sending it careening through the tunnel. The animal landed with a thud and then launched at her, lips pulled back, claws extended. Though Takani had never met one in the flesh, instinct told her what it was. A wolverine. She leaped aside and bit it hard, snapping its neck. The wolverine went limp in her mouth, and the reality of what she'd done cleaved her heart in two. She'd killed a mama defending her young. Now the cubs would starve to death or be eaten by predators. Her jaw went slack, and the wolverine tumbled to the ground. She turned her attention to the cubs, whose cries grew louder. Mako limped toward the mouth of the tunnel. She cast one last furtive glance at where the crying cubs were hidden, but there was nothing she could do for them. She couldn't replicate their mother's milk, and Mako needed her. She followed, alarmed at the blood pouring from the gash in his leg. Damn, his injury was more severe than she realized. Forget hiding. Mako needed help. Chapter 15. Skunk pulled into the dirt drive to Roy's rental cabin, one of many in the small park outside Anchorage. Why Roy had chosen to live so far out of town was beyond him, though it was dirt cheap. But Roy made enough money that he could afford a decent apartment.
Roy, where are you, buddy?
Slamming the truck door, he glanced over his shoulder at Moose and Henry.
Moose wants her money,
he called to Roy. No one answered, but Roy's truck was here, so he couldn't be far away. Skunk walked up the steps to the tiny porch, and an odd sensation prickled the hairs on the back of his neck. There was a spray of holes in the door and window. Had someone shot up Roy's place? Rubbing his beard, he said,
"What happened here?"
Moose pushed past him, slamming into the door repeatedly until the lock broke, and it busted open. "Holy fuck," she cried, rubbing her shoulder. "His place is trashed." Skunk stepped over broken dishes and scattered papers and noticed bullet holes in the walls and TV, but no sign of Roy.
"Somebody shot it up."
Moose stomped a foot. "I ain't never gonna see my money." Henry hung back, nervously pacing.
"I think we should go before whoever did this comes back."
"Chicken shit," Moose muttered, stomping down the stairs. Skunk looked through a pile of clothes and empty tins, surprised when he found a wad of money under the mattress. Whoever trashed this place had to have seen it, so why had they left it? Moose and Henry were outside. He surreptitiously tucked the wad in his pocket. That money should have gone to Moose, but considering all the beer, pot, and pizza she'd bummed off him over the years, he figured he was collecting his dues. She gave him blowjobs whenever he asked, but she didn't suck dick nearly as good as Lacey. Not $1,000 good. "Look over here," Moose called. Skunk untucked his shirt so it concealed the bulge in his pocket, and then went back outside.
"What is it?"
Sucking on a lollipop, Moose pointed at the ground. "Those are some giant-ass paw prints." He eyed them. They were bigger than any animal he'd ever seen.
"Bear?"
She shook her head. "They look wolf, only bigger." Skunk rubbed his beard, wondering if Moose was talking out her ass, but she had grown up in a hunting family, something she bragged about. He had to take her at her word.
"Who do you think did this?"
She scratched her scalp. "I don't know."
"Guys, I really think we should go."
Henry backed away from the prints, his eyes shifting from left to right. His hands shook. Skunk marched over to him until they were toe to toe.
"You know something. I don't know what you're talking about."
He backed Henry up against Roy's truck. Picking the man up by the collar, he slammed his bony frame into the door with a sickening crunch.
"You know something,"
he hollered, spittle flying.
"Now speak. Please don't hit me."
Henry shook like a leaf in a windstorm.
"I promised I wouldn't tell. They will kill me, Skunk,"
he pleaded.
"Please don't make me tell."
Skunk pulled back his fist and slammed it into Roy's truck so hard he left a dent in the door.
"The next fist will be aimed at your nose if you don't talk."
Amara woke from a fitful nap and looked over at Luke, who was blinking at her. "How are you feeling?" she asked, running her fingers down the stubble on his jaw. "Better?"
"A little."
He covered a yawn.
"You?"
"Just groggy." She rubbed her eyes, then leaned into him, relishing his warmth. "I've missed you."
"And I've missed you."
He feathered a soft kiss across her lips, just enough to make her want more. "Guess what?" she asked, rubbing her cheek across his rough face.
"You're pregnant."
She scooted closer to him, so close that her nipples perked up as they rubbed against his chest. "How did you know?"
"You have the glow."
He ran his fingers through her hair, and her eyelids fluttered. How she'd missed him touching her.
"Would it be wrong if I made love to you?"
he murmured. She wrapped her arms around him, dragging her foot up his leg. "It would be wrong if you didn't." His lips crashed down on hers. She sighed into his mouth, welcoming the invasion of his tongue, and his hands sliding up under her shirt, unclasping her bra. They made quick work of each other's clothes, alternating between kissing and nipping each other. She explored his taut, lean body, committing every muscle to memory as if her life depended on it. "Oh, Luke," she said, "please hurry. I want you so much." He dragged his teeth down her neck and grazed her shoulder before rolling her onto her back. He bit her shoulder, then released her, swirling his tongue across the tender area. He lavished kisses across her collarbone and breasts, stopping to tenderly suck one breast, then the other, before gently latching onto a nipple, stretching it between his teeth. The sensation was so painfully exquisite, she cried out his name, then panted when he trailed kisses down her belly and then buried his face in her mound, lapping up her juices before fucking her with long, deep strokes of his tongue. She clenched his hair by the roots, coming hard and fast, her muscles contracting around him while he drank in her essence. She nearly flew off the bed when he drove a finger into her anus, swirling, until she came undone again, this orgasm more powerful than the first. She lowered her hips to the bed, as boneless as a gutted fish. He climbed up the length of her and buried his shaft in her. Her eyes flew open as he filled her tight sheath, tunneling into her while whispering sweet words of love into her ear. "I've found heaven in your arms," she projected, holding on tight while he picked up speed, banging against her electrified bundle of nerves.
"You are my heaven, Amara."
He fucked her harder, faster, until she melted into him, surrendering to the pleasure that consumed her. As she was swept away by another euphoric climax, he called her name and stilled, his head throbbing as he spilled his seed inside her. He rested his forehead against hers, shaken by spasms. Then he rolled over, taking her with him, kissing and stroking her while he was still buried inside her. She rode her lover hard, their bodies slapping together as she pumped up and down on his slippery shaft. They climaxed together again, this one so intense, it robbed her of breath. Spent, she fell into his arms, cooing, relishing the delicious little aftershocks while he stroked her back. After a long and satisfactory snuggle, she sighed when Luke slid out. He went to the bathroom and returned with a towel, cleaning them both before diving under the covers and holding her close. After a sufficient amount of kissing and spooning, she reluctantly moved away from her handsome tracker. "I suppose we should go downstairs," she said. "Harad will be hungry by now." She kissed Luke one last time and sat up.
"Wait."
He latched onto her wrist.
"We need to talk."
"Oh." She laid back down beside him, caressing the wolf tattoo on his forearm. "What's wrong?" He settled a hand on her abdomen, which was still flat though a little soft from Harad stretching it.
"I don't want you risking your life, trying to get to Johnson."
She heaved a groan. "All our lives will be at risk if I can't bring Johnson back." If only she'd gone to him when she first saw him coughing, but she'd been in a hurry to get Håkon home. Luke leaned on his elbow, looking at her with shadows framing his eyes.
"You don't know the cruelties this Richter is capable of."
Amara sat up, wrapping her arms around his neck and nuzzling his nose. "What did he do to you?"
"He electrocuted and beat me,"
he said hoarsely.
"But that's not the worst of it. He didn't want me to help the lone wolf. He wants her dead."
"Why?"
"He thinks she's a vicious killer, and there's no convincing him otherwise. He calls me derogatory names like Wolf Boy. He hates us, Samara. I don't think he'll be happy until our entire race is wiped out."
Rage pulsed through her veins and made her ears ring. "That son of a bitch," she hissed. A burst of energy shot out of her palms. She fell back against the headboard, and that's when the entire house rattled and shook.
"Earthquake!"
Luke hollered, sweeping her off the bed and shoving her underneath a side table. He pressed her into the wall, shielding her as a lamp fell off the table and shattered beside them. She screamed when a portrait of infant Harad fell off the wall, the frame cracking and shards of glass scattering across the hardwood. She looked down at her palms, which were red, as if they'd been sunburned. Was she causing this? She closed her hands, imagining she was pulling energy back, like reeling in fishing line, and the earthquake stopped. Her hands were their normal color again.
"Stay here,"
Luke murmured, holding her.
"An aftershock is sure to follow."
Not if she'd caused the tremors. She took several steadying breaths while summoning the nerve to stand. She had to check on the others, especially Harad. Håkon burst into the room as a big, furry protector.
"Amara, Luke."
His deep tenor rattled the walls.
"Are you okay?"
Luke stood, pulling Amara up with him.
"Yes. What about the others?" "We're fine. We took cover."
"Harad too?" she asked, her throat constricting with fear for her child.
"Roan shielded him,"
Håkon answered. "Thank the ancients," she breathed, slumping against Luke. She was so glad everyone was okay. She would have never forgiven herself if she'd killed anyone, for she knew without a doubt that earthquake had come from her hands. But how?
"That was a big one,"
Håkon said, as he lifted her off the floor and carried her to the bed. Glass crunched under his big feet.
"I'd say,"
Luke said, hopping over the glass and crawling onto the bed before putting on his clothes. She dug her clothes out from under the blankets and wordlessly dressed, trying to process what had happened. She'd caused a fucking earthquake. Håkon shifted into human form and slipped into a pair of sweats.
"Father is calling people to see if anyone's injured,"
he said, pulling a t-shirt out of the dresser. "Oh, fuck," Amara said. What if she'd killed a tribe member?
"Is the house damaged?"
Luke asked, zipping his pants. Håkon shrugged, skirting a pile of smashed glass.
"Just a few broken dishes."
Her cheeks flushed. She looked from one mate to the other. "I don't think that was an earthquake." Luke chuckled, jumping off the end of the bed.
"Of course it was."
He held a hand out to her. She stayed rooted to the spot, holding up her palms. "It felt like it came from me."
"The earthquake?"
Håkon asked. She looked at her palms, which tingled and still felt warm. "It poured out of me like healing magic flows from my fingers."
"How?"
her mates asked in unison. She thought of what she'd been feeling right before the quake happened. She'd been furious when she'd learned of Agent Richter's treatment of Luke and her cousin. "I think my anger caused it." Tor popped his head into the room.
"Is everyone okay?"
"Yes, Father," Håkon answered. Tor called to the people below.
"They're unharmed."
"Thank the ancients," Bunika said back. Roan followed Tor into the room, carrying a whimpering Harad. She climbed off the bed and reached for him, cradling him and kissing his forehead. He held tightly to her neck, and she wiped a tear from his cheek. "I'm sorry, baby," she murmured. She leaned up and kissed Roan on the cheek. "Thank you for protecting him."
"Of course,"
he answered, his usual jovial expression replaced with a grimace.
"Is the tribe okay?"
Håkon asked. Tor scratched the back of his head, brow furrowed.
"Nobody else felt it, not even our neighbors a mile away." "How is that possible?"
Luke asked.
"I'll tell you how it's possible."
Håkon pointed a shaky finger at Amara.
"She carries an earth shaker in her womb."
"Sweet ancients," she breathed. Whatever the hell that was sounded dangerous. Very dangerous.
"An earth shaker?"
Roan asked. Tor gave her an intense look.
"Do you think you caused this earthquake, Amara?"
She swallowed hard, wilting under his scrutinizing gaze. "Yes, sir. I felt it come out of me." To her surprise, Tor broke into a wide grin.
"Where do you think the Thunderfoots got our name? Many of our ancestors were earthshakers too."
"Do you think my unborn baby sensed I was angry and caused this?" she asked. He rubbed his bearded chin.
"Or else you harnessed his powers." "Come outside, Amara."
Håkon tugged her elbow, an excited gleam in his eyes.
"Let's see if you can do it again."
She clutched Harad tighter, resisting him. "I'm scared."
"Don't you see? This could be the distraction we need to get off the reservation."
"Oh," Amara breathed.
"Fuck,"
Luke grumbled.
"Okay, Amara, try again,"
Håkon encouraged.
"Don't worry, I'll catch you if you fall."
They'd gone to a grassy patch by the house, so if she did fall, she'd have a soft landing. The only problem was there were several pine trees close by. She hoped her alphas would be able to stop limbs from falling on her. All of her mates were with her, as well as her mates' fathers. Harad was with Amara's Bunika inside, sheltered under the dining table in case she lost control. She looked at her palms. "I'm not sure what to do." Drasko rested a hand on her shoulder.
"Summon the tremors, like you summon your healing magic."
She opened her hands and tried it, but nothing happened. "I can't."
"Think of something bad,"
Håkon suggested.
"like that new agent who beat the crap out of Luke."
Though she'd never met him, just the thought of that slimeball hurting Luke and trying to kill her cousin made her blood boil. She opened her hands, aiming them at the rocky incline below. Shocked when the ground shook so hard, several boulders tumbled into the lake, sending wide ripples across the water.
"Look at that!"
Roan cried. "Great ancients." She closed her hands and reeled in the magic.
"Did you control the direction?"
Håkon asked. She flexed her fingers. "I think so." He rubbed his hands together, excitement in his dark eyes.
"Try again."
This time she focused on the driveway in front of their house. It shook, and the ground buckled. Her mates' trucks looked like ships at sea, rolling with the waves. Wow, she was getting the hang of this already. She turned to her mates. "Now what?" Håkon looked like a mad scientist who'd just discovered time travel.
"Now, we plan our escape."
Amara tried to block out the sounds of Luke's swearing. Chapter 16.
"Hello, Roy. How are you doing?"
Roy lifted his head off the table and glared at the agent called Richter through the cracks of his swollen eyelids. How was he doing? His bloodied and bandaged hands throbbed like hell. He was tired, hungry, but most of all, worried for Annie.
"Where's my sister?"
Richter sat down in front of him, pouring himself a tall glass of water from the pitcher that was just out of Roy's reach.
"That's what we'd like to know."
He ran his tongue over the roof of his parched mouth.
"Yeah, I'm sure you would."
The agent took several long gulps of water and let out a satisfied belch.
"I need to ask you a few questions about her."
Roy would have drooled over that glass of water if he'd had any moisture left in his mouth.
"I'm not saying shit until I get a lawyer." "Ah, how cute."
The agent tossed back his head and let out a sinister chuckle.
"You think you're gonna get a lawyer out here? You're off the grid, son. According to our government, this place doesn't even exist."
His limbs iced over.
"What are you saying?"
The agent leaned forward, his eyes narrowing to slits.
"I'm saying nobody knows you're here. Nobody knows any of us are here. And if you scream, no one will hear you. Now, do you think you can cooperate with us?" "I can't tell you shit."
He backed away, his cuffs scraping across the metal table, his heart thudding loudly in his ears.
"I don't know anything."
Richter leaned back, casually examining his fingernails.
"How long has your sister been able to shift into a wolf?" "I don't know."
Roy tried his best to quell his shaking limbs.
"I didn't even know she could do that until today."
Richter pulled something out of his vest pocket and slammed it on the table.
"Do you know what this is?"
This was a black gun with bright yellow trim. He knew exactly what it was. Some agents had used it to subdue him earlier. Panic rose, and he hacked when his throat itched as if he'd drunk sulfur.
"Yeah."
Richter flashed a grin so evil, Roy expected devil horns to shoot out of his bald head.
"It delivers 5 million volts of electricity, stronger than any police taser. Some people call it a stun gun.
His smile broadened.
I prefer to call it a submission gun.
I already said I don't know nothing.
His voice shook, making him sound like a middle school boy.
Wrong answer.
Richter leapt to his feet and shocked Roy's arm. He would have screamed, but the jolt held him in its painful clutches, making his heart seize so hard he thought he'd have a heart attack. Releasing him with a bitter laugh, Richter sat back down, setting his weapon of torture in front of him.
Where is your sister hiding?
Hanging his head, he released a shaky breath as his tight nerves and bound muscles slowly unraveled. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out of his parched throat. He swallowed a steady trickle of blood, though that wasn't enough to quench his thirst. He coughed and coughed, spitting up blood until Richter swore and forcefully grabbed his jaw, pouring water down his throat. It was too much. Roy coughed again, spitting bloody water all over Richter's chest.
God damn it,
the man swore.
Not again.
He inwardly smiled. If he didn't survive this day, at least he'd have had that one little act of revenge.
I'm going to ask you again,
Richter said through clenched teeth, wiping his tie with a cloth.
Where is your sister hiding?
How the hell would I know?
Roy's sword tongue felt like a giant, bloated fish as he struggled to push out words.
I just found out she was a wolf this morning.
Wrong answer again.
Richter reddened like a ripe tomato, his nostrils flaring as he heaved heavy breaths. He zapped Roy again. Roy fell back, captive to the pain as he bit down harder on his swollen tongue. When Richter finally released him, his heart skipped so many beats, he thought he might pass out.
We can play this game all day, Roy,
Richter said quietly.
I don't have anywhere to go. How long have you known the Thunderfoots?
His head lolled to one side.
I don't know them.
Wrong.
Too tired to flinch, Roy laid his head on the table, wincing when he banged his sore hand.
We've already unlocked the GPS on your phone.
Richter menacingly tapped the gun against Roy's forehead.
You drove to their house yesterday.
I went there to talk to my cousin, Amara.
A wave of nausea nearly overpowered him as he tried to lift his head.
But they wouldn't let her talk to me.
Amara Thunderfoot is your cousin?
Yes.
He slurred, eyes closing. He was so damn tired.
Do werewolves run in your family?
Roy couldn't help the sardonic laugh that escaped his throat.
How the hell would I know?
He knew it was coming, but he was too tired to fight it. Richter shocked his shoulder, flinging him back in the seat.
God damn it!
Roy couldn't even lift his bound hands high enough to rub his sore shoulder.
I don't know shit.
Does your sister know Amara is a wolf?
I don't know.
Lies.
Roy only felt a slight shock when Richter lunged for him, grazing him with the zapper.
Okay,
he whispered.
We talked about it. I said I saw Drasko, Thunderfoot's face change.
What did she say?
She called them shifters. She knew what they were.
Roy hated himself for discussing his sister with this monster. But what choice did he have? He knew his heart would give out soon if he didn't give him what he wanted. He only hoped Richter wouldn't use this information to harm Annie. Richter tapped the gun against the table.
Do you think she'll head to Amara Thunderfoot's house?
Yes, he did, but he wasn't about to tell Richter that.
How would I know? I didn't give her the address.
But he had given her the general location. No doubt she'd use her wolf instincts to find Amara. Hopefully, she found the Thunderfoots before Richter found her.
She doesn't need it.
Richter stood, sporting a smile that didn't quite mask the coldness in his snake eyes.
Thank you, Roy. You've been a great help.
Why the fuck had he talked? Why hadn't he just let Richter kill him?
Can I go home now?
He pleaded, hating the pitiful whine that slipped into his voice.
Oh, no, not yet,
Richter said indifferently, acting as if Roy's life wasn't worth more than a squished bug stuck to the bottom of his shoe.
Why not?
Panic pumped wildly through his veins. What were they going to do with him? Kill him? Richter had said Roy was off the grid. Would they dispose of any witnesses before killing Annie? Richter stood by the door, casually tapping his phone.
I may need you again,
he drawled. Roy was momentarily disoriented when he saw double Richters.
For what?
Insurance.
When the two Richters merged into one, Roy's heart thumped at the menacing look in the agent's eyes. He wanted to cuss out the snake, but the buzz in his brain and the slow beat of his heart overpowered all reason. The room spun. Then his vision blurred and darkened. Takani shifted into human form and broke into another empty cabin. This time, a hunting lodge of sorts, judging by all the pelts and animal heads hanging on the walls, including a few wolves. She shuddered at the sight, but opted to remain. She no longer heard the choppers, but the hunters were out there, and Mako needed medical attention. She found a suture kit in the bathroom and stitched up Mako as best she could, adding lots of topical antibiotic. Mako only whimpered a little and made far less fuss than Takani did when she rubbed ointment on her bullet burn. Odd that there was only one injury on Takani's leg, yet Roy had used a shotgun. She'd expected several pellet holes. The pantry was stocked with enough canned goods to last a winter. She fed Mako salmon and fixed herself tuna on crackers, then wrapped a fleece blanket around her nude body and laid with Mako beside the stove, warming her hands as the summer sun briefly set. Though she was exhausted beyond belief, there was no way she was sleeping. She had to keep watch over Mako. His tail limply thumped when she stroked his back. She sniffed his wound, not liking the faint pungent odor that might indicate infection had already set in. She sent a silent prayer to whoever or whatever was listening, that her loyal dog would live. He'd been her best friend and companion this past year, and she didn't know how she could go on without him. Amara recognized the enchanted forest from the many other times she'd visited her namesake, the goddess Amara. White mist swirled about her feet as she floated toward her. She was sitting by a raised pool, twirling a finger through the dark water. "Look there, Amara." The goddess pointed to the reflections of 4 shirtless, muscular males with long braided hair and tattoos running down their thick arms. Each armed with swords, they were fighting off armored warriors. Just as the other warriors closed in on them, 2 of the men shifted into protectors, clubbing their adversaries with meaty fists, while the other 2 men shifted into wolves, shredding the throats of their attackers. Crippling anxiety pumped sludge through her veins. This all seemed so real. But was it? "Who are they?" "You don't recognize them?" the goddess asked. "Sort of." She squinted into the water. Their eyes looked familiar, but that was about it. "Those are my mates over 1,000 years ago." The goddess chuckled, patting Amara's back when she let out a gasp. "They look like soldiers," she said, feeling helpless as they dodged one sword and then another. "They were once." The goddess heaved a wistful sigh. "Brothers who'd been cursed." Amara arched a brow. "And you?" "They found me later and paid my father a large dowry." The goddess grinned. "They didn't tell me I'd have 4 husbands. I thought I was marrying the eldest." "I bet that was a shock." She snorted. "A shock and a delight." She clasped her hands together, a twinkle of distant memories in her eyes. "I was human then. To have 4 handsome men devoted to me was beyond my wildest fantasy." Amara was surprised. "You were a human?" "I was," she said, "until I was turned." She was turned. How had she never heard of this before? "How?" "We will save that for another time." The goddess patted Amara's hand affectionately. You will wake soon, and I know you have many concerns." She swallowed hard. She felt 10 shades of selfish for forgetting her cousin so easily. "Yes, we still have not found Annie, and a human agent is trying to kill her." "I know," the goddess frowned. "We did not foresee this." Amara wanted to ask if the pool showed the future as well as the past, but that question would have to wait. "Why?" she asked, forcing herself to stay focused on helping Annie. "We have no control over this human's actions. He is strong-willed, and his judgment is clouded by prejudice." She pointed at the pool, to a bald man with beady eyes yelling into the receiver of his phone. That had to be Agent Richter. Amara's heart skipped a beat when she heard him making demands for the government to send him amethyst bracelets. Thousands of them. Whoever was on the other end wasn't cooperating, because the bald man's cheeks turned redder and redder while he tried to explain his need for them, using words like monsters, savages, and killers. Amara's blood boiled. He wanted everyone in the tribe to wear amethyst bracelets. He wanted to eradicate all shifters. Ending the call with a curse, he threw a styrofoam cup of coffee at the wall, splattering it everywhere. The image faded. This man had to be stopped before he caused more damage to her tribe. "What can I do?" she asked. The goddess placed a hand on Amara's tummy. "Use the power we've given you." "You gave it to me? So my baby is not an earthshaker?" "Oh, he is," she said with a wink. "But he will not be able to harness such power for a long while. You can, though, as long as he is inside you." She was relieved her baby wouldn't be able to use this power out of the womb. She couldn't imagine the damage he would do every time he threw a tantrum. The power in her hands was frightening enough. "Luke thinks it's too risky to try to save Johnson and Annie." "Luke is wise." She nodded to the tranquil pool. "He's experienced the brutality this human is capable of." "But if I don't save them?" "I'm afraid no one else has the power to take on the military." That's what she'd feared. She was the Amaraki's only hope, which meant she had to risk her life, and her loved ones, in order to save Johnson and Annie. The goddess stood, holding a hand down to Amara. "You will wake soon. It's time to go." "Wait!" Amara took the goddess's hand, noting how it trembled. Was the goddess frightened? That wasn't a good omen for the Amaraki. She didn't have time to dwell on the goddess's fears. She had a pressing question that needed to be answered. "Goddess, did you trick my fathers into thinking a human is their mate?" The goddess averted her eyes as she tugged on Amara's hand, pulling her back to the edge, where the clouds dropped off into a black chasm. It wasn't so much a trick as it was rewarding them with a kind mate, rather than a selfish shrew. Having already suspected her fathers had been fooled by the ancients, Amara wasn't surprised by the goddess's response. She wasn't pleased by it either. It made her think her fathers and Ilea had no choice in the matter. "But Ilea doesn't want to mate with my fathers." Though she was seething, she tried to keep her tone even. She didn't think angering a goddess would do her any good. "She lies." The goddess's gaze snapped to hers, a fire in her eyes. "She wants them very much." "But you tricked her." This time she couldn't keep the note of accusation out of her voice. "I will not deny I helped bring on the attraction, but that spell was only temporary. This human doesn't want to admit it, but she is intrigued." She tapped her chin, looking devious. What woman wouldn't want 4 virile shifter men as her mates? An independent woman who does not understand our culture. Amara wasn't about to let her off the hook so easily. Though Amara loved her mates and didn't regret their bonding, she had cast aside all inhibitions and mated with them like a rabbit on crack. Or in her case, a wolf in heat, not long after they'd first met, after she'd insisted she wasn't going to be their puppy mill. So much for willpower. Again, she didn't regret her life, being bonded to 4 loving, supportive, and oh so virile men. But she'd suffered through a sharp learning curve, making a mistake that almost caused her to lose Drasko forever. How would a human be able to handle the challenges that came with mating with a shifter pack? Not only that, but Amara's grandfathers were Romanian chieftains. Her fathers were expected to one day take their place. Would the Romanian tribe welcome a human as a tribal leader? Would Dr. Johnson want to give up her practice and move to another country? She will soon enough, the goddess shrugged, and then she will seek you out to get closer to your fathers. But there was still one major obstacle the goddess hadn't mentioned. And what about Katerina? The goddess quirked a brow. What about her? She gawped at the goddess. How could she have forgotten about the wicked bitch of the West? My fathers already have a mate. Not for long, she said serenely. What does that mean? Would her fathers return to Romania and complete the bond-breaking ceremony? I have seen her fate in the scrolls. It does not end well for her. The goddess spoke with such indifference. She could have been talking about the weather. Amara remembered Amarok saying the same thing to Katerina last year, but nothing came of it, so she assumed all danger had passed. What happens to her? The goddess grimaced, then looked over her shoulder as if they were being watched. I dare not tell, for if you try to alter the course of the future, it could have dire consequences for your cousin. Amara's heart clenched. What did Annie have to do with this? What do you mean? They peered at the abyss below. Your mates are trying to wake you. She pushed Amara. But wait! Amara screamed, tumbling over the edge, falling into darkness, and then waking up with a start, staring into 4 pairs of concerned eyes. Chapter 17. Takani woke with a start. God damn it! She rubbed her eyes and looked around a cabin with dark wood panels and heavy curtains that blocked out the summer sun's light. Momentarily disoriented, she struggled to remember where she was and why she shouldn't have fallen asleep. The smell of sickness hit her. Wrinkling her nose, she looked at her husky's smooth gray fur. Her heart sank when she saw the bloody softball protruding from his leg. Then she remembered the wolverine attack. Mako's leg was infected. She placed a hand on his neck, her throat tightening with emotion when his tail thumped the floor. He was too sick to lift his head as he let out a heart-wrenching whimper. He needed antibiotics, which meant she had to take him to a vet and run the risk of agents catching her. She glanced at the keys to the old truck, hanging from the hook by the front door, then bent over Mako and kissed his forehead. Don't worry, buddy, she whispered as tears welled in her eyes. You'll be better soon. What choice did she have? She couldn't let her best friend die. Amara and Håkon had argued until her head spun, but he refused to sneak her off the reservation until she practiced her newfound powers for at least another day, which meant one more day that Agent Johnson was closer to death, and Annie was out there alone, hunted by federal agents. This was all thanks to Luke, who'd talked Håkon into putting off the mission. Though Amara wanted to be mad at him, she appreciated his concern for her. A call to Ilea confirmed Johnson was hanging on. The mission could be put off for one day while they prepared. She spent all morning deep in the forest with her mates, buckling the ground and rattling trees. The more she practiced, the better she got. She didn't even need to lift her hands. She could simply aim with her eyes. One big downside to being a pregnant earthshaker was the tremors magnified morning sickness tenfold. After the 3rd time she vomited, her mates insisted they'd practiced enough and took her home. They returned to a delicious spread of waffles, eggs, and bacon. Amara wanted to eat the whole platter of waffles, but she only managed a few bites before the nausea kicked in again. Roan sat her down with a cup of herbal tea, and she felt well enough to return to her breakfast. She ate slowly, while her mates planned the next day's escape. Once they escaped the reservation, the feds would be after them, so they planned to abandon their truck and meet up with Ilea, who would take Amara, Håkon, and Drasko to the hospital, while Luke and Roan created a diversion, taking off through the forest as wolves. Luke would also try to find Annie and lead her back to Ilea's new clinic, which was just outside the reservation. They'd wait there until Amara cured Agent Johnson, and he could relieve Richter of duty, and maybe let Håkon and Drasko kick the douchewad's ass. Amara's fathers sat across from her mates, their faces drawn.
"You are including Ilea, Dr. Johnson, in this?"
Boris asked, looking over his shoulder, no doubt making sure Katerina wasn't within earshot. Håkon was puzzled.
"Of course." "Why?"
Her father's voice rose an octave.
"This is too dangerous for a human."
Amara's other fathers murmured agreement, then went quiet when Katerina sauntered up the stairs. She stood at the top of the steps, snarling at Boris. "Since when do you care about humans?" He stared straight ahead, focused on the tree branches being whipped about in the wind outside.
"That is none of your concern."
"What does this human mean to you?" she shrieked, marching up to him with clenched hands. He glanced at her.
"She means nothing to me."
He said it with so little emotion, he almost convinced Amara. But she was no fool. Not only had her fathers ignored Katerina since they'd picked up Ilea's scent, they'd ignored Amara, too. They spent every waking hour with heads bent together, telepathically speaking, and acting as if they were the only souls in the room. Still, she was glad her father lied to Katerina about Ilea. Amara shuddered at the thought of what Katerina would do to Ilea if she discovered her mates wanted to claim her. Katerina's face hardened. "You lie."
"Listen to yourself, Katerina."
Her second alpha father, Jovan, let out a laugh that sounded forced.
"Jealous of a human? You have gone Nebun."
Katerina crossed her arms, glaring at him. Boris arched a brow.
"Do you have something to say, Katerina?"
Her lips twisted so tight, she looked as if she'd sucked on a sour, moldy lemon. All the air seemed to have been pulled from the room while they waited for her to answer. Finally, she sat with a huff, giving her mates the stink eye while pouring herself a cup of coffee. Håkon looked at her a long moment, then shook his head, swearing under his breath.
"We need Dr. Johnson to get us into the hospital,"
he said to Boris. He squared his shoulders.
"We are going with you."
"Why?" Katerina slammed the coffee carafe down, sloshing liquid on the table. "To protect this human?" Boris let out a primal roar.
"To protect our daughter, you selfish shrew!"
Amara covered her ears, praying her father's outburst hadn't woken Harad, who was sleeping upstairs with Bunika and Bunik Nikolai. Mihaela and Tatiana both glared at Boris from across the room. They'd been quietly playing with the dog by the fire, though Amara suspected they were secretly listening in on the conversation.
"Our son is sleeping,"
Håkon said harshly.
"Sorry,"
Boris said. Katerina pushed away from the table, slamming the chair and making all kinds of noise as she stomped back down the stairs. When Amara heard the outside door slam, she secretly hoped Katerina stayed outside the rest of the day. The sounds of Harad's whimpers, followed by a shrill cry, made Amara tense. She stood to go to him, but Roan grabbed her arm.
"He'll be fine. Let your Buniks handle it."
She couldn't control herself. It made her uneasy when her baby cried, and she couldn't help him. Then she heard Bunika singing a Romanian lullaby, and her heart warmed. Though she loathed having Katerina in her house, it was worth it to have her Bunika. Her birth father, Marius, abruptly got up and crossed to the window.
"She is not supposed to wander that far from the house. Leave her,"
Boris said, pouring something from a flask into his coffee.
"The chieftain and his brothers are outside. They won't let her get far."
He passed the flask around to her other fathers, and they poured generous amounts into their coffees, too. It wasn't like her fathers to drink so early. Had Katerina driven them to this? She remembered what the goddess had said about Katerina's fate, and though she never wished ill on anyone, she hated to admit she wouldn't shed any tears for her step-monster. This woman had been cruel to her and unfaithful to her fathers, driving them to drink with her outbursts and moods. Her fathers clutched their mugs like lifelines, downing their coffees and then passing around the flask again. There was no way they could go with her on her mission, and not just because of their drinking. She suspected they'd be too preoccupied with drooling over Ilea to be of any help. "Fathers?" Amara cleared her throat when they all looked at her. "I don't think it's a good idea for you to come with us." Boris's face fell. He set down his cup and pushed it away.
"I meant what I said. We want to protect you, Fika."
She impatiently tapped her fingers on the table and shared knowing looks with her mates. "And?" Joven frowned into his drink.
"We will not deny our need to protect Ilea, too."
"She doesn't want you there." Amara clenched her silverware as her fathers shot her pitiful looks. "She asked me to leave you at home."
"We will control ourselves."
Boris crossed his hands on the table, sitting erect, like a schoolboy trying to impress his teacher.
"Now that the shock has worn off, we will be on our best behavior."
Marius sat at the table, eagerly nodding agreement. His brothers did the same. Amara looked to her mates, surprised when Drasko nodded.
"A mission like this requires more protectors than just Håkon and me,"
Drasko said.
"You can come with us,"
Håkon said.
"but you must follow my command."
Boris looked affronted.
"Of course."
Amara was surprised that Boris would agree so easily to follow her mate's orders. She wanted to think it was because he truly desired to protect her, but she suspected Ilea was the main reason her fathers were on their best behavior. Håkon leveled them with a dark look.
"You must agree that Amara's safety comes before all others."
Her fathers simultaneously flinched, as if Håkon had splashed a bucket of ice water on them. Boris stood and looked down his nose at Håkon.
"We're insulted that you'd even have to ask us to put our daughter first."
Again, Håkon shared long looks with his brothers. Amara was slightly annoyed that her mates had left her out of the conversation.
"Forgive me,"
Håkon said to Boris.
"but you haven't even spent time with her since you've gotten here. You've spent your time obsessing over the human doctor. Do you not remember how you obsessed over Amara when you first scented her?"
Boris sat back down, his shoulders caving inward, as if pressed down by an invisible weight.
"How you still obsess over her? Would you be so bothered if she wasn't human?"
Håkon leaned back, giving each of them a long look.
"I admit it concerns me that she is not like us."
"Our goddess Amara wasn't a wolf when she first mated with Amarok and his brothers,"
Marius said. Her other fathers nodded their agreement.
"No,"
Håkon said.
"but she was a powerful witch who used magic to become like us."
Oh, so that's how she'd done it. Amara had secretly hoped it was something simple, so Ilea could transform into a shifter, too. That is, if she wanted to.
"This human has no magic,"
Drasko grumbled.
"She does not belong with us."
Amara stiffened, taking offense for Ilea's sake. Amara's mother was human, and Ilea was a kind, strong woman. She would make a good mate for Amara's fathers, if she was willing.
"That is not for you to decide."
Boris stood, leaning on his knuckles and giving Amara's mates a challenging glare.
"The ancients have obviously chosen her for us for a reason."
Drasko narrowed his eyes at Boris.
"Or you are mistaken."
Boris pounded the table.
"I know my instinct."
Amara flinched, then held her breath, waiting for Herod's wail. Håkon let out a low rumble, his eyes shifting to gold.
"Again, I must ask you to remember my son, your grandson, is sleeping."
To Amara's surprise, Boris hung his head and apologized. Knowing she'd have to tell them about her visit with the goddess last night, Amara tensed. She still hadn't told anyone. She feared they'd ask her for every detail, and she didn't know how her fathers would take the news about Katerina's fate. Amara released a slow breath. "No, Drasko, they are not mistaken. I spoke to our goddess last night. All 4 of her fathers looked at her like dogs drooling over a bone.
What did she say?
Boris asked, his eyes alight with eagerness. That she did lure you to Ilea. Biting her lip, her gaze darted from father to father. She says you deserve a kind mate.
And what about Katarina?
Boris asked. The gleam in his eyes made Amara think he was hoping Katerina would have a bad outcome. She swallowed a knot in her throat. Her emotions were too raw to process if the knot had stemmed from fear, pity, or joy. She only told me that her fate will not end well. She refused to say more.
And then we will be free to mate with Ilea.
Boris's tone was too hopeful. Not that she could blame him.
Listen to you.
Her tracker father, Jerry, who'd been quiet until now, stood over Boris, his face turning from red to purple.
Ready to cast aside one mate for another.
Boris jumped to his feet, snarling.
She already cast us aside when she ran off with the Devoras.
They stared at each other, hands clenched, flushed with anger. Fathers, please, she begged, though she had no idea what she hoped to accomplish. Upstairs, Harad's cries broke the tension between them. Bunique Nikolai clumped out of Harad's upstairs bedroom, wordlessly shook his fist at Amara's fathers, then stormed back into the room. Jerry and Boris fell into their chairs, mouthing an apology to Amara.
Maybe it's not a good idea for you to come with us,
Håkon said.
I will ask my fathers.
No,
Boris said with a hiss, throwing out his hands.
I have already said we will behave. If you do not take us, we will find another way.
They were acting like love-struck teens. Amara's mates traded disgusted looks before leaving the table and going outside. Amara's heart plummeted as they pounded down the porch steps, backs stiff. Boris looked at Amara.
Why does he give us so much grief?
She shrugged and turned to her plate, ignoring her grumbling stomach and wishing she had the desire to finish her food.
Forgive us, Amara.
Boris leaned across the table and grabbed her hand.
We have not been good fathers. We came to bond with you, and we have not been doing a good job of it.
No, she answered honestly. You haven't. Amara couldn't deny her growing jealousy. She didn't think she was being selfish to want a few minutes of their time. She'd been so looking forward to their visit, but they might as well have stayed in Romania. Thank the ancients for Bunica and Bunique Nikolai, who'd showered Harad and her with attention and love.
We will make it up to you as soon as the danger passes.
Marius got up and sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders.
We will spend more time with you and Harad.
Okay. Amara wasn't holding her breath. He squeezed her.
I mean it. We should never have brought Katarina with us.
Boris sat on her other side, brushing a strand of hair out of her mouth.
We realize now it was a mistake. But when she told us she was pregnant, we had little choice. Our sons and her parents refused to take her. Not that I blame them.
She still didn't trust them, but at least they were making an effort. She couldn't help but feel guilt, though, when Boris spoke about Katerina's pregnancy. Amara knew Katerina was faking the pregnancy. She wondered if it was her place to tell her fathers. They'd find out eventually. In the end, she decided they deserved to know now, rather than be beholden to Katerina's tantrums. Father, she turned to Boris, clasping his hands. I saw the wolf in her eyes. So did Håkon.
We saw it this morning.
Boris grimaced.
She does not do a good job of hiding her anger.
She shuddered, relieved they already knew. Katerina couldn't blame Amara when and if her mates ever confronted her. So she's been lying to you.
I think she's been lying to herself.
Boris rolled his eyes.
She's desperate for a daughter of her own.
Because I wasn't good enough.
You are more than good enough for us.
Boris cupped her cheeks, kissing her forehead.
We're so proud of the caring and gifted woman you've become.
Amara leaned into her alpha father, relishing his attention and love. Each father took turns holding her and telling her how proud he was and how much he loved her. She'd longed for this moment and was thoroughly enjoying it. Much to her chagrin, their tenderness was interrupted by Katerina's rude cough. She rattled off something in Romanian to her mates.
"Speak English, Katerina."
Planting her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "Nu!" Then she spewed Romanian swear words. She placed one hand on her stomach, the other on her brow, and acted as if she was going to faint. Boris's hearty laughter filled the room.
"You don't need to pretend any more, Katerina. We've all seen the wolf in your eyes."
Her mouth twisted, and she turned on Amara.
"What did you tell them?" "Did you not hear me?"
Boris said pointedly.
"We've all seen it."
"I thought I was pregnant. I felt the bloom." Boris shook his head, and her other fathers swore.
"When we return to Romania, we are breaking the bond for good."
She acted as if she was about to fall over. When nobody came to help her, she leaned against the side of a chair.
"You would do that to the mother of your children?" "We've been through this before,"
Jovan said.
"You lost our respect when you ran off with the Devoras."
A litany of shrill Romanian words poured from her mouth, making her sound like a dying cat in heat. As her voice rose, so did Amara's ire. When Katerina picked up a lamp, preparing to hurl it at Amara's fathers, she'd had enough. Jumping to her feet, she stormed over to the bitch and whipped the lamp from her hands. She jerked a finger at the back door. "Out of my damn house if you're going to act like that." A firestorm swirled in Katerina's silver eyes, and her lip pulled back in a snarl as a low growl erupted from her throat. Boris and Jovan jumped between them in an instant, then dragged a screaming and kicking Katerina out the door. Amara's legs gave out, and Marius and Jerry helped her to the sofa. What the hell had she been thinking, going after a she-wolf while pregnant? Katerina could have ripped out her throat in an instant.
"It's okay, Fika."
Marius patted Amara's knee.
"She's too afraid of your mates to hurt you."
She wished she agreed with him, but it was clear Katerina had lost her mind, and there was no telling how far she'd go to punish Amara for her own sorry choices. Chapter 18.
"What happened to him?"
Takani looked at the vet with the Ken doll dimples and wavy blonde hair. Though he was attractive, she considered him about as tempting as a vanilla ice cream cone. Tasty, but not worth the calories when there were so many better flavors. Then again, she felt that way about all mortal men. They just didn't appeal to her. She stroked Mako's neck. "He was bitten by a wolverine." Grimacing, he spread open the wound with gloved fingers.
"Wolverines don't go after large animals unless they're threatened."
"We stumbled across babies in her den," Takani answered, though she instantly regretted it. Why did she have to tell him about the den? Now he'd think she'd gone crazy. He quirked a brow.
"What were you doing in a wolverine den?"
The condescending look in his eyes made Takani's inner wolf howl and claw to break free. "Long story."
"My receptionist said you can't pay for Mako's care."
"I will get money, I promise. I will find a way to pay you." Emotion threatened to choke her. She'd lose her mind if he refused to treat Mako. "Just please save my dog." Her eyes watered when Mako whimpered again. The guy stared at her as if he was looking through her, showing no emotion at all.
"She also said you came here in McDonald's truck."
"McDonald?" She froze, realizing they knew the owner of the truck she'd stolen. Fuck. "Oh, Uncle Mac, yeah," she lied, doing her best to sound casual. "He let me borrow it to bring Mako to the hospital." She sure as hell hoped her lie was convincing.
"I didn't know McDonald had a niece."
He gave her another long, condescending look.
"Maybe you can borrow the money from him."
She nodded eagerly, then cursed herself for acting overly enthused. "I'll ask him." She shifted from foot to foot as he looked her over head to toe. She had on McDonald's clothes, a pair of old sweats bunched at the waist, a stained sweatshirt, and shoes that were at least 4 sizes too big. He must have figured she was a transient or druggie. She didn't give a shit. At the moment, all that mattered was Mako. "Look, are you going to save my dog or what?"
I'm going to give him antibiotics and fluids.
He looked at Mako apathetically.
Not sure yet if he can be saved.
Takani clutched her gut, nauseated at the thought of losing her best friend. You don't know what this dog means to me. The vet rolled his eyes.
If I had a dime for every pet owner who said that.
Red-hot anger surged through her. Mako is not my pet. He's my brother. He shrugged, unimpressed.
I'll do my best.
Thank you, she breathed, praying to whoever or whatever was listening that the vet's best would be good enough. He scribbled notes on his clipboard, then pointed his pen accusingly at her.
You know, you remind me of a girl who used to work for me.
Oh? She wrapped her arms around herself, working at maintaining eye contact.
Yeah. She quit and then she came back and stole my dog.
The way he said it was as if he expected her to steal from him, too. I won't steal. I promise. She held out her hands defensively. I just want Mako. He wagged his pen at her.
You'll get your dog back after you pay for his treatment.
Oh, that's what he was getting at. He expected her to steal Mako after he fixed him up. That hadn't been on her mind, unless she couldn't get to the money she had hidden. Her plan was to drive by her apartment and see if it was being watched. If not, she'd run in, grab her stash, and run back out. I'll pay. She raised her chin, refusing to allow him to belittle her any longer. He turned back to his clipboard, scribbling more notes.
My tech will get him set up in the back with an IV while you get the money from your uncle.
She breathed a sigh of relief. Okay.
I'm going to call McDonald to make sure she didn't steal his truck.
His thought projected into her head like a mallet striking a tin can. Fuck. If McDonald reported his truck as stolen, the police would be waiting for her when she returned. The goddamn condescending little prick. She'd have no choice but to steal Mako. She'd have to sneak in at night and risk getting caught by the cops. Or worse, by the agents who'd been tailing her. When the tech came in to get Mako, she nuzzled his neck and kissed his dry nose. Be strong, buddy. I love you. She barely choked out the words before they took him away. As they carted Mako through the double doors, her heart shattered at the thought that she might never see her best friend again. Hungry? Tatiana chuckled, entering the pantry. Amara brushed crumbs off her chest and reluctantly put what was left of the chocolate chip cookies back on the shelf. These pregnancy cravings are brutal. She took Tatiana's hand and pulled herself up until they were standing eye level with each other. Licking her lips, Tatiana eyed the nearly empty box. So, growing magical shifters takes lots of cookies? I'll share with you, but only because you're my favorite sister. Thanks. Tatiana grabbed the box and took 2 cookies. Amara hoped that's all she'd take. They were down to the last few, and she had no idea when they could return to Fairbanks for more. Maybe Roan would make her brownies when they ran out. Tatiana had been unusually quiet and aloof since moving in with Amara and her mates. Amara had been meaning to speak to her sister-in-law about it, but there hadn't been time. One reason she was hiding out in the pantry was to get away from everyone and claim a little downtime for herself. Soon Harad would wake and call for his milk machine, and then Håkon wanted to practice earthquakes again. Tatiana, you've been down recently, she asked. What's wrong? Swallowing her last bite, Tatiana wiped crumbs off her jeans. My future mother-in-law, that's what. She rolled her eyes so hard, Amara thought they might disappear into her head. I try to tune her out. Katerina was another reason Amara was hiding. Just the sight of her put Amara in a shitty mood. Hiding seemed the best option to avoid her wicked stepmonster, and just life in general. Tatiana's shoulders slumped. I'm not going to be able to tune her out when she's living with me. What? Amara snatched the cookies from her. Who said she's living with you? Who else will she live with when your fathers break the bond? Her parents disowned her. That leaves her sons the only ones to take her in. I heard her talking to my mother outside. As soon as my mates finish adding a guest room to their home, she's moving in with them. Amara blanched at the thought. You can't let her live with you, especially since the ancients had told her that Katerina would have an unpleasant ending. She didn't want Tatiana or her brothers around when it happened. I know, Tatiana heaved a sigh. She keeps cornering me and being fake nice to me. Poor Tatiana. She'll ruin your marriage. What do I tell your brothers? Tatiana's pitch turned urgent. Amara chewed on another cookie, contemplating what to say. Tell them the truth. They know their mama's a bitch. They won't want her to live with them either. Then again, where else would she go? Amara's fathers had to have known they would be dumping a heavy burden on their sons, but she supposed their obsession with Ilea had robbed them of empathy, too. The pantry door was flung open. The boogeyman would have been more pleasant than the queen bitch who glared at them, nostrils flaring. Had she heard them talking about her? Amara didn't care if Katerina had overheard her, but she was concerned for Tatiana. She didn't want the bitch making Tatiana's life miserable, too. "What are you two doing?" she asked accusingly. Amara held up the box of cookies. "Snacking." Katerina ignored Amara and focused on Tatiana. "Watch how much you eat, or your behind will get as big as Amara's." Amara crushed the box, wishing it was Katerina's throat. "Excuse me?" "Pregnancy is no excuse for gluttony," Katerina snapped. Slamming the box down on a shelf, Amara imagined her eyes were empty, smoking guns, and Katerina was full of bullets. "I don't remember asking your opinion." The bitch turned to Tatiana. "My sons are used to a thin and pretty mother. They will be disappointed if their wife isn't as well." Amara clenched her fists. "And Tatiana is used to a kind and caring mother. What a disappointment to have you as a mother-in-law." "What nonsense do you speak?" Katerina let out an obnoxious snort and waved Amara away. "Tatiana knows I care for her." A smug smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "She is the daughter I've always wanted." Amara was momentarily dumbstruck by Katerina's verbal barb. She wasn't hurt by her words. She was past the point of caring what Katerina thought of her. But she was shocked that her stepmonster would speak to her that way in her own home. Before she could think of a suitable retort, Tatiana said, "Amara is right. You are a disappointment." She jabbed Katerina in the chest. "Your sons must be dreading taking a mate when they have a selfish and cruel shrew as their example." Katerina fell back, clutching the door handle. Her bulging eyes and slack jaw reminded Amara of a second-rate actress in a low-budget horror movie. "Tatiana, how could you say such horrible things to me?" "How could you?" Tatiana gestured to Amara. "If you wanted a daughter so badly, you could have had Amara, and yet you treat her like shit. You are spiteful and selfish, and I will jump off a cliff if you come live with us." Katerina straightened, her face hardening into a mask of stone. "I see." "No, I don't think you do." Tatiana advanced on her future mother-in-law. "You see everything through the lens of a spoiled bitch. Let me clue you in. Nobody likes you. Not my fathers, not my brothers, not even your mates. I see it in their eyes when they look at you." Katerina snarled, then swung. Tatiana caught Katerina's wrist before she made contact. Then she punched Katerina square in the nose. Katerina cried out, covering her bloody nose with both hands. She turned and ran, nearly falling over her own feet as she lurched out the back door. Fuck. Even though everyone knew Katerina was a mega-bitch from hell, she feared Tatiana would catch heat for that from her parents, especially Tor. "I'm so sorry you had to be put in that position." "I'm not." Tatiana shook out her hand with a hiss. "She needed a good smackdown." Amara clasped Tatiana's hand and sent healing magic to her swollen knuckles, which were already starting to bruise. Damn, she must have hit Katerina hard. "She's going to make your life hell now," she said as the swelling started to go down. "She's going to make my life hell either way. At least now I don't have to pretend to like her. The way she treats you isn't right." "I'm so glad you're my sister." Her eyes welled with tears, and her throat tightened with emotion. "I don't want you to move to Romania." "That makes two of us." Tatiana pursed her lips. "Even though I love my mates." "I knew you would." She remembered the sweet, blossoming love between Tatiana and her brothers when they'd spent time together in Romania. Her father still hadn't set a bonding date yet, which had left Tatiana both anxious and relieved. She'd complained to Amara more than once. She didn't want to move into her mate's cursed house after several bloodthirsty and manic werewolves were killed in the driveway. After Amara finished her healing, Tatiana turned over her hand. "Thanks. That stung like hell." "No problem. Do you mind if we stay in here a bit longer?" She bit her bottom lip, pulling the door shut. "I don't want to face my parents." "That's fine." She wasn't looking forward to leaving the pantry either, and she didn't care who asked her. She was not healing Katerina's nose. Let her have a daily reminder of what people really thought about her. Maybe she'd finally learn a lesson and be nicer, though Amara doubted it. "Let's finish the cookies." Tatiana grabbed the box and frowned as she looked inside, no doubt unhappy by the crumbs. "You can have them." Amara cringed when she remembered her stepmonster telling her she had a fat ass. Maybe she'd lay off cookies for a while. "You wouldn't lie to me, would you?" "Of course not," Tatiana said, around a mouthful of cookie. Amara looked over her shoulder, trying to see down her backside to no avail. "Is my butt really fat?" "Geez, Amara!" Crumbs fell from Tatiana's mouth as she spoke. "You're pregnant." Not the answer she was hoping for. "So that answers that question. And I'm only a few days pregnant." "Yeah, but you just had a baby not too long ago." Tatiana's cheeks reddened. "You'll lose all the weight when you can shift again. My mom said she gained a ton of weight with each baby. I'm sure Katerina did too. She's just a bitch." Yeah, Amara thought, but there was obviously truth to the bitch's words. When Harad cried for his dairy cow, they slunk out of the pantry and sat together on the sofa, sharing secretive looks while Bunika, Mihaela, and Roan prepared lunch. The dogs waited patiently at their feet for someone to drop food. Amara's fathers and Bunik Nikolai passed around Boris's flask and played poker at the kitchen table. Everyone else was either downstairs or outside. The front door banged open, and Skull raced in, wearing nothing but a ripped t-shirt and boxers.
"Boris!"
Boris dropped his cards and stood, looking alarmed.
"What's wrong?"
Skull stopped at the kitchen bar, chest heaving while he struggled to catch his breath.
"Katerina ran off." "Where?" "I don't know." Skull wiped sweat off his brow. "I lost her after we passed the lake. She's a fast wolf, and I'm not in good shape anymore." Jerry stood, yawning and stretching, and looking none too concerned. "I'll track her," he said. "She never goes far." "Get Luke to help you," Amara said, worrying her fathers were too drunk to find Katerina. She swore when she remembered Luke wore that stupid amethyst bracelet. Amara's fathers grumbled as they followed Jerry downstairs. "Fuck," Tatiana said. "This is all my fault." "No," Amara whispered. "This is her fault. She runs off all the time in Romania." Tatiana jumped up, clenching her hands. "Bunika, can we talk?" Clutching Harad to her breast, Amara followed Tatiana into the kitchen. "Of course, dear." Bunika slid 2 pans of nut bread into the oven. Tatiana wrung her hands. "I'm sorry." "What for?" she asked, patting Tatiana's cheeks with floured hands. "Katerina was being hateful to Amara, and I told her off," she said in a rush, cheeks reddening. "I couldn't hold it in." Bunika laughed. "It's about time that Katya was put in her place." Tatiana bit her lip. "But there's more." "What is it, Puy de Loup?" "She tried to hit me. I blocked her and then punched her in the nose." Mihaela dropped a plate in the sink, and Roan chuckled. "Good one, little sis." He held up his hand for a high five, then frowned when she ignored him. Mihaela jabbed him with her elbow. "Don't encourage her." Bunika rubbed her hands together in glee. "Did you break it?" "I'm not sure." Tatiana shrugged. "She was bleeding pretty bad." "Great ancients," Mihaela breathed. Bunika slapped her thigh and let out a yelp. "Oh, how I wish I'd been there to see that." But I think that's why she ran off," Tatiana said. Bunika waved away Tatiana's concern. "She won't go far. She's always running off in Romania. She does it for attention."
Amara nudged Tatiana. "Told you. Don't worry about it." "I hope you're right." Tatiana dropped on a bar stool and hung her head. "She'll be back by nightfall." Bunika chuckled. "She wouldn't want to miss out on the chance to use her injury to coax sympathy from her mates." "And to give the rest of us nasty looks," Amara added. She thought again about what the goddess had said regarding Katerina's fate not ending well, and a chill swept up her spine. She had a premonition. Katerina wouldn't be coming back. Chapter 19. Drasko followed Katerina's scent while Amara's fathers hung back, either too drunk to keep up, or else they just didn't care. Drasko suspected it was a mixture of both. They followed her trail for hours, stopping to quench their thirst in a creek before crossing a farm and then heading back into the woods. Drasko wished Luke didn't have to wear that damned amethyst bracelet. He would have found the bitch already. Katerina had led them in circles, and now they were heading straight for the edge of the reservation. Drasko heard the choppers before he saw them. He howled a warning to the others and slunk into the shadows of the tall pines. The fur on the back of his neck stood on end as a blackhawk flew past. Just beyond the trees was the border of the reservation. His superior hearing picked up movement, several trucks and boots on the ground. Richter had set up a perimeter and was patrolling it. No way was a group of wolves getting past them. Had Katerina gone toward the soldiers? Drasko sniffed the air. He wasn't certain, but he thought the trail led in the direction of their camp. He backed up, then shifted into human form and crouched in front of the others.
"There's soldiers, beyond the trees."
Amara's fathers shifted, squinting at something over Drasko's shoulders.
"How many?"
Boris asked. Drasko sniffed the air again.
"Dozens, and from the sounds of it, they brought heavy artillery."
"What the hell is your government planning?"
Boris hissed. Drasko shook his head.
"I don't know."
But after speaking to Luke, Drasko suspected Richter would not rest until every last Amaraki was annihilated. Jerry pointed his nose in the air, then let out a low whimper.
"Katerina is heading right toward them."
Marius looked from Drasko to his brothers.
"Should we follow?"
"No."
Boris frowned.
"It's too risky."
"But your mate?"
Drasko asked. He didn't want to go after Katerina, but he also felt a suffocating sense of obligation. She was a she-wolf, and Amaraki men were supposed to protect their women. Boris said,
"She will have a better chance sneaking through than a pack of wolves." But she shouldn't leave the reservation,"
Marius said, voice quavering.
"We may be too late."
Her scent was only a tickle in Drasko's nostrils, like the faint trace of Amara's perfume after she left the room.
"Her scent is growing weaker. I think she already crossed."
Jovan spat into the dirt, cheeks flushing crimson.
"Stupid woman. So we're just going to leave her to her fate?"
Jerry asked, his tone accusatory as he glared at Boris.
"What other choice do we have?"
Boris snorted in disgust.
"I'm not risking our lives for an unfaithful bitch."
Jerry exhaled slow and heavy.
"Then I will go after her." "No, don't you see?"
Boris clutched Jerry's arm, searching his eyes.
"This is what she wants. For us to risk our lives to save her from herself. If she cared about us, she wouldn't put us in this position. What if she dies out there, Boris?"
Jerry spat.
"How will you live with yourself?"
Boris hung his head, a string of Romanian curse words sliding off his tongue.
"I don't think I can live much longer with her as my mate anyway."
"So you guys just left her there?" Amara asked Drasko after she kissed her milk-drunk baby and handed him off to Roan. When Roan left the room to give Harad to Bunika, she felt as if he'd taken her heart with him. Tonight, he'd sleep with Bunika as an experiment. Bunika said she had a plan for getting him to sleep through the night. Why did Amara think it had to do with letting him cry himself back to sleep?
"We didn't have a choice,"
Drasko said, his voice as brittle as dry summer grass. She sat on the bed, taking Drasko's hands in hers, fighting back tears. "I'm so glad you didn't go after her. If anything had happened to you, I'd have gone out of my mind." Drasko hugged her warmly, without saying a word. He didn't have to. She knew he'd been thinking the same thing. Luke sat on her other side, squeezing her knee.
Which is exactly how I feel about you trying to leave the reservation tomorrow.
That's different. She released Drasko and rubbed noses with Luke, her nipples pebbling when he snaked a hand around her waist. I'm risking my life to save the entire tribe. Luke released a long sigh.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
Håkon stripped off his jeans and sat on the edge of the bed.
Amara will have 4 protectors guarding her. Against machine guns,
Luke added dryly.
What would you have us do, Luke?
Håkon asked, frustrated.
Nothing,
Luke grumbled.
but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Hey, guys,
Roan said as he entered the bedroom, shutting the door behind him.
Since tonight is our last before we could all be killed, maybe we should make it a memorable one?
She could tell by that gleam in his eyes and the bulge in his pants exactly what kind of memories he wanted to make. What did you have in mind? She asked, feigning innocence. Yahtzee? Scrabble? Poker?
I like poker.
Roan stripped off his clothes.
And then maybe lick her and bite her, too.
Drasko knelt in front of her, parting her thighs, his mouth hitched up in a devilish grin.
I hear that's a fun game.
It is, Luke purred, nibbling her ear.
Especially when I get to play from behind.
She arched away from him. Something about Luke behind her didn't turn her on at all. It only made her more self-conscious. Maybe if they turned off the lights. Then again, their wolf eyes could see very well in the dark. Maybe if they wore blindfolds. Håkon stood in front of her, his underwear sticking up like a circus tent.
You don't seem very enthused.
Her mouth watered when she looked at his muscular, tanned chest. I have a question for you.
What?
He crouched and took off her socks. She summoned the nerve to breach a sensitive subject. Do you think my butt is fat? All 4 brothers simultaneously made spluttering noises.
I think your butt is beautiful,
Håkon said. But is it fat? She persisted. Luke blinked.
It's perfect.
Great ancients! She scooted to the center of the bed when Håkon reached for the zipper on her jeans. Why won't any of you answer me? Håkon stood, the bulge in his underwear still as big as before. That was a good sign. He rubbed his stubbled chin thoughtfully.
Yes, it's grown since you had Harad, but it's even more beautiful than before. I like something to hold on to when I'm ramming you from behind.
Drasko's devil smile stretched so wide, she imagined horns about to sprout from his head. She nervously twisted her fingers in her lap. So you don't mind it?
Mind it?
Roan chuckled, jumping on the bed and crawling up to her like a cat on the prowl.
We love it. Why are you suddenly worried about your butt?
Luke asked. Amara heaved a shaky breath. Katerina said,
Screw that bitch.
Drasko's low rumble sounded like an approaching freight train.
She's jealous because you are 10 times the woman she'll ever be. Bend over.
Roan nibbled her ear.
Let us show you how much we love that ass.
Her skin flushed, then prickled with desire as her mates removed her clothes. She sighed when her raw, wet breasts were exposed to the cool air. When Luke pushed her onto her back, she arched into him, letting him suck one breast while Roan drank from the other, draining the last of her milk. Drasko latched onto the globes of her ass, lifting her into the air. She spread her thighs and turned to putty when he stroked her with his tongue, licking from her raised button all the way back to her tight, puckered anus. She groaned as he continued the tongue torture while Håkon leaned over her and gently swirled his thumb around her slit's swollen nub. She sank farther into the mattress, giving into sensory overload while each of her mates played her like an instrument, eliciting several gasps and moans. When Drasko drove a finger into her lubed anus, she thought she'd come undone. Then he lifted her higher, wrapping her thighs around his waist and anchoring himself to her by digging his fingers into her ass. When he probed her anus with the tip of his thick cock, she thought she'd expire from pleasure. He inserted himself slowly, stretching the shallow end of her hole before moving farther down. All the while, Luke and Roan continued to feast from her breasts, and Håkon circled her slit. Drasko went in deeper and set a gentle yet agonizingly slow rhythm. She sucked in a hiss when he sheathed himself fully in her tight channel. Håkon slipped a thick finger into her pussy, probing her while keeping pressure on her tender bud with his thumb. Luke sucked and stretched an aching nipple, while Roan did the same. Amara could hardly breathe. Drasko rammed her harder, punching a bundle of nerves with his thick head that sent her world spinning. She reached that precipice, spiraling into sweet bliss, expecting to fall off the edge, but the fall never came. Her mates held her suspended in a place between pleasure and pain, prolonging her crest until she thought she'd die from ecstasy. She gave in and rode euphoria's wave, surrendering to each delicious throb as her orgasm took her higher and higher until she finally crested, swept into love's sweet release. Drasko came with her, bathing her tight anus in warm, wet juices. When he pulled out, she turned to mush, gentle throbs pulsing through her nerve endings lit with tiny little torches. She'd no idea if that orgasm had come from her anus, her clit, her dripping pussy, or all three. All she knew was that she'd never felt more pleasure in all her life. Håkon and Drasko switched places, and Håkon swirled his thick head around her anus, working it loose again. Her nipples peaked, and Roan and Luke alternated between sucking and biting them. When Drasko circled her clit, she didn't know how she could handle another round of explosive anal sex.
"We're going to fuck that sweet ass all night,"
Roan echoed in her head.
"All night,"
Luke agreed. Great goddess, she'd expired and gone to heaven. Or hell. Either way, she didn't want this night to end. With her long hair tucked under a cap and wearing oversized clothes, Takani slumped behind the wheel of the old pickup and drove a slow circle around her apartment complex. She'd waited until nightfall, hoping she'd have less chance of being seen. It was well past bedtime already, because Anchorage had only a short stretch of darkness in summer. This would hopefully give her a short window in which to slink through the shadows and get in and out of her apartment. She didn't need light to break into her apartment. Her wolf-touched eyes could see well in the dark. There were unmarked cars on every corner, as well as men patrolling her apartment, pretending to be focused on their phones, but keeping their eyes trained on Takani's apartment door. She'd never seen this much activity at her complex at night. Well, fuck. Those agents really wanted her. Keeping her eyes on the road, she drove the hell out of there. She couldn't return to the cabin because that pencil-dick vet had probably called McDonald, which meant she'd have to abandon the truck soon. If Mako wasn't in the hospital, she'd leave Anchorage for good, but she couldn't go without him. She thought about her cousin Amara, up near Fairbanks. Takani was running out of options. If she and Mako had any hope of escaping this mess, her instinct told her that her best chance rested with Amara. She turned another corner, heading for the road that would lead her out of town. That's when she noticed one of the unmarked cars was following her. Fuck, fuck, fuck. In the rearview mirror, her superior eyesight saw two men in suits behind the tinted glass. One was talking into a phone, and the other was punching numbers on a screen. They were running her plates. When she pulled onto the highway, they followed. Damn. She couldn't stop now. She'd have to drive as far as she could toward Amara's house, and then make a break for the woods as soon as their backup arrived. They knew she was in a stolen truck, and they probably realized she was the wolf girl, too. This wasn't going to end well for any of them. Chapter 20. Amara sat in the back of the truck with her hands under her ass, sending healing magic into her bruised and battered hole. Too bad the magic didn't fix fatigue, because she and her mates had only gotten a few hours of sleep. Dawn's morning light was just peeking over the trees when she kissed her Bunika and sweet baby goodbye. She'd been so upset over leaving Harad, She hadn't had time to contemplate her aching ass, but her injury made itself known now. She leaned to one side, wincing at the sharp pain that shot through her bottom. Holy fuck. She'd never complain about her ass again. Or maybe she would, because the pleasure had definitely been worth it.
How do you feel?
Roan asked in her head, settling a hand on her knee. It's getting better. She leaned into him, relishing the feel of his warmth. Thanks for asking.
I should have brought you an ice pack.
It's okay. He wound an arm around her. How she loved her sweet, caring Roan. The pain's almost gone. It's just taking a bit longer for the magic to soak through my jeans. They turned the corner, and army trucks came into view.
Fucking Richter,
Håkon grumbled, squeezing the steering wheel with whitened knuckles. Amara gawked at the construction workers and equipment and the row of barbed wire fence that stretched for at least a mile. Were they putting a fence around the reservation?
Do they think a fucking fence will keep us in?
Drasko chuckled. Luke pointed over Drasko's shoulder to a giant spool of wire they were laying inside a trench.
They're electrifying it. Fuckers,
Drasko said vehemently.
It's not their fault,
Luke said, his gaze sweeping the rows of trucks.
They're following orders.
Amara's heart pumped double time when Håkon slowed. Several guards wielding huge guns blocked the exit. Håkon rolled down his window as he came to a complete stop.
Ready, Amara?
He asked her. She pulled her hands out from under her ass and hunched over, clutching her belly. I guess I have to be.
You need to turn around,
the guard said, a slight tremor in his voice. He clutched his gun with shaking hands.
Nobody is to leave the reservation. Agent Richter's orders. But we have an emergency,
Håkon said, desperation in his voice.
My wife is sick. We believe she's miscarrying.
Amara cried out and rocked forward. She wasn't miscarrying, but the guards didn't need to know that.
Richter said under no circumstances is anyone to leave.
The guard's voice grew stronger. Håkon banged the wheel with his fists.
This is a medical emergency. I'm sorry.
The guard cast Amara an apologetic look.
I'm just following orders.
When it became clear he wouldn't budge, she slowly lifted her hands, pointing the palms at the opposite windows. She released her magic.
What the hell?
The guard screamed, falling down as the ground buckled beneath him.
Earthquake!
Another guard hollered when a large rolling wave swept across the earth, collapsing the fence and causing sparks to fly. Something blew up at the other end of the fence, and the whole structure fell over. She did her best to send the quakes outward, leaving a clear path for them to drive through. As soon as two guards fell into each other, rolling out of the way, Håkon punched the gas and took off. She checked on her fathers, who were hiding under the tarp in back. No movement. She hoped the hay they were lying on had been enough to insulate them from the ripples. She hunched over, Roan and Luke shielding her, when shots rang out, but they didn't strike the truck.
Holy fuck,
Drasko breathed. She peeked out the back window, surprised to see an inferno had erupted along the fence. Crews were struggling to put it out, despite the earth still shaking under their feet. Their helicopter had caught fire, too, smoking as it tipped into a widening gap in the ground. Håkon smiled at her in the rearview mirror.
You're a hell of an earthshaker, Amara.
She looked at her hands, still amazed they held such a wellspring of power. Not for long.
That's my son's magic she's using.
Drasko turned around and winked at her. She blushed, then glanced at the tarp again.
Let's pray the magic keeps the feds off our ass until we can get to the hospital,
Luke said. Amara sent a few more ripples behind their truck to ensure they wouldn't be followed. Cruising down the highway, Takani kept checking the fuel gauge. She was nearly out of gas, and she had no money to fill the tank. Not that she could stop anyway, when she had 3 vehicles tailing her. She'd made it so far, too. She was only an hour out of Fairbanks. When she heard the helicopter, she knew she was out of time. She had to make a run for it. She slammed on the brakes, skidded to a halt, and jumped out of the truck. Ignoring the men behind her yelling at her to stop, she burst through her clothes and ran through the forest. A shot rang out, then another. But she was quick, dodging bullets while sprinting for the trees. A bullet slammed into her shoulder, sending her spiraling head over tail with a yelp. Jumping back up, she stumbled and then ran again, ignoring the pain that shot through her like wildfire. She hit the trees and kept going, leaving a trail of blood. So much for a clean escape. She pushed herself onward with no other plan but to keep moving toward Fairbanks. When she saw movement beside her, she thought the forest's shadows were playing tricks on her. But no. 4 large black wolves ran with her. She slowed, and they slowed too, looking at her with luminous, sad eyes.
"This way, Takani,"
a deep voice said in her head. The largest wolf looked at her as if he was seeing into her very soul. "Who are you?" she asked. The largest wolf bowed his head to her.
"We are your ancestors. They call us the Ancients. We will lead you to our kind."
Her head spun, and she looked at her wound, which was bleeding profusely. "I don't think I can go on. I'm losing too much blood." The smallest of the wolves sidled up to her. She gasped when she realized he was just a shadow, and she could see through him. When he nuzzled her, heat radiated from him, warming her all through. Then he licked her wound, and it magically sealed. She no longer felt pain. She wagged her tail in delight. "Thank you."
"We must go, Takani,"
the largest wolf said.
"before they find you."
She shuddered when she heard the whoosh of the approaching helicopter's rotating blades. She followed the 4 wolf shadows deeper into the forest. Amara spied Agent Johnson's truck parked on the side of the road at the bottom of the hill. Håkon pulled alongside a line of trees and slammed his truck into park.
"Hurry,"
he said to her. After jumping out, she raced to Ilea. The doctor was clutching the door handle of her uncle's truck, her face ashen, as Amara's fathers threw off their tarp and jumped to the ground. They looked at her like teenage boys drooling over their first crush. "What are they doing here?" Ilea said. "Don't worry." Amara held out her palms apologetically. "They promised to behave."
"We are only here to help keep Amara safe."
Boris cautiously approached them.
"And you, if you'd let us,"
he said to Ilea. Ilea snorted. "I don't need help." She glared at the rest of Amara's fathers when they flanked Boris.
"We don't have time to waste."
Håkon clapped his hands.
"Let's go."
Luke and Roan had already stripped off their clothes. Roan shifted, but Luke stood there in the nude, covering his private parts with a t-shirt.
"A little help?"
Luke asked, waving his arm, the leather tracking bracelet blinking like a beacon. Jovan threw off his clothes and shifted into a white, hulking beast, then yanked the amethyst bracelet off Luke's arm, like he was ripping off a bandage. The bracelet instantly flashed and made violent sounds. Luke shifted into a wolf, howling his delight. Jovan threw the bracelet on the ground, stomping on it and shaking the earth, silencing the bracelet and leaving nothing but pulverized parts. "Oh my God!" Ilea's hands flew to her mouth. "He's like the abominable snowman." "Jovan's here to protect us, Ilea," Amara said. She knelt down beside Luke and Roan and nuzzled their necks. "Please come back to me."
"We will, my love,"
Roan said.
"Be safe."
Pointing his snout in the air, Luke let out a low howl.
"They're coming."
Amara didn't have time to mourn the loss of Luke and Roan as they disappeared into the forest. Her fathers, Jerry and Jovan, both shifting and following them. Their plan was simple: divert their pursuers so Amara could get to the hospital. They were also going to search out the lone wolf and Katerina and hopefully lead them to safety. They planned on meeting up at Ilea's clinic, just outside the reservation. After being abandoned for 5 years, it was in need of a lot of repairs, but it had 4 solid walls, where they could hide until Johnson took back control. Drasko pushed her into the back of Agent Johnson's truck.
"Let's go. I'm driving,"
Håkon said, opening the driver's door. "If you insist." Ilea scooted to the middle of the bench. She stiffened when Boris flanked her other side. No sooner had Håkon pulled onto the highway than 2 military Humvees raced toward them. Amara briefly clutched Drasko and Marius, praying to the ancients to keep her family safe. Then she released them and turned around, focusing her energy on the vehicles as they closed the distance between them. The ground between them buckled and cracked. She cringed when the Humvees were thrown on their sides, and she prayed again that the soldiers weren't hurt. It wasn't their fault. They had to follow a madman's orders. Chapter 21. Håkon made it to the military hospital in under an hour, the pedal to the floor the entire time. Amara was relieved the highway patrol hadn't caught them. Ilea got them on base using her military ID. Amara had no idea she was in the Army Reserves. So much for the doctor being able to move to Romania with Amara's fathers. Not that she would, anyway. She wondered again why the ancients had matched such opposites. She couldn't imagine how a relationship between them would work. Ilea walked into the intensive care waiting room with purpose in her stride and the confident raised chin of someone who belonged there. The nurse at the front desk, a pretty blonde, straightened when Ilea approached her. "Hello, Dr. Johnson. Maria, we're here to see Joe Johnson." Ilea spoke with a commanding air, impatiently tapping her foot. "I'm sorry, Doctor," Maria said nervously when 4 big men flanked Ilea. "You're the only one cleared to see him. Only immediate family." "By whose orders?" Ilea snapped, looking none too pleased. "I'm not sure." Maria averted her eyes, shuffling the papers on the counter. "The order came from the higher-ups, and I'm obligated to obey it." "I don't believe this," Ilea huffed. "Amara is family." Eyes narrowing, she pounded the counter. "She's his goddaughter." Maria stepped back but held firm. "I'm sorry, but those are my orders." Boris cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Maria, hi. Excuse me. Are you a Romanian?" His accent became thicker with each word as he flashed a dazzling smile. She blushed. "My grandmother was from Romania." "I thought so." He casually leaned against the counter, flexing his large bicep and looking at Maria as if she was the only woman in the room. "I am a Romanian, and my grandmother's name was Maria." "So was mine." Maria twirled the end of her ponytail and gave Boris a flirtatious look. "I was named after her." "A beautiful name for a beautiful woman," he said with a wink. Maria's blush deepened. "Thank you." Ilea stiffened, balling her hands into fists. "Agent Johnson means the world to our family, Maria." Boris continued. "Would it be too much to ask to look the other way while we pay our respects?" She vehemently shook her head. "You can't go in there. I could lose my job." "Just the 3 of us." Drasko wrapped an arm around Amara. "He's my godfather, too." She toyed with her fingers, her gaze locked on Boris as if she was in a trance. "I'm not sure." "Please, let them in, Maria." Boris toyed with a pen he'd snatched from beside the computer. "I'd love to hear all about your grandmother while I wait for them." The poor nurse swooned and nearly fell to the floor in a puddle of lust. "I'm going to turn my back when I buzz you in, Dr. Johnson." Though she spoke to Ilea, her gaze was locked on Boris. Ilea didn't answer her. She was too busy staring holes through her skull. "Thank you, Maria," Amara said, tugging on Ilea's sleeve. Håkon and Drasko shared ominous looks, and she knew they were formulating a plan should the shit hit the fan. She quickly kissed Håkon's cheek. "Please be careful." "Holler if you need me, and I will bust down these doors," he projected. It shouldn't come to that, my love. At least, she hoped it wouldn't. Drasko stood outside the door like a sentinel, keeping an eye out should the feds find out they were there. Amara had the feeling the orders for only family visitors had come from Richter, because he didn't want his boss to recover and discover the mess his subordinate had made of things. She stifled a sound of despair when she saw Agent Johnson's prone body in the hospital bed. His ebony skin had turned an ashen gray. His cheeks were hollow, and he had blotches all over his face. Worse than his appearance was the smell. The sickly sweet stench of death cloaked him like a shroud. He breathed through an apparatus that seemed to magnify his wheeze. He was hooked to all kinds of needles and blinking lights. What a terribly intrusive way to die. Ilea's eyes watered. "Is it too late?" "Too late?" Amara vehemently shook her head and took a seat by Johnson's bed. "No. I cured Drasko after he was struck by werewolf venom. He had already started to petrify." "Werewolf venom? What the hell?" Ilea slumped in a seat beside Amara. The look of horror in the doctor's eyes would have been comical if the memories of the werewolves trying to kill Drasko hadn't still been fresh in Amara's mind. "You don't need to worry about that here." She patted Ilea's hand reassuringly. "That happened in Romania by the haunted forest." Ilea turned a little green. Fuck. Amara needed to shut her mouth, or Ilea would never want to mate with her fathers. Judging by the way Ilea bristled when Boris had flirted with the nurse, it was clear she was attracted to him. She tried to sound enthusiastic and upbeat. "The werewolves are all dead now." Ilea kept looking at Amara as if she'd seen a ghost. "Enough about dead werewolves," she said, cursing herself for sounding dumber by the minute. "Time to heal your uncle." She laid her hands on Johnson, fighting not to recoil when she felt the disease had spread from his lungs, blackening almost every living cell. She closed her eyes and let her healing magic flow, dripping as slow as molasses at first, and then moving faster, until torrents of magic soaked the dying man's cells. Amara woke from her nap with a cramp in her neck. She sat up in the uncomfortable hospital chair and stretched. She rubbed her sore neck with healing fingers, smoothing out the kinks. Ilea looked over as she hovered over her uncle, checking his vital signs. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," she stifled a yawn. "I just needed a power nap." Actually, she could probably sleep for the next century. That power nap only gave her enough strength to hold on to her last threads of energy. She gazed at Agent Johnson. Though he was still sleeping, the color had returned to his face. "How is he?" "His vitals are good. Really good." Ilea shook her head and wiped tears from her eyes. "Amara, I don't know how to thank you." "You don't need to thank me. The Amaraki need him. Because if Johnson didn't come back to help them, they could end up in a full-scale war with the feds. Though the Amaraki had powerful magic, they weren't strong enough to take on an army." Ilea sat again. "He should wake soon." "Good," Amara groaned. "Then we can get the hell out of here." She looked through the small window in the door. Drasko was still there, his neck and shoulders rigid. She wondered how her other mates were doing, especially Luke and Roan. Had they found Katerina and the lone wolf, or had the feds captured them? "I'm worried about my family." "I'm sure they know what they're doing." Ilea's voice cracked, and she wrapped her arms around herself. Her tone said the opposite, that she was worried about Amara's fathers. For some reason, the notion of Ilea with Amara's fathers both delighted and concerned her. She wanted her fathers to be happy after suffering through a miserable marriage. But would they be happy with a human? And how would the rest of the Amaraki react to an interspecies marriage? She already knew her mates weren't thrilled with the idea. "Do you have feelings for my fathers?" Amara asked pointedly. "I'm not going to lie." Ilea worked the crumpled tissue in her hand. "There's something there, but I'm not acting on it. It would never work." Amara didn't know if she should feel relieved or disappointed by Ilea's confession. "Why?" "Well, for starters," Ilea made a face. "I don't want a husband, let alone 4. Amara wasn't offended. She'd had a similar reaction when Luke first told her she was destined for 4 virile shifter brothers. "I used to think the same way." "And now you're happy?" "Amazingly happy." She smiled and placed a hand on her stomach. "I love them all so much." "How old are your fathers?" Ilea asked. "Late 30s, early 40s? "They were young when you were born." "Yeah." She didn't feel like getting into the story about how her father had been tricked into mating with her mother. She still wasn't pleased with the goddess for that deception. "And your mom was human?" She repressed a grimace. "She was. Her mom had also been a neglectful druggie, but she'd save that story for another time. And you still came out a shifter? I mean, you can shift all the way? Hiding a smile behind her hand, Amara nodded. I can. She couldn't help but think Ilea was contemplating having children with Amara's fathers. So when humans and shifters mate, their children are all shifters? The ancients had given warning that more lone wolves with human mothers would be discovered, so Amara figured it only took one wolf parent to create a shifter child. I think so. Ilea looked away. Can I ask you a personal question? Sure. She braced herself. She thought she knew where this line of questioning was going. Do you have sex with them all? Ilea stammered. She released a slow breath. Yes. At the same time? Sometimes they take turns. Ilea looked stricken. Oh my God. Amara laughed. Ilea, it's fucking amazing. Oh, she laughed weakly, glancing at her uncle. That's good to know. She cleared her throat, and it seemed she had something to say, but not sure how to get it out. Your dads are still married, right? Not for long. They are severing the bond when they get back to Romania. They've been talking about it for a while. Ilea leaned toward her, dropping her voice. What did she do? Amara loved how Ilea assumed it was all Katerina's fault. What didn't she do? She snorted. She was unfaithful, and she's horrible to me and to everyone in general. Why is she horrible to you? She hates me because I have a human mother. Ilea had a knowing look in her eyes. I dealt with a lot of discrimination growing up, and I don't want to put my children through it too. Her determination was nearly enough to break Amara's heart. No wonder Ilea wanted nothing to do with her dads. She wished she could tell Ilea she wouldn't face discrimination, but she remembered Tor complaining about half-breeds, and even her mates criticizing her fathers for falling for a human. She wasn't sure how the Amaraki would react to Ilea, but Amara had the feeling Ilea wouldn't have a warm reception. My dad was black, and my mom was white, Ilea continued. Everyone was against their marriage, but they did it anyway. Other than dealing with discrimination, they were happy until... Amara remembered Ilea telling her about the drunk driver who killed her family. I'm so sorry. And then you went to live with your grandma? Yes. My uncle was named guardian in my parents' will. She sniffled. But he didn't have time for me. She patted Ilea's hand. I can totally relate. Ilea released a long breath and cast a woeful gaze at her uncle. I resented him for a long time for choosing his job over me, but now I see why. He loves the Amaraki and his job. I can't see anyone else doing it. Me neither. She leaned into Ilea. I have a confession. I haven't been nice to him. She recalled all the times she'd given Johnson attitude for calling Luke to duty. Why? Ilea asked. I didn't trust him, because he works for the government. But now I see you're right. She frowned. He really does care. I feel bad now. Don't feel bad, Ilea chuckled, waving away Amara's concern. I've given him a lot of grief over the years for not being there for me, but the Amaraki needed him more than I did. They flinched at a low groan and loud curse coming from Agent Johnson. Ilea jumped to her feet. I think he's waking up. I'm here, Uncle. She sat beside him on the bed, taking his hand in hers. He slowly sat up, scowling at the IV stuck in his arm. What the hell happened? You collapsed. Her lower lip trembled, and she looked on the verge of more tears. You had stage 4 lung cancer. God damn. He kicked the blanket off his legs. I can't be sick. The Amaraki need me. It's okay. She flashed a reassuring smile. Amara Thunderfoot cured you. Thank you, he said to Amara before ripping cords off his arms and flinging them to the floor. Now get me the hell out of here. Chapter 22. Luke raced through the forest, hot on the lone wolf's trail. Or so he hoped. Her scent was strong at times, but other times it was weak, masked by the odd scent of magic and maybe 4 or 5 other wolves. Had the lone wolf found another pack? If so, Their magic was unlike anything he'd ever come across. So powerful that Luke wondered if he really needed to save this lone wolf, or if it was here to save the Amaraki. He was racing so hard, so focused on catching the lone wolf's scent, that he hadn't noticed the whir of the helicopter blades until it was almost upon them. He smelled over a dozen humans, a few of them familiar. He slowed to a halt and waited for the others to catch up.
"What is it?"
Roan asked, chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath.
"Something's not right."
Luke shifted back into human form, then picked stickers off of the bottoms of his feet. Jovan and Jerry shifted back into humans, too.
"What is it, Luke?"
Jovan asked.
"The lone wolf and others went in that direction."
Luke gestured at the thinning trees in the distance, wiping sweat from his brow.
"Some of them have very strong magic. I also smell soldiers approaching. Listen."
Jerry held a hand to his ear.
"Do you hear the helicopter?"
Luke pulled Roan deeper into the shadows.
"It's nearby."
The helicopter was about half a mile away. No doubt they'd found something. Luke hoped it wasn't the lone wolf and her pack.
"What's happening?"
Roan asked.
"I'm not sure yet."
Luke steadied his breathing so he could focus on the approaching humans. Some were on foot, others were in all-terrain vehicles. They froze when they heard the howl of a wolf, followed by the rapid fire of a semi-automatic gun. The howls ceased, and Luke's heart imploded. Had he come too late? Had they killed the lone wolf? Jerry and Jovan let out ear-piercing howls before shifting and racing in the direction of the gunfire.
"Wait!"
Luke called, but it was no use. Amara's fathers were long gone.
"Curse the ancients!"
Luke shifted and followed them.
"Stay behind me,"
he said to Roan.
"or else our mates' fathers will get us both killed." "Agent Johnson, you don't know how glad I am to see you."
Drasko clasped Johnson's hand, giving it a hard shake. Amara and Dr. Johnson followed the agent out of the room. "Uncle!" Dr. Johnson cried, trying to close the back of his robe, which exposed a naked, saggy ass. "You should get dressed." Agent Johnson swatted his niece away.
"There's no time."
"Mr. Johnson?" The nurse named Maria screamed, racing down the hall toward them. "You're not supposed to be out of bed."
"Like hell I'm not."
Johnson spun a slow circle, scratching his head.
"Where are my things?"
"Dr. Johnson," the nurse said. "Please help me get him back to bed. He's delusional." "No, he's not," Dr. Johnson said shortly. "Where are his clothes?" Drasko shared a look with Amara, who shrugged and smiled. The nurse stuck a hand on her hip. "You can't be serious." Dr. Johnson stormed up to the nurse, poking her chest. "Try me." Whoa. Dr. Johnson had it out for this nurse, and Drasko suspected it had something to do with Boris flirting with the blonde earlier. Curse the ancients. This human did have the hots for Amara's fathers. Drasko wished they'd quit tricking humans and shifters into falling in love. They only created messes, like this lone wolf situation. "Fine," the nurse said between clenched teeth. "I'll check his chart." She sauntered to the nurse's station at the end of the hall.
"There's no time,"
Agent Johnson said again, and headed straight for the exit. The nurse spun on her heel. "Sir, you can't leave the hospital." He pounded the double doors with both hands.
"Like hell I can't."
Cursing, Dr. Johnson snatched the nurse's door key from her and swiped the card. "Sorry," Dr. Johnson said. "Federal emergency." The nurse squawked. Everyone followed Agent Johnson's bare ass out of the hospital, just as several military police pulled into the parking lot, sirens blaring. Luke ordered Roan to stay back and proceeded into the clearing with caution. Hands raised, he walked before them as a naked man, praying they would see he was unarmed and wouldn't shoot. A quick assessment of the situation showed they were in some seriously deep shit. Jovan had transformed into a giant, white protector, eyes blazing. Beside him, his brother snarled at a dozen heavily armed soldiers while guarding the bloody body of a motionless wolf. Though he couldn't make out who it was, he saw a bushy white tail. Had he been too late to save the lone wolf? Luke drew nearer, inhaling the wolf's scent. The first thing that hit him was the smell of death. Rigor mortis had already begun to set in, and he feared it was too late for Amara to save her. The second thing he noticed was that the wolf's scent was all too familiar. Katerina. He should have been relieved the lone wolf hadn't been killed, but Amara's fathers would want revenge, despite their tumultuous relationship with her. Luke's gaze shot to Agent Richter, who stood with his gun pointing at the ground and about a dozen shells at his feet.
"What the hell is going on?" "I shot the lone wolf. That's what's going on,"
Richter said.
"Call off your monsters before my men fill them full of holes, too." "This isn't the lone wolf, you idiot," Luke said. "You shot Katerina Lupescu. She was a visitor from Romania."
Head thrown back, Jovan howled at the moon.
"She was our mate."
Richter's jaw dropped. Then he recovered, face screwed tight.
"This wouldn't have happened if you'd stayed on the reservation as ordered. Tell these men the real reason why you ordered us to stay on the reservation."
Luke's ire rose.
"It was because you knew my mate could heal Agent Johnson, and you didn't want to give up your power."
Richter shifted from foot to foot, looking nervous.
"That's a lie." "Then why wouldn't you let her heal him?"
Luke demanded. The soldiers shared questioning looks behind Richter's back. Richter let out a grating laugh.
"He had stage 4 lung cancer. He wasn't coming back from that."
How could this snake laugh at another man's demise?
"He will, and when he does, you're going to be in deep shit."
Veins popped out of Richter's neck, and the look on his face reminded Luke of a volcano about to erupt.
"Shoot them!"
He wildly waved at his armed soldiers.
"Shoot all of them!"
A familiar captain stepped forward, lowering his weapon and holding out a hand to his troops.
"Why? They're not attacking us."
Richter's face flushed deep crimson.
"Are you disobeying my orders again?"
He hollered.
"I'm sorry, sir."
The captain frowned.
"You don't have the authority to order murder."
He looked to Luke.
"Sergeant Thunderfoot, I don't know if you remember me, but we served together in Afghanistan last year. It has been an honor working with the Amaraki." "Thank you."
Luke splayed a hand across his heart.
"I do remember you, and it was an honor to serve with you and defend my country." "She was trying to get away from us,"
the captain said.
"Then he ordered us to corner her. She was scared. We refused to shoot her. So Richter did."
Luke closed the distance between them until he was standing next to Katerina's body. His shoulders caved inward with sorrow at the number of holes in her chest. Jerry shifted into a naked human and tenderly lifted Katerina, hugging her to his chest.
"Do you think Amara can bring her back?"
His voice cracked with raw emotion.
"I'm sorry,"
Luke said.
"but her soul has passed."
He'd already witnessed Amara try to save a family's dead horse. It had been crushed by a falling tree limb, and Amara had worked for several minutes trying to bring its soul back, to no avail. Jovan howled again, stomping and shaking the earth.
"You murdered our mate!"
Richter backed up, nearly tripping over a soldier before ducking behind him and cowering like a frightened rabbit.
"I shot her in self-defense."
Jovan's eyes dazzled white, and his voice dropped to a deep, menacing growl.
"You cornered her and shot her in cold blood."
Time seemed to move in slow motion as Jovan lunged for Richter. Luke hollered for him to stand down, but he doubted the giant could hear over the thunderous sound of his wild roars. With a terrified squeal, the agent raised his gun and shot Jovan in the chest. Jovan grabbed the gun and crumpled it in his fist. The giant protector pushed the soldier out of the way and grabbed Richter's head, popping it off his shoulders like he was dismembering a doll. He tossed the head into the forest. The headless corpse dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, spilling blood on the ground. Jovan stumbled back when soldiers fired at him.
"Stop, stop,"
Luke cried.
"He won't hurt you."
Jovan let out a heart-wrenching wail and fell to his knees, clutching his wounds. Chest heaving, he fell on his back, blood pooling around him. Jerry shifted back into a wolf, whimpering and licking his brother's wounds. When Jovan's eyes shut, Luke cried out. He went down beside Jovan, trying to stop the bleeding, but he'd been hit in a major artery.
"Please, ancients,"
he cried.
Don't let Amara's father die.
He squinted into the bright summer sun at a helicopter hovering above them.
Lower your weapons!
A familiar voice hollered through a megaphone.
Agent Johnson?
Luke whispered.
Please tell me you've brought Amara.
Father! Amara cried, racing from the helicopter. Great ancients, please don't let him be dead. She fell on top of him, throwing all her healing magic into his wounds, barely aware of the shouting going on around her. Beside her, Ilea knelt, holding Joven's large paw and checking for his pulse, tears streaming down her face. Do you feel anything? Amara asked Ilea. It seemed that she'd heal one bullet wound, only to find another. There's a pulse. Ilea wiped her tear-stained cheek. But it's barely there. Amara speared a glance at her other fathers, who were huddled around Katerina's lifeless body, sobbing into her fur. Though Katerina had never been kind to her, she felt terrible for them. Her heart clenched when they lifted their heads to the sky and let out mournful howls. She turned her attention back to Joven, determined to heal him. Her fathers should not have to grieve the loss of their brother, too. After what felt like an eternity, Amara drained the last of her magic on Joven. It hadn't been enough to completely heal each wound, but it would keep him alive until she gathered more strength. Chapter 23.
You are safe now.
The largest of the shadow wolves, named Amarok, glided into the copse of trees where they'd been hiding.
Follow the path. You will find your own kind.
Takani was apprehensive. Who are you? The one the others called Fenrir stepped forward, bowing to Takani with large, luminous eyes.
We are your fathers.
All moisture in her mouth dried up in an instant. All of you? You're ghosts.
No,
Amarok said, his black ears twitching as voices drew near.
We're ancients.
Takani stepped back into the shadows, feeling more bewildered and alone than ever. I don't understand what that means. The distant voices grew louder. Takani thought she heard them calling, Annie. Fenrir nudged her with his long snout.
They are looking for you. Go. We will visit you again.
When? She asked, pleading. She'd only just met the wolves claiming to be her fathers, and already they had to go. And how did she have more than one father?
In your dreams,
Amarok answered, affectionately nuzzling her ear. The other wolves did the same. She closed her eyes, basking in their love. She wasn't ready for them to go. She had many more questions. For starters, how was she able to feel them when they were only shadows? When she opened her eyes, they were gone, and in their place was a man in military uniform with luminous, golden eyes. Shifter eyes. She reminded herself of what Amarok had told her, that she would be safe with her own kind. Still, she couldn't help but worry. Her innards twisted. Why was he wearing a uniform?
Annie?
Who are you? He blinked hard.
Wow. You can speak telepathically.
Of course, she answered, backing up a step and checking escape routes, just in case. Can't you? Had she been fooled by his eyes? He shook his head.
Only with my mate and my brothers.
Am I your mate? She stuttered. Odd, because her instinct told her this man was not destined for her.
I already have a mate.
He knelt down a few paces from her, setting a blue hospital robe at her feet.
I'm Luke Thunderfoot. I've been looking for you.
Thunderfoot. She'd heard that name before. You know my cousin, Amara? He flashed a wide smile.
She's my mate.
Relief swept through her. Amarok was right. She was safe. Will you take me to her? They found refuge in the abandoned clinic on the outskirts of the reservation. Agent Johnson issued orders to the troops, starting with the removal and storage of the bodies. Dr. Johnson hadn't had time to get the clinic in order, but the hospital had a giant table that could accommodate Joven, and she was able to scrounge together basic medical necessities. Amara had healed him as best she could. The rest she left in Dr. Johnson's capable hands. Amara stumbled into a dusty waiting room and slumped in a chair next to Drasko. Her fathers had taken Katerina's body to a back room, their faces blotchy and covered with the tracks of their tears. Though she knew it was terrible of her, she couldn't help but wonder if their tears were for Katerina, or if they cried because they were ashamed of rejoicing in finally being rid of her. Håkon joined Johnson in his temporary office, discussing the best way to move forward, and also speaking with Chieftain Tor on the phone. Luke went looking for Annie. He'd been gone over an hour. Amara worried he wouldn't find her. She also fretted for Luke out there on his own. She wanted to go home, cuddle Harad, and put this awful day behind her. Roan got her some ready-to-eat meals from one of the army captains, which tasted disgusting, but they were loaded with calories and helped her gain back her strength. After she ate 2 of them, she belched, wondering what the hell was in the gooey turkey gravy, and then decided she didn't want to know. She was relieved she wasn't as sick during this second pregnancy as she had been with Harad, and she was able to hold down food.
Amara, you need rest,
Roan said, handing her a box of juice. I won't be able to rest until my family is safe at home. She had no idea where Roan got the lukewarm juice, and she didn't care. It tasted like heaven. She drank it in a few swallows, then crumpled the box and tossed it in the wastebasket before curling up in Drasko's lap. Do you think she's okay? She asked him while he stroked her back and kissed her forehead.
The captain said they only shot 1 wolf.
She relaxed into his embrace, wishing she could enjoy him, but her anxiety overshadowed everything. I hope so.
Amara, someone's here to see you.
She started at the sound of Luke's voice. To her amazement, a familiar raven-haired girl in a blue hospital robe stood beside him. She unfolded herself from Drasko's lap and got to her feet. Annie? The girl threw her arms open. Amara! She ran to her, pulling her into a tight hug, surprised to see little Annie was almost a head taller than her. Oh, thank the ancients you're alive, she said. Are you okay? She looked her cousin over for any signs of injury. Annie gave her a watery smile. I am now. What happened, Annie? She asked, leading Annie to a nearby set of chairs. She blushed. My name is Takani now, if you don't mind. Of course not. She clasped Takani's hands tightly in hers. That's a beautiful name. She didn't care what her cousin wanted to be called. All that mattered was that Annie, Takani, was alive. Should I start with my shocking puberty? Takani said with a nervous laugh. My puberty was a shock too, she said. The goddess told me about your origins. A goddess? Did she tell you that 4 shadow wolves claim to be my fathers? Yes, you are a daughter of the ancients. Takani hung her head. So I guess we're not cousins. She cupped Takani's chin. We're all descendants of the ancients. We'll always be cousins. They shared a tight hug. Amara was almost relieved Takani wasn't related to her piece-of-shit uncle. He hadn't exactly been Father of the Year to Takani. She grunted when Takani squeezed her ribs. Not only was she taller than Amara, she was stronger too. She squirmed out of Takani's embrace, holding her at arm's length. What are you doing here? Instinct led me to Alaska. Me too. She was amazed at how much the 2 of them had in common. Takani straightened, pushing a long lock of black hair behind her ear. I was working at a bar, saving up money to fix my truck, when my boss tried to rape me. I didn't mean to kill him. We don't blame you for defending yourself. She looked deeply into her eyes. I probably would have done the same thing.
I would have gladly killed him for you,
Drasko said. He was glaring at them with large, yellow eyes. Takani, these are my mates. Roan and Drasko were sitting in chairs across from them, and Luke paced the room like a caged animal. Drasko, Roan, and you've already met Luke. Takani's jaw dropped. You have 3 mates? 4, Amara chuckled, inclining her head to the closed office door at the end of the hall. Håkon is in there. 4 mates. Holy heck. She smiled. We mate as a pack, one she-wolf to 3 or 4 brothers. Takani continued to gape at her. Wow. Yeah, that was my first reaction too. Luke sat beside Amara and whispered in her ear.
Your reaction was worse.
She winked at him. It's gotten better. He nuzzled her neck.
Much better.
She laughed, pushing him off her when Takani fidgeted, uneasy. Not now, she projected. Later.
I'm holding you to it,
he said, stood, and quickly turned away, no doubt to mask his growing desire. What will happen to me now? Takani asked. Am I in trouble for killing my boss?
Don't worry.
Drasko knelt in front of her.
The agent who was hunting you has been taken care of.
Taken care of? Drasko grinned.
He's no longer head liaison for the Amaraki.
Luke nudged him, snickering.
You mean he no longer has a head?
Takani nervously glanced at Amara. Gross, you two. She chided them, then reassuringly squeezed Takani's arm. My father popped off Agent Richter's head. He won't be pursuing you anymore. Popped off his head? We can all transform into wolves. She indicated Drasko. But our alphas can shift into giant, hulking beasts. They are our protectors. Their job is to keep us safe. And so your father removed Agent Richter's head?
Agent Johnson is in charge now,
Luke said, his eyes softening.
He knows you killed your boss in self-defense.
Takani's hands trembled as she raked them through her long hair. Will there be a trial?
No.
Luke's voice dropped to a soothing whisper.
There will be a cover-up. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
Takani's eyes glistened with unshed tears. But where will I go?
You will come home with us,
Drasko said.
We'll keep you safe until we find your mates.
Really? Oh, thank you.
No need to thank us.
Drasko grasped Amara's arm, threading his fingers through hers.
We Amaraki take care of our own.
Amara lifted his hand to her mouth, kissing his knuckles. Thank you, she mouthed. His dark eyes flashed gold.
You can make it up to me later.
Her knees weakened at the deep purr of his voice. Oh yes, she'd make it up to her mates all right, and she was definitely looking forward to it. In the meantime, her quivering cousin needed her. She took Takani in her arms again, and they cried tears of relief and joy on each other's shoulders.
Luke Thunderfoot, I'm glad you're alive,
Johnson said, entering the room and holding out his hand. Luke rigorously shook it, surprised at Johnson's strength.
The feeling is mutual, sir.
The agent's smile was huge.
Your mate made me feel 20 years younger. I'm glad.
Johnson appeared to be in a good mood, despite the major shitstorm he'd walked into.
Good thing,
Johnson said,
because I've got a big mess to clean up. I know, but nobody cleans up our messes better than you. This time the mess is more the government's than yours.
Johnson grimaced.
One of my agents tells me we have a hostage back at camp. You mind coming with me and helping me straighten it out?
Luke wondered who it was. One of his crew?
It's the least I can do, sir.
When Johnson didn't volunteer further information, curiosity got the best of him.
Who is it?
Johnson glanced at Takani.
A young man by the name of Roy Miller.
My brother! Takani cried. Why would you take him hostage?
I didn't, Johnson clarified. I'm sure it was Richter's doing. Don't worry, I'll release him. Thank you.
Luke patted Johnson's back, hoping Takani would take his lead.
I know you didn't mean for him to get caught up in this.
Johnson gave Takani a pointed stare.
Does he know about your wolf?
She averted her eyes, playing with the frayed end of her linen hospital belt. He saw me shift when I was escaping the feds. Johnson heaved a groan.
I'll have to read him in and get him to swear to secrecy.
Amara shot to her feet. If he knows about us, does that mean we can see him? Drasko shrugged.
That all depends on him.
Takani stood, hands still shaking. I wish I could go with you. Johnson thoughtfully rubbed his chin.
That might not be a bad idea.
The only problem is, I need to get Mako. Amara asked, Who's Mako? My husky. Takani's voice shook with emotion. He's in Anchorage with some asshole vet. He had an infected wolverine bite, and I couldn't afford to pay for his treatment.
I'll get your dog for you.
Drasko offered. Amara beamed at him. Takani bit down on her trembling lower lip. Thank you, but all my money is in my apartment.
I'll take care of it.
I'll pay you back as soon as I can, Takani promised. He waved away her concern.
I'm not worried about it.
There's one more thing, Takani said hesitantly. The vet knows I stole a truck. I had to get Mako to a hospital. Johnson laughed.
What's one more mess to clean up? I'll add it to my list.
Luke really owed Johnson for his commitment to the Amaraki. Then again, Luke's mate had just cured his cancer, so maybe they were even. I'm going with you. There's no telling what his condition is. Amara shot Drasko a sly smile. Besides, I have a feeling I know this asshole vet. Drasko grinned.
You gonna let me deck him again?
No more violence, she groaned.
Agreed,
Johnson said. Drasko's shoulders sagged.
I'll play nice if he does.
Luke hid a smile. Tanner was getting slugged again. A door shut behind him. He expected it to be Håkon, but he was still pacing the office and talking on the phone. Ilea had come out of Joven's room, looking haggard and tired. Amara crossed the distance between them. Tell me. Your father is stable, Ilea said with a small smile. I'll take care of him until your return. Amara gave Ilea a hug. Thank you. Ilea looked like she was trying to hold back tears, which meant she had feelings for Joven. Luke couldn't imagine her tumultuous emotions after nearly losing Joven, and then having to watch the men she was destined for mourn the loss of their first mate. What an incredibly heartbreaking and awkward position. Luke feared neither Ilea nor her fathers would ever be able to get past this experience and find solace in each other's arms. Then again, maybe it was for the best. He wasn't so sure the Amaraki would welcome a human, especially the Romanian branch, who were more shut off from the world than most other tribes. How sad that the ancients had chosen a human to replace Katerina. He didn't see how such a complicated relationship would ever work, which meant even more sadness for Amara's fathers.
You've come far in the story. Let this quiet melody carry you through a moment of peace. Thanks for being part of our audiobook family.
Chapter 24. Roy stumbled to his feet when the door rattled. Those bastards had either forgotten about him, or they wanted to delay his torture because it had been several hours since anyone had come to his door. He cradled his injured hand. It was most likely infected by now. It was so swollen, he no longer felt the shrapnel digging into the bone. He probably looked like he'd had the plague, but he didn't care. His injuries were nothing compared to the pain in his heart. He'd given them too much information about Annie. She was probably dead, or worse. What would the government do to her? Bring her to a lab and dissect her? Torture her as they had him? An older black man came in, brow knitted.
Hey, kid. You okay?
Roy pressed back into the wall, flinching when the man drew closer.
Who the hell are you?
I'm Johnson.
The man held out a hand.
I'm in charge now.
You're not here to play that good cop, bad cop bullshit, are you?
Nah.
Johnson waved at the open door.
You're free to go. I'm sorry about all the trouble.
He wasn't fucking buying it. They weren't just going to let him go, considering all he knew. There was probably a firing squad waiting for him.
I'm not leading you to my sister.
He saw the bulge under the agent's jacket. The guy was old, and even though Roy felt like a bucket of beat-up assholes, he could probably take him, steal his gun, and shoot his way out.
We know where your sister is,
Johnson said with a smile. Roy tensed, heart thudding loudly in his ears. Had they already killed her? Roy would never forgive himself.
Where is she?
Hi, Roy. His raven-haired sister strolled into the room wearing a camo jacket over what looked like a blue sheet.
Annie!
His knees weakened. Oh my God! She lunged at him, touching his face. What happened to you?
Never mind me.
He grabbed her wrist with his good hand, trying hard to stay on his feet.
Are you okay?
I am now. Tears streamed down her face. I thought you shot me.
That wasn't me.
White-hot rage flooded through him.
It was that Richter guy.
If he ever got a hold of that agent, he'd tear him to shreds.
They got me, too.
He held up his damaged hand, which felt as heavy as a brick. She looked at his nose. They got more than your hand, Roy. He grimaced.
The torture was all Richter.
He can't hurt you anymore. Roy swallowed, though his raw throat pained him.
Why not?
He's dead. A wave of relief washed over him.
Fucking hallelujah.
He held out his arms and welcomed her into his embrace. She fell against him. I thought you'd hate me.
I didn't know that about you, Annie,
he murmured, kissing her forehead.
But you're my sister. I'll love you no matter what.
You don't know how happy I am to hear that. His world tilted. Then his head started spinning, and he slid down the wall with her still in his arms. A little help, please, he thought he heard Annie say. He waved the agent away when he shined a light in his eyes.
We need to get him to my niece. After that, Amara can finish patching him up. Amara?
He reached for Annie.
I'm allowed to see my cousin?
But would Amara want to see him? And more importantly, why was the room spinning? Why was he so sick? Had the torture and starvation finally caught up to him? Or worse, had the infection in his hand spread?
You can see her if you swear to secrecy,
the agent said, his voice strangely echoing.
I won't tell a soul.
Damn, he was hot. Why hadn't he noticed before?
I just want Annie and my cousin to be safe.
We're safe, Roy. She knelt beside him, rubbing his shoulder. I swear. He closed his eyes with a smile.
Then that's all that matters.
Amara didn't want to be here, but she had no choice. She couldn't leave the fate of Takani's dog to her apathetic boss. Holding Roan's hand, she followed Drasko into the run-down building. It was almost closing time, and Tanner's truck was the only other vehicle in the parking lot. They walked into an empty waiting room.
Anybody here?
Drasko hollered.
We're closed,
Tanner hollered back. Amara opened the pony door and walked behind the counter as if she still worked there. Tanner, she called. We're here to get a dog. The back door flew open with a bang. Her red-faced boss marched toward her, pointing like his finger was a loaded weapon.
You!
She went back through the pony door again, before Drasko and Roan decided to break Tanner's finger. "I'm here to get my cousin's dog."
"What did you do with Max?"
he demanded.
"I know you took him."
She feigned ignorance. "I don't know what you're talking about."
"Like hell you don't."
He banged the counter, his cheeks turning a deep crimson. Drasko gently pushed Amara aside.
"Do not raise your voice at her,"
he said, in a deep, menacing whisper. Tanner cowered like a frightened mouse.
You broke my nose."
He covered it with one hand.
"We can do this the easy way or the painful way."
Drasko reached over the counter and hauled Tanner up by the collar.
"Now give us the damn dog."
Tanner's eyes were as wide as saucers.
"What's the dog's name?"
He tried to break free of Drasko until Roan walked around the counter and silently stood behind him.
"Mako."
"The truck thief."
"The authorities have already taken care of her,"
Drasko said, releasing him.
"We are here to get the dog."
"You gonna pay her bill?"
Tanner's bottom lip quivered as he cast a wary glance at Roan, who was so far into Tanner's personal space he could have hugged him. Drasko pulled a wad of bills out of his pocket.
"Yep."
$1,200.
Tanner shot Amara a dirty look.
Plus $500 for Max.
Drasko counted off $100 bills and slapped them on the counter. Before Tanner could take them, Amara took back $500.
"Hey!"
Tanner protested. "You never gave me my last week's paycheck." She gave him a triumphant smile. "Now we're even." Tanner waggled his fingers.
"Plus another $300 for his prescriptions."
She shoved the money in her pocket. "He doesn't need prescriptions."
"You have to continue the antibiotics and painkillers for another week."
"Just give us the damn dog, Tanner."
"Fine."
He waved them toward the back room.
"He's too heavy for me."
Amara found Mako lying in a crate in his own piss. "Hey, Mako." After Amara let him sniff her hand, he perked up, and she knew he'd smelled Takani. "How you doing?" She scratched his ears and examined the mess Tanner had made of him. She turned to the vet with a scowl. "That's a sloppy stitch job, Tanner. Sheesh."
"I had a lot of patience yesterday."
"That's no excuse," she grumbled, then turned to Roan and Drasko. "Let's go." Tanner seriously needed to get out of the animal care business. It was clear he didn't actually give a shit for them. Never mind Drasko punching Dr. Tanner. She'd wanted to flatten his nose when she saw the terrible stitch work. As soon as they got to the truck, she'd work on healing the husky. It was clear he was still hurting bad by the way he trembled when she touched him. Tanner, the cheap ass, hadn't given him enough painkillers. They'd just finished loading Mako into the back of the truck when Tanner raced into the parking lot, waving a white towel. Was this some kind of flag of surrender?
"Wait!"
He stopped a few feet away when he saw Drasko standing protectively beside her.
"How is he?"
"Max?" she asked, unable to keep the venom from her voice. "Why do you care? You never paid attention to him when you had him." He kicked the gravel.
"Sometimes we don't appreciate what we've got until we lose it."
She thought about Agent Johnson and all the times she had told him off or scowled at him, and totally understood what Tanner meant. She forced a smile. He's happy, very happy, and loved. Tanner released a slow breath.
"Thank you."
She nodded at Tanner and then climbed into the truck beside Mako. She couldn't wait to get home to her family and put this nightmare behind her. They were halfway home when Drasko got a call from Håkon, asking him to take Amara to the clinic. Once there, she found Roy sleeping in a back room and hooked up to an IV, Takani sitting by his side. With an excited bark, Mako leapt at Takani, tail wildly wagging, plastering her face with sloppy kisses. She went to her knees and hugged him. "I missed you too, baby." She looked up at Amara through a sheen of tears, mouthing her thanks. Her heart skipped a beat when she got a good look at Roy's face. "Great ancients," she whispered to Takani. "What happened?" "Richter got him." Dr. Johnson came in and checked his vitals, then scribbled on his chart. "I got the shrapnel out of his hand and gave him an antibiotic," she said with a wink. "But I figured you could finish fixing him up, Amara." "Of course." She sat beside him and applied her healing magic. She was suddenly reminded of the time when Roy had come down with pneumonia. He'd been small for his age, looking more like a child than a 13-year-old boy. She hadn't had healing powers back then, and she'd sat by his bed for 2 days, making sure he drank plenty of fluids and took his medicine. His parents, as usual, didn't seem to care about him. Her uncle had stayed away, saying that a virus like that could kill him. Her aunt just didn't give a shit. Amara remembered cleaning her sick cousin's vomit off her clothes when her aunt walked into the house, laughing and twirling after buying a new dress and getting a manicure. She hadn't even asked about Roy, singing all the way to her room. Amara caught her sneaking out of the house later that night and climbing into some dude's truck. Not once during Roy's delirium had he asked for his mom, but he'd asked for Amara plenty. And she'd left him, then turned her back on him after he'd found her. She felt like a bucket of horse dung for the way she'd treated him. By the time she'd finished healing him, it was well past dinner. She'd gone all day without seeing Harad. Her boobs ached, and she wanted to go home. She ate 2 disgusting MREs and drank some juice. She returned to Jovin's room and finished healing him. He remained asleep after the last bullet scar faded. She'd rather he slept off his depression than wake up, crying for Katerina. Her father sat beside Jovin's bed, stoic but with red-rimmed eyes. After giving them consolatory hugs, she left them to brood, unable to stand the stifling misery in the room. She went back to Roy's room, falling into a chair beside Takani. When her eyelids grew heavy, it occurred to her that she'd healed 3 people and a dog, all in one day. No wonder she was tired. At Ilea's insistence, she curled up on a hospital bed beside Roy and gave in to her fatigue. Takani sat in a chair beside her brother's bed, Mako sleeping at her feet, and waited for Roy to wake up. Her cousin's mates, especially Roan, kept checking on them, asking her if she needed anything. How thoughtful they all were. She hoped her mates, wherever they were, would be as considerate. She straightened when Roy groaned and his eyelids fluttered. Then his eyes shot open and he gasped, arms and legs flailing.
Annie!
Calm down. I'm here. She climbed in beside him, keeping him from ripping the IV out of his arm. Everything's okay. You're safe. We're safe. He stilled, then threw an arm across his brow.
Thank God. I had a crazy fucking dream that you were a wolf and this man was trying to kill us. Then Amara healed me with magic fingers.
She held his clammy hand in hers, trying to think of the right words. Finally, she decided being abrupt would be best. That wasn't a dream, Roy. He dropped his arm and looked at her. He noticed Amara sleeping in the adjoining bed and clapped a hand over his mouth. She grabbed juice off a nearby table, then adjusted his bed until he was sitting up. Here, she handed him the drink. He sipped through the straw, gazing intently at Amara's mates when they peeked in the window. Takani resisted the urge to place a comforting hand on his shoulder. They won't hurt you.
Yeah, right. They threatened me the last time I saw them.
You were a threat to them, too, she said, taking the empty juice box from him and tossing it in a nearby wastebasket. They didn't know if they could trust you with their secrets. He reminded her of that little boy from her youth. Though he was a year older, there were times when she thought of him as her sweet, innocent, little brother.
They can trust me,
he said.
So can you,
he thought.
Though I know I don't deserve it.
She clasped his hands in hers. She was sorely tempted to tell him she was ready to put the past behind her, but obviously she wasn't, since she didn't have the nerve to tell him she could hear his thoughts. According to Amara's mates, she was the only Amaraki they knew of who could read minds. Håkon and Drasko especially had acted strange around her after they found out, keeping their distance from her, and here she thought she'd finally met her own kind. But once again, she was the freak. Cousin Amara had a much better magical gift. She could heal people with her touch. If only Takani had magic like Amara's.
I really watched you change into a wolf, didn't I?
He said. She smiled. Yep.
Fucking amazing. Is this something only the women in our family can do?
A long story. I'll tell you after you get better. She wasn't looking forward to explaining they had different fathers. Hopefully, he'd still love her as his half-sister.
They shot my hand.
He held it up.
Look at it now. It's normal again. How did Amara do that?
It's her magical gift. Takani couldn't help the twinge of jealousy in her voice.
And she can change into a wolf, too?
She can, Takani answered evenly.
Do you have a magical gift?
She nodded. I do.
What is it?
I'd rather not say.
You don't trust me?
The hurt in his eyes was more than she could bear. She affectionately patted his arm. You've already got a lot to process. He laid his head on the pillow.
All this time I thought you were on drugs.
She bristled, her inner wolf growling. I've never done drugs, Roy. Not once in my life.
I believe you now,
he said solemnly. Warmth flooded her chest. Thanks.
I'm sorry I thought the worst of you.
His cheeks colored. It's okay. She pretended his accusations had never bothered her. It was more believable than the truth. When Agent Johnson peeked inside the window, Roy said,
Those agents aren't chasing us anymore, right?
No, they're not, Takani answered. The good agent is in charge now.
Good.
He heaved a sigh.
If you need someone to take care of you, I'm here for you, Annie.
Her throat tightened. He knew what she was, and he still wanted to be her big brother. You don't know what that means to me. I'm tired of running.
And I'm tired of losing you.
She flung herself into her brother's arms. She was so relieved she finally had his love again, and she was determined not to lose it. Chapter 25. Amara awoke in Roan's arms, and surprisingly, in her own bed. She sat up. What happened?
You were knocked out,
Roan said, brushing a strand of hair off her face.
So we took you home.
She felt rested and sore at the same time. How long have I been sleeping?
About 14 hours.
You can't be serious.
You used up a lot of energy.
He handed her a juice box.
Here, I know how much you like these.
She drank it all in a few swallows. Though her throat was still parched, and her boobs hurt so bad, they felt ready to explode. Annie and Roy? She asked.
They're here. They're playing video games in the basement.
And everyone's okay with Roy?
So far, so good.
Thank the ancients. Harad?
He misses his mommy. Want me to get him?
Please. Her legs felt like two wet noodles. She didn't know if she had the strength to get up yet. She leaped for him, latching onto his wrist as he was rising. What about my father's and Ilea?
She's back at the clinic, and your father's took Katerina home for the funeral.
Sorrow thickened her throat. She felt guilty that she was sorrier she hadn't gotten to spend time with her fathers than that their mate died. Then she felt more guilt that she was secretly happy they now had the chance to court Ilea without Katerina in the way. Are they coming back? He twisted a lock of her hair around his finger and kissed the tip of her nose.
I don't know.
She felt 10 shades of selfish that she was annoyed by the inconvenience of Katerina's funeral. She'd been a raging bitch, but she hadn't deserved such a horrible death. My Bunique and Bunika?
They went with them. Amaraki funerals are a big deal.
He hesitated as if he was searching for the right words.
No matter who the wolf was.
Her heart plummeted. Her family was gone. Then she remembered Roy and Takani were still here. She should have been rejoicing, not pouting. Harad's infectious giggles when Roan brought him to the bed lit up Amara's world. She didn't pine for her father's and her Bunique's with him in her arms. Much to her amazement and delight, she heard laughter from the basement. Were her mates getting along with her cousins? Clutching Harad to her bosom, she followed Roan downstairs. Håkon paused the game, jumping to his feet when he saw her.
How was your nap?
He took Harad from her, kissing her cheek. Good. Roan led her to the sofa, sitting her beside Roy. How are you doing? She asked him awkwardly, and not just because she was in her PJs with bed hair. She'd treated him awfully the past few days, and he'd suffered so much because of her.
1,000,000 times better.
he said with a grin. Roy, she reached for him, hesitated, then pulled back. Maybe he wouldn't want a hug from her. I'm sorry for everything.
Don't be.
He vehemently shook his head.
I don't blame you. Most people would run screaming if they learned your secrets.
And yet you didn't. Laughter escaped his throat.
It's better than being a druggie.
She looked at him and then at Takani, who rolled her eyes. She was sure there was a story there, but instinct told her to wait for Takani to tell it. They flinched when Håkon let out a roar, cussing out Drasko, who'd killed him in their video game. Håkon recharged his avatar and battled Luke and Drasko as a giant mythical beast. Ironic, considering he was a real beast. You're okay with all this? She asked Roy.
I'm cool with it.
He wrapped an arm around Takani's shoulders.
My sister and cousin are safe, and that's what's important.
Amara placed a hand over her heart. I've missed you both. We missed you too. Takani held out her arms. Family hug. She hugged them, so happy when Roy didn't flinch or tremble in her arms. After the tearful reunion, Takani said, Let's go to the living room. We have a lot of catching up to do. She followed her cousins upstairs, casting one last look at her mates, blowing them kisses when they winked at her. Wow, so this was really happening. Amara and her cousins shared stories over lunch. She ate 2 huge sandwiches, an entire jar of pickles, pie, and ice cream. Then they played with the dogs and Harad until the baby got cranky. She fed him in the privacy of their bedroom, rocking him in her arms and singing a lullaby Bunika had taught her before crawling in bed with him and taking another nap. Though she was relieved her family was home, she wondered if she'd ever recover her strength. A buzzing in her tummy reminded her she was resting for 2. Skunk clutched a mug of beer in one hand and a Bible in the other. He hadn't cared much about religion since his youth. After he was old enough to move out, he left his family and never contacted them again, eager to get away from his father, a fire and brimstone preacher who'd whipped him almost every day for committing some sort of sin or blasphemy. But now Skunk was a believer. Now he understood why his father had warned him that demons walked among them. These demons had Roy's cousin, and most likely they had captured or killed Roy, too. Though Henry said the big beast had saved him from the fire, Skunk had no doubt it was the demon who'd probably created the explosion. He stared at the small gathering of about 20 crewmen. Skunk had coerced them all into coming to the bar with the promise of free beer and pizza, thanks to the money he'd found in Roy's cabin. Clearing his throat, he stood by the stage.
Thank you for coming, brothers. I know a lot of you are stressed after being laid off. They still haven't told us when it's safe to go back to work. A few of you were there that morning of the explosion. Though some of you are too afraid to talk, I know you saw the demon Håkon Thunderfoot. Henry thinks this demon saved him, but that's what the devil wanted him to think. Satan doesn't approach you as his enemy. He comes to you as his friend. He gains your trust before stealing your soul.
He paused and looked around the room, refusing to be discouraged when men gave each other uncomfortable looks, and Henry refused to look him in the eye. They were scared, as they should be, but he'd been rehearsing this speech all morning. He was determined to sway them to his side, the righteous side.
Håkon Thunderfoot and his brothers are demons disguised as men,
he continued, getting louder with each intake of breath.
Before Roy Miller disappeared, he told me he'd seen the beast take over Drasko Thunderfoot's face. My friends and I saw Roy's house. It had been shot up and destroyed, and there were giant animal tracks nearby, and not a wolf or a bear, but something unholy.
Skunk decided to skip the part about the money he'd taken from Roy's house, and the fact that Moose said the tracks were from a wolf.
These monsters are living among us, working with us, and putting our lives at risk. How many of our friends will they steal? How many more explosions will they create? He shook a fist at them, encouraged when one of them raised his head and looked in his direction. Last week, my friends and I saw one of those unholy demons.
Her face contorted and shifted, revealing her inner monster. The bar where she worked was closed. Last night, my friends and I snuck in through the back and saw the place was in shambles, just like Roy's house. We also saw a blood stain on the concrete. The bar owner has disappeared, just like Roy.
Skunk decided to leave out that he and his friends had also cleared the bar of its inventory, enough for them to party for free for the next 6 months. The owner had most likely been killed and didn't need the spirits anyway.
It is my belief that these demons are all related, and they have infiltrated society.
He planted his feet shoulder-width apart, crossed his arms, and searched each man's face.
I'm asking those of you who witnessed Håkon Thunderfoot change into a demon to come forward, tell us what you saw, and explain Roy Miller's disappearance.
An eerie hush fell over the place, and for the first time, Skunk started to doubt himself. What if nobody sided with him? What if they were too afraid to rock the boat? Finally, a man in back cleared his throat. It was Matt So, a known card shark and Little League coach. He slowly rose to his feet, clutching a woolen cap in whitened knuckles.
They threatened us with our jobs and our lives if we talked.
Who?
Skunk asked. He shrugged, sharing nervous glances with his friends.
I don't know who they worked for. I think they were CIA or NSA.
And did you see something?
Skunk asked.
I did, but I can't say what.
He shoved the hat back on his head.
And I have a family to think of.
It may be too late for you and your family,
Skunk boomed, pointing at him accusingly.
What if they come after you like they did Roy?
Henry stood.
We don't know it was them. Håkon Thunderfoot prevented the whole place from exploding.
He'd spoken so timidly, Skunk had to strain to hear. Skunk shook a fist at him.
But who set off the first explosion?
Henry shrugged and sat back down.
They're still investigating the cause.
Skunk shook his head and laughed bitterly.
Do you think they'll give you the real reason?
I don't know.
Henry scratched the back of his neck.
I do know that nobody died, thanks to Håkon.
Nobody has died yet.
Skunk emphasized each word, imagining punching Henry in the gut.
What do you want me to do?
Henry protested, his scrawny chest caving inward.
Tell us what you saw,
Skunk demanded. Henry's hands trembled like leaves in a windstorm.
I can't.
Skunk paced, pounding his palm.
Henry, you told me you saw Håkon change into a 10-foot beast with glowing yellow eyes. Were you lying?
Henry abruptly sat down, clamping his mouth shut. Skunk scanned the room, narrowing his eyes as all men looked away.
Can anyone tell me if Henry was lying when he said Håkon can transform into a big, hairy beast?
When nobody answered, Skunk placed his knuckles on the table.
Your silence tells me all I need to know.
Matt cleared his throat.
What do you propose we do?
Skunk thrust a fist in the air.
Send these demons a message that they need to go back to where they came from.
Chapter 26.
Håkon said I could crash in your den until I find a new place,
Roy said to Amara, helping Takani set the table.
That is, if you don't mind.
Of course I don't mind. She rocked Harad in Håkon's big, comfy chair. She peeked under the blanket, kissing his cheek as he fell away from her breast, eyes closed and mouth hanging open, a drop of milk suspended on his chin. And I get to crash in your spare room until... Takani blushed. As long as you need to, Amara said, but she really wanted to say, until your mates find you. She briefly wondered if Takani heard her thought. She loved her cousin, but having someone else in her head was going to take some getting used to. She hoped she could help Takani learn how to control her gift, because guarding her thoughts all the time would become tiresome. Still, she was grateful her cousin was alive and unharmed. For that alone, she was willing to put up with the brain invasions. Luke came upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time.
I can scent the Johnsons approaching.
Roy gaped at him.
You can smell them?
Amara beamed at her mate. He's got the best nose in all the Emiraki.
Yeah, Roy.
Luke chuckled.
So next time you pass gas, don't try to blame it on the dogs.
Roy's face turned as bright as a ripe strawberry.
I'll remember that.
Amara and Takani both hid laughter behind their hands. Luke let the Johnsons inside and ushered them into the living room. "Hi." Ilea's gaze darted around the room. She clutched her purse like a lifeline. "We just dropped by to check on everyone." "They went back to Romania," Amara answered, knowing full well why Ilea was so on edge. "I know." Her voice cracked. Poor Ilea. Her emotions were probably all over the place, given the situation with her fathers. She suspected their reaction to Katerina's death stemmed more from guilt than sorrow. They'd decided to sever their bond with Katerina shortly before she ran off. They must have blamed themselves for her death. She handed the baby off to Takani and went to Luke, taking his hand and facing Agent Johnson. "I want to thank you for everything you've done for us, for the Amaraki."
I'm just doing my job.
He looked uncomfortable. "No, you do more than your job, and I appreciate it." He chuckled, rocking on his heels.
You cured my cancer, so I'd say we're even.
Luke gave him a lopsided grin.
You're gonna lay off those cigarettes now, right? I quit a few months ago, but I guess I waited too long. No more death sticks for me.
Roan mixed something in the blender, then set the drinks on the side table beside the Johnsons.
Margaritas,
he said.
You two could use something to take the edge off.
Amara touched Ilea's elbow. "Won't you two stay for dinner?" Ilea clutched her uncle's arm. "We don't want to impose."
Actually,
Johnson said.
The real reason I came was to discuss the unfortunate death.
Amara cringed. "Will the government try to press charges against my father for Richter's death?"
What do you mean?
Johnson asked with a wink.
Richter was killed by a bear. Good for the bear.
Luke rubbed his chin, smiling.
Can't say Richter didn't have it coming. I'm just glad none of my other agents or soldiers were killed because of Richter's stupidity,
Johnson said. Amara had been relieved when she learned her earthquakes hadn't killed anyone. One soldier had a broken arm, but it would mend.
The unfortunate death I was referring to was Katerina's.
Johnson continued. "Oh, of course." Amara flushed. She thought Johnson had been talking about Richter. She felt 10 shades of selfish for not thinking of Katerina.
My bosses in Washington are not too happy about the way Richter handled things,
Johnson went on.
They're willing to pay your father's restitution for the death of their mate. I'll be sure to let them know,
Luke said.
Though I doubt they'll accept it. They've already had their revenge.
Johnson nodded solemnly.
We also want to make it up to you and your team for the way you've been treated.
He swallowed.
I just want to be reinstated. Richter didn't have the authority to take away your stripes.
Johnson laid a hand on Luke's shoulder, the lines around his eyes tightening.
Your re-enlistment is coming up. We'll make sure you get a signing bonus. I don't need it.
His words were clipped, harsh. It was taking all his willpower to keep from breaking down. Luke loved serving in the army, but she hadn't realized how much it meant to him until this moment. Amara bristled. She jabbed a finger in his chest. "Like hell you don't. You said it yourself. You're the Army's secret weapon. You deserve a bonus."
She's right,
Johnson said.
You're getting it.
Luke puffed out his chest, blinking back tears.
Yes, sir.
She slid her arms around his waist, kissing his cheek. "I'm so proud of you."
I'm proud of you, too,
he answered.
I didn't want you leaving the reservation, but your earthquakes and healing magic saved us.
She placed a hand on her slightly rounded abdomen. "We can thank Baby for the quakes."
But you were still brave. Very brave.
At the sound of Johnson clearing his throat, they broke apart. He waggled his brows.
We'll finish this later.
"Can't wait," Amara giggled.
Dinner's ready,
Roan called from the kitchen. "Agent Johnson? Ilea?" Amara waved them toward the long dining table overlooking the beautiful forest and pristine lake below. "Please stay and share our meal." Ilea shared an apprehensive look with her uncle, then flashed a half smile. "Sure, but I have to warn you. I'm as hungry as a wolf." Amara chuckled. "We know how to feed hungry wolves." Luke stopped on the way to the table and lifted his head. "Luke, what is it?" Amara asked. His nostrils flared.
"Someone's coming."
"Who?"
"Humans.
He looked at her with blazing eyes.
Lots of them."
"Aren't soldiers guarding the entrance to the reservation?" Amara asked Johnson. Johnson grimaced.
"Most of them were Richter's men. I have a new team arriving tomorrow. Tor knows this."
"So there are no guards?" Amara asked. Johnson shook his head.
"The road's all torn up after the earthquake. There are danger signs everywhere."
Amara would have known this if she hadn't been sleeping when her mates took her home. Luke pushed her toward the stairwell.
"Take the doctor and your cousins into the den and lock the doors."
He let out a low howl. Håkon and Drasko raced up the stairs in response.
"What's happening?"
Håkon asked.
"I'm not sure,"
Luke said.
"I sure as hell hope it's not another 1911.
Amara clutched Harad, listening to the sounds of her mates loading their shotguns. Her 2 small dogs were hiding under the coffee table, their tails between their legs. Mako, Max, and Buster were at the base of the stairs, growling up at the door. Ilea sat in the corner, arms wrapped around herself, rocking back and forth. Amara's wolf-touched ears heard Johnson on the upstairs deck, mumbling into his phone. She sure as hell hoped he was calling for backup. The mob hadn't arrived yet, and she secretly wished Luke's sense of smell was off. But she doubted it. She heard the low hum of trucks as they wound toward their house. "What is going on upstairs? And what is a 1911? Takani asked as she paced. Amara glanced at Roy, who stood at the bottom of the stairwell, clutching a shotgun and keeping his eye on the door. 1911 was the reason I wasn't allowed to talk to Roy. I don't understand," Takani stammered. Her gut churned, and Harad squirmed and fussed. "A bunch of miners found out what we were and attacked our tribe." "Oh," Ilea shot from her chair, jaw dropping. "What happened?" Rocking her baby, she kissed the top of his head, willing the tears not to fall. "Many alphas were killed defending their families." Roy clutched his gun more tightly.
"And the miners?"
"They disappeared."
"Fuck."
Roy dropped to the bottom step, placing the gun across his legs.
"Now I see why you didn't want to talk to me."
"But I did want to talk to you, Roy." Emotion pressed heavily on Amara's chest. "It broke my heart to turn you away, but I had to think of my family's safety, especially my baby." The color drained from Takani's face. "Who do you think is up there?" "I'm not sure, but it sounds like a mob." Her gut roiled as the trucks barreled into the driveway. "Probably humans who found out about us after Håkon saved them from the explosion." Roy gaped at her.
"He saved them, and they're attacking us?"
"Ironic, isn't it?" Roy's face hardened. Handing the gun to Takani, he kissed his sister on the cheek, and then bolted up the stairs 2 at a time. "Roy!" Takani called. "Where are you going?" He clutched the door handle at the top of the stairs, his expression grim.
"I have a feeling I know who it is." "Håkon and Drasko Thunderfoot!"
A man with a drunken slur bellowed into the bullhorn.
"We have you surrounded! Come out with your hands up!"
Håkon clutched his shotgun as he looked out the front window. Through the blinding high beams pointed at the house, he made out over a dozen men, all armed. A few of them carried semi-automatics. Some of them had torches and gasoline cans. Fuck. Letting out a shaky breath, he grasped the door handle and sent a silent prayer to the ancients to keep his family safe.
"Stay here, brother."
Roan clutched Håkon's elbow.
"Johnson called for backup."
Håkon shook his head, keeping his eye on the 2 men with gasoline cans and torches. They were inching their way to the side of the house.
"We don't have time to wait for backup."
He threw open the door and stepped into the flood of light, knowing he must protect his family at all costs.
"What is the meaning of this?"
He roared.
"Demon!"
A familiar voice boomed.
"You and your brothers are wanted regarding the disappearance of Roy Miller."
What the fuck? Had Amara's cousin told his friends about Drasko's eyes? Håkon squinted at the man with the bullhorn, recognizing Skunk's distended beer gut and bushy red beard. The fucker had gone crazy. Håkon's heart sank when he recognized the skinny, wild-eyed man behind Skunk. It was Henry, the man he'd saved from the explosion. This is what Håkon got for being kind to humans. The door opened behind him, and his brothers joined him. Håkon slowly raised his shotgun.
You're trespassing on private property. Leave now.
Lower your weapons before we burn your whole damn house down.
Skunk waved at the two men who carried torches, then two more on the other side of the mob. The door opened again, and Roy stepped out, raising his hands.
Skunk, what the fuck are you doing? Roy!
Skunk dropped the bullhorn, stumbling forward.
You're alive.
Roy looked at Skunk as if a dick had grown out of his forehead.
Of course I'm alive.
Skunk gaped at those behind him, then back at Roy.
What are you doing here? Visiting my cousin.
Roy made it sound as if staying in a den of wolves was the most natural thing in the world. Skunk swayed and made sputtering noises, making it clear he'd had too much to drink on the way over.
But your house was destroyed.
It was robbed. Roy's tone was clipped, annoyed.
Why do you think I'm staying with my cousin?
Håkon thanked the ancients that Amara's cousin was on their side. Maybe not all humans were idiots.
Something's changed.
Skunk staggered forward a few more feet, pointing a shaky finger at Roy.
This ain't Roy. The demons took over his body, too.
What the ever-loving fuck are these goddamn pervs doing here? Mako at her side, Takani sauntered onto the porch, waving her shotgun before centering it on Skunk.
The demon bitch!
Skunk fell against Henry in surprise, nearly toppling them both to the ground.
This place is infested with demons!
Roy clucked his tongue and advanced down the stairs.
Dude, you need to lay off the drugs. Get thee back, demon!
Skunk cowered behind Henry, using the smaller man as a shield. Roy turned his attention to the mob.
Do you all seriously believe this guy? He's a fucking druggie.
Skunk pushed Henry forward.
Tell him what you saw, Henry.
Henry's knees shook as he looked from Håkon to Skunk.
Håkon, he...
Bile rose in the back of Håkon's throat. He'd never felt more betrayed in all his life.
He saved your life, and this is how you repay him?
Roy snapped.
You should be ashamed. He could have run out on you. He has a family, a new baby. What are you, Henry, but a pothead and drunk?
Henry puffed up his scrawny chest.
I'm more than that.
Roy laughed.
You're nothing if you burn down the house of the man who risked his life for yours. Don't listen to him, Henry,
Skunk yelled, pulling a pistol out of his vest.
Håkon is a demon. You saw him change. You saw that bar bitch change.
He pointed his gun at Takani. Roan quickly jumped in front of Takani, who was holding Mako's collar, begging him to be still. The dog growled and bared his teeth, trying to break free. Håkon hoped she had a good grip on Mako. Skunk wouldn't hesitate to shoot the dog. Roy charged Skunk, cracking his nose with the butt of the bullhorn. Skunk fell back and landed hard on his ass.
She's my goddamn sister, you son of a bitch!
Roy waved the horn at Skunk's bloody face.
And if you ever badmouth her again, I'll fucking kill you.
Several unmarked vehicles tore into the drive, and about a dozen agents jumped out.
Federal agents!
One of them hollered.
Trespassers, lower your weapons!
The mob lowered them. A few of them dropped their guns and threw up their hands in surrender. Håkon breathed a sigh of relief when Johnson stepped onto the porch, waving a flashlight in their faces.
You people have two choices. Get in your vehicles and leave, or stay and be arrested.
A few slowly backed up to their vehicles, but most of them dove for their trucks.
It's a conspiracy!
Skunk wildly waved one hand while shielding his bloody nose with the other.
The government's in on it, too!
Johnson gestured to his men.
Arrest this loon. No!
Skunk cried as two agents dragged him toward their truck.
They'll take my soul, too!
He called to his friends.
Where are you going? Fight! Fight!
But they tore off down the road, leaving Skunk behind. Only Henry remained, slinking away like a dog that had been caught pissing on the carpet. He mouthed sorry to Håkon before getting into his truck.
You think you can silence me, but you can't!
Skunk hollered as the agents loaded him into the back of a vehicle.
I saw her eyes change. I've heard the stories. You think I'm the crazy one? I'm not. You're the crazy ones.
When the agents slammed the door on him, his mantrum was muffled behind glass. But Håkon could tell by the rage in Skunk's eyes that he wouldn't be silenced for long. Johnson walked down the steps.
Sorry I can't stay for dinner. I need to handle this. Thank you, Johnson,
Håkon said.
I'll send the doctor home with a doggy bag. That's ironic,
Roy said.
A wolf giving a human a doggy bag?
Håkon shot Roy a dirty look, and then he and his brothers burst out laughing. Amara stepped into the shower, weak and drained from stress. She flattened her palms against the wall and stood under the pulsing showerhead for long minutes, letting the water absorb her tears. She'd almost lost her family several times in the past few days. Great ancients. She sure as hell hoped this nightmare was finally behind them. She tensed when the shower door opened, and Drasko got in with her.
Hey, you okay?
He rumbled in her ear, holding her close. She leaned into his strong embrace. I will be.
Is there anything I can do for you?
He asked, tracing delicate kisses across her neck. That, she groaned. You can keep doing that. He rubbed the swelling where his child grew before dipping lower, tracing gentle circles until he reached her mound. Drasko, she protested weakly. We can't do this here.
Of course we can.
He turned her around and lowered her onto the tile bench. Desire shone in his eyes when he knelt and draped her ankles over his shoulders. He nibbled her thighs, teasing her clit with a slick finger. She moaned, coursing her fingers through his long, wet hair. Maybe those humans are right. Maybe you are a demon.
Maybe I am.
He chuckled, then speared her with his tongue. She sucked in a hiss as he tongue-fucked her, stroking her blooming bud with his thumb. Thrusting her hips at him, she grabbed the back of his head, forcing him to dive deeper. Pleasure spiraled through her, wrapping her in love's cocoon as all her worries melted away. With every plunge of his tongue, every swirl of his finger, a powerful climax built, carrying her higher and higher toward that precipice of ecstasy. When he slipped his tongue out, lapping up her juices, she swore and grabbed his hair.
Easy.
Her essence on his lips, he brushed his mouth across hers. Then he stood. My turn. They changed places, and she took him in her mouth. She sucked with wild abandon, slurping up and down his thick shaft until he begged her to stop. But she couldn't. She needed his release as badly as he did. Gripping her hair by the roots, he swore, shooting off in her mouth like a rocket. She drank him and then rinsed her mouth in the shower. He slumped against the tile with a lazy grin and reached for her.
Your turn,
he said. The door opened and Luke stepped in, his cock pointed at her. He sat on the bench beside Drasko and pulled her into his lap. She straddled him, kissing his forehead, nose, lips, drinking him in like she'd been stranded in the desert and he was a cool glass of water. He returned her attention with a long, languid kiss. My brave, sweet mate. He helped her onto his thick cock. Still primed from Drasko, her wet sheath hugged him tight, so tight that she winced when he thrust into her. She held onto his shoulders, moaning into his mouth, and she let him take control of her, smacking that bundle of nerves so hard she thought she'd die from the painful pleasure. This climax was not gentle or sweet. It was angry and powerful, robbing her of breath and holding her in its dark clutches. She begged Luke to stop, but he fucked her harder, giving her one orgasm after another. He claimed her, their wet bodies slapping together until he roared his release. Boneless, she let Drasko and Luke dry her off. Then they carried her to bed, laying her in Håkon's arms. Pressing against his erection, she pulled Roan close, kissing him while Håkon speared her slick folds from behind with thick fingers. She draped a leg across Roan's hip, giving Håkon easier access. He stroked her tenderly until she was dripping. Then he fucked her from the rear while Roan toyed with her breasts and clit. This orgasm was gentler and so very sweet. She breathed through each wave of pleasure, her heart rate slowing when Håkon came. No sooner had he slipped out of her than Roan rolled her onto her back and entered her, making love to her with tender care. He took his time getting her to another climax. She was pleased and impressed with Roan's self-control. He didn't come until she did, groaning into her mouth, his cockhead throbbing in time with her climax. She sank into the mattress while her mates cleaned her. Then they gave her a full-body massage, relaxing every burning, tense muscle with oiled hands. She was almost asleep when she smelled Drasko's desire as he rubbed her thighs. She opened her eyes and saw his erection. Spreading her legs, she held out her arms to him. "Make love to me again." He grinned. "If you insist." They pleasured each other well into the night. When she finally snuggled in Håkon's arms, she sent a silent prayer to the ancients, thanking them for keeping her family safe. Epilogue. Alexi's crib rattled as he cried for his mother. Amara scooped the baby into her arms and kissed his forehead, then gave him her breast before he started shaking the floorboards again. Luckily, his earth-shaking powers weren't strong yet, but who knew how long it would be before his tantrum knocked all the pictures off the walls. She draped a blanket over her shoulder and took him down to the kitchen. Snatching a gingerbread cookie off a tray, she gave her Bonica a thank-you kiss and followed the sounds of music and laughter down to the basement den. She sat on the sofa, beaming at Roan when he set a steaming cup of apple cider on the table in front of her. Snuggling with Alexi, she watched her cousins, Roy and Annie, make the room festive by hanging popcorn strings and garlands. Takani had been forced to change her name back to Annie. Johnson had insisted she cast aside her lone wolf identity after the disappearance of her boss. Johnson had even given her a new ID and birth certificate, making her Annie Thunderfoot. Amara secretly preferred calling her Annie anyway. She'd rather remember her cousin as a cute little girl in pigtails, who'd spent so many Christmas mornings with her at their grandparents' farm, instead of the lone wolf who was forced to flee for her life. Annie's mates hadn't made themselves known yet, but the Alaskan Ameraki were hosting a spring festival where wolves from all over the world would gather. Annie was sure to find her mates then, but she seemed in no rush. She kept herself busy by helping Amara and Roan with the babies and dogs. She smiled at the dogs, who'd curled up beside the warm fire. There were 7 in all, counting Mihaela's 2 pooches, and they all got along well. Mako fit right in with Buster and Max, assuming the role as alpha. He had a commanding presence that encouraged other dogs to follow his lead. She hoped the husky wouldn't lead them into wolverine dens. She couldn't begin to describe the joy in her heart at spending Christmas time with her extended family. Though Christmas wasn't a traditional Ameraki holiday, the shifters couldn't resist the urge to decorate a tree, buy each other presents, and host a big family dinner. Amara was especially happy her fathers had brought Bonica and Bonique Anton with them to help celebrate. Roy dropped his garland when thunderous booms were heard outside. The top end of a pine tapped the sliding glass door, and Roy opened it, then flattened himself against a wall when Håkon and Drasko, both in protector form, hauled a massive tree inside.
"Where do you want this?"
Håkon asked, ducking under the overhead beams. "In the corner by the window?" Amara said. Then, out of force of habit, she checked on her cousin to make sure he wasn't frightened. Roy didn't seem troubled in the slightest as he helped Tatiana decorate, acting as if celebrating Christmas in a den of shapeshifters was totally normal. As a matter of fact, he got along so well with her mates, he'd accepted a job with the feds. Roy now worked directly under Johnson and was in training to take over his job should Johnson ever become seriously ill again. Amara and the rest of the Alaskan Ameraki breathed easier, knowing Johnson's replacement wasn't a bigoted asshole. She supervised while Håkon and Drasko positioned the tree as if it weighed no more than a sausage roll. By the time they finished setting it up, Alexei was on the other breast and getting sleepy. He'd barely made a dent in her milk supply, which was a good thing because Harad still hadn't weaned, and he'd be hungry when he woke from his nap. Odd how she didn't resent being a dairy cow. She enjoyed bonding with her babies, and she wasn't ready to let them grow up. Håkon and Drasko patted each other on the back for a job well done, and then stomped outside, leaving a trail of pine needles and clumps of snow in their wake. After she put her infant in a cradle beside the sofa, she stood, stretching cramped muscles. Then she helped Roan clean up before joining her cousins, drinking cider and singing Christmas songs while they unstrung lights for the tree. The laughter and music died down when Tatiana came downstairs. She had a way of dampening the mood of others. She plopped in a beanbag in front of the flat-screen TV and opened a book, ignoring everyone, as was her new habit. "Would you like to help us decorate, Tatiana?" Amara asked. "Not really." She didn't bother looking up from her book. Amara's alpha father, Boris, came downstairs, her father-in-law Skull right behind him. Skull scowled at his daughter.
"Tatiana, go help."
She flipped a page, refusing to make eye contact with him. "I said I didn't want to." Amara swallowed back a knot of panic when Skull's face reddened. "It's no biggie, Skull." Amara forced a smile. "My cousins and I got it." Skull stormed outside. When she heard several booms from the back deck, she knew he'd shifted into protector mode. Heavy thuds, followed by a roar, shook the wood floors under her feet. Tatiana didn't even flinch as she turned another page, seemingly oblivious to her father's tantrum. Amara shared a look with Roan before digging ornaments out of the box labeled Christmas supplies. When Boris sidled up to her, she held her breath. She could tell by the look in his eyes that he wanted to talk about Ilea.
"Did you invite the Johnsons?"
he asked casually. She sighed. "Yes, Father. Ilea said they probably wouldn't be able to make it." Though her fathers had been especially attentive the past few days, she suspected the main reason they'd come to Alaska was to check on Ilea. They were still in official mourning period, but that didn't stop them from badgering Amara about the doctor. His shoulders fell.
"Did you tell her we agreed to be on our best behavior?"
"I did." She didn't want to give her fathers false hope, but Ilea did occasionally ask about them. The doctor tried to be subtle, but Amara wasn't fooled. Ilea cared about them. If only there was a way to get them together again. Ilea had already told Amara more times than she could count that their relationship would never work. She'd never move to Romania and breed a litter of puppies. Ilea insisted Amara's fathers would never get over the loss of Katerina, and there was no way she was playing second-best mate. She wanted to tell Ilea that Katerina had been a hateful bitch, that they were probably mourning out of guilt, but that wasn't her story to tell. Her fathers would have to make things right with Ilea, not her.
"Eggnog, anyone?"
Arvid, Roan's birth father, asked, coming downstairs bearing a tray of cookies surrounded by mugs of eggnog. Tatiana flipped another page, her attention locked on her book. "I'd rather swallow my own vomit."
"Mojitos?"
Roan asked, casting Arvid an apologetic look as he grabbed a metal shaker from behind the bar. Tatiana finally set down the book, the slightest grin tugging at the corners of her mouth. "Sounds better." Skull returned, having shifted back into a human and wearing nothing but tattered jeans and an unbuttoned vest.
"Tatiana is not drinking alcohol."
She scowled. "Why not?" His eyes narrowed to slits.
"You know why."
She threw down her book, crossing her arms with a pout. "Why did you make me come if I can't even enjoy myself?"
"Moping in the corner and ignoring everyone is your idea of enjoyment?"
"Come upstairs, Tatiana." Annie dropped her garland and held out a hand. "We can help Bunika with the cookies." Tatiana heaved a groan before accepting her hand and following her upstairs. Never wanting to be far from his sister, Roy followed them too. Then Mako and his entourage chased after them. Skull turned to Roan with a hopeless look in his eyes.
"When do you think she'll stop moping?"
Roan frowned.
"I'm starting to think she'll never stop."
A shadow darkened Amara's heart. Tatiana had been like this for the past 6 months. The poor girl blamed herself for Katerina's death, and nothing anyone said would convince her otherwise. With each passing day, the cloud of depression hovering over her seemed to grow. She'd shut everyone out, including Amara's brothers, Tatiana's fated mates. She refused to set a date for their bonding ceremony. The only thing that brought her any sort of enjoyment was reading, and not sweet romances or comedies either, but dark, gory fiction. Sitting on the sofa, Amara palmed her cider mug. She has a very heavy heart. She fetched a cookie off the tray Arvid had set on the coffee table, absently chewing while leaning into Roan.
None of us blame her for what happened to Katerina.
Boris sat across from Amara, the lines framing his face and mouth deepening.
We've told her so many times, and so have our sons.
It doesn't matter if Tatiana refuses to forgive herself,
Roan said, rocking Alexi's cradle. She needs time to heal, Amara said, though she feared she'd be making excuses for Tatiana forever if she didn't snap out of it soon. She badly wanted to help her sister-in-law get through this.
Why don't you try to relieve her burden?
Boris asked. Magic tickled her fingers at the thought. She won't let me. She said she deserves to feel sorrow. Boris stood with a groan.
Then I will try talking to her again.
Good luck, Amara said as he, Skull, and Arvid went upstairs. Amara heard her alpha mates talking outside. They'd shifted back into men and were shaking snow off their boots. She was glad Håkon had come home for Christmas. He'd gone back to work a few months earlier, but there had been some changes. Every employee who'd stormed the reservation soon found themselves either out of work or off Håkon's rotation. Skunk was serving hard time for a home full of unlicensed weapons, illegal drugs, and also for credit card fraud and theft. After his crazy outburst in the courtroom about demon eyes, he'd been deemed unsafe for society and spent most of his time in solitary confinement. She hoped he stayed locked up a long time. She wouldn't put it past the crazy fool to threaten her family, should he ever be released. The back door slid open, and Håkon peeked inside.
Where is everyone?
Upstairs. She laced her fingers through Roan's. Cheering up your sister. Drasko tiptoed inside and picked up Alexei, holding him close, his mouth hitched up in a proud, fatherly grin.
I don't understand it. Katerina was the world's biggest bitch.
Drasko, please. She cringed. The Amaraki believed calling to the spirits of their dead ancestors could bring them back from beyond the veil. Growing up, she had never been into superstition or religion, but that was before meeting Amaraki gods and witnessing werewolf zombies try to kill her mate. She wouldn't put it past Katerina to haunt them from beyond the grave. Drasko put Alexei back in his cradle and knelt beside Amara, feathering kisses across her palm.
I like the way you beg.
She snatched her hand away, ignoring the ache of desire between her legs. Not now, you big, bad wolf. The upstairs door opened, and Luke came downstairs, holding Harad.
Look who's awake.
Well, hello. She held out her arms, and Luke handed her the groggy toddler. Did you have a nice nap? Sucking his thumb, he buried his face against her shoulder. He was not fully awake, which meant she had a small window of time to cuddle him before he crawled down from her lap in search of trouble. When Harad tried lifting her shirt, she gave him her breast, noting how her mates looked at Harad as if he was the luckiest baby in the world. Håkon knelt beside Drasko and pulled something from his pocket.
Look what we found outside.
She blushed as he dangled a twig and leaves over her head. Mistletoe? He flashed a wolfish grin.
My favorite human tradition.
She stretched up for a kiss, thinking she could get away with a peck on the cheek. With a growl, he cupped her cheeks in his cold hands, deepening the kiss. Then he handed around the mistletoe, and she took turns kissing each brother. By the time she'd ended with Roan, she was breathless and so damn horny. If only her family wasn't upstairs and her baby wasn't attached to her breast. She looked at Roan through half-lidded eyes. I love mistletoe. Håkon dug around in his pants pocket and handed her a small red box topped with a silver bow.
"Merry Christmas, sweetheart."
She took it from him. "What is this?"
"We wanted to give it to you on Christmas,"
Luke said.
"but we're not sure we'll get another opportunity to be alone with you. Plus, we were hoping for some thank you sex later,"
Roan said with a wink. She rolled her eyes. "You'll get sex anyway."
"Yes?"
Roan eagerly nodded and licked his lips.
"But thank you sex is better."
Because her arms were full, she handed the box to Luke, who opened it with his switchblade. He pulled out a jewelry box and popped the lid, pulling out a silver charm bracelet with 2 small wolves dangling from the links. "Oh, it's beautiful," she breathed, excitedly holding out a wrist.
"We'll get you another charm for each baby,"
Luke said, while Håkon fastened the clasp. She beamed at her tracker. "I can't wait."
"Me neither,"
Luke growled. Luke had just returned from a 2-month mission, and Amara couldn't get enough of his kisses and love. She hoped she'd bloom soon for him. Just not too soon. Her poor boobs couldn't handle another baby. Amara thanked the ancients every day for her loving family and for their warm, peaceful home. She also thanked them for Luke's safe return, prayed that she and her mates would have many more wonderful days together, and that the rest of her extended family would find their happiness too. Each and every one of them deserved it. This concludes Desperate for Her Wolves by Tara West. Narrated by Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2018 by Tara West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara West and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.